Chapter 1. Hey, have you noticed that there have been more mosquitoes recently? Yeah, I got a lot of pimple bites last night, itching to death. Look at my arm, it's not down yet. This looks serious. There's no way, brothers, adults can bear it, children can't bear it. It seems we can only buy pesticides and clean up the house. Go together. Together. Several villagers discussed it and headed straight for the department store together. But none of them noticed. There was a child standing not far away, and he curled his lips when he heard their discussion. Kamaya Ching-kong traveled to this world 6 years ago and became a member of Konoha. Ordinary background. My parents died unexpectedly early on the night of 9 Tails, and they were raised by Konoha's orphanage. Originally, Ching-kong thought he would be like this in his life, and he didn't have any talent for becoming a ninja. Who knows that the sky is inexhaustible? Just a month ago, Ching-kong awakened his own power, the Mosquito clone. This Mosquito is not a real life. It is transformed by King Kong's mind and body energy, and has all the characteristics of mosquito creatures. For example, it is possible to suck human blood and secrete toxins. And the human blood sucked back can be transformed into King Kong's own energy and strengthen his body. To put it bluntly, this is a self-interested ability. But Ching Kong doesn't care. It's not bad to have the capital to stand up and live, why do you still think so much? Besides, he felt that this ability was very good, and it was in line with his own taste. It's not that Ching Kong likes to suck human blood, he just thinks that it is very real to hurt others and self-interest, and is not artificial. Ching Kong, what are you doing here? 3 children came over, the future Inoshika CH combination, Nara Shikamaru, Akim Ichichi, and Yamanaka Ino. Oh, nothing. Ching Kong shook his head without explaining. But because of his handsome appearance, it was too attractive to the little girl's attention. The Cosmos Ino girl still came close by herself and said with a smile, "Then let's go to school together, Ching Kong-kun." Woman. Shikamaru flipped a Byakugan, and Chi beside him was eating potato chips, fierce than pigs. It's up to you. Anyway, it's all on the way, Ching Kong has nothing to refuse. After the 4 children went on the road together, Shikamaru was empty all the way, Chi was eating all the way, and Ino was always chatting in King Kong's ear. Why did she plant a flower yesterday? Her father's private money was discovered the day before yesterday, and her mother was beaten severely. All the short things in the parents are shared with Ching Kong. This silly girl. Shikamaru's mouth twitched, and he didn't know how to describe it. After finally getting to the school and walking into the classroom, Shikamaru hurriedly took away Ino, who had just talked about how old he was sleeping alone. This also makes Ching Kong clean a lot. Sit in your seat and look around. Many characters that have been well known in previous lives also come into view. Uchiha Sasuke on the left, Naruto and Inyazuka in the middle, Hyuga Hinata on the right, and so on. Except for the absence of the higher level 3 Xiaoqiang, the other 9 Xiaoqiang are here. After a while, Irika opened the door and walked in, quieting the noisy students. Class begins. But apart from some key points about practicing chakra, Ching Kong is not interested in the ninja story told by Irika. To be honest, Konoha's Shinobu school is really not good. It's so easy, there is no sense of tension at all. Within 6 years, as long as you learn the 3-body technique, you can successfully graduate and become genin. What kind of training is this for the next generation? It's so funny. What time of peace? You know, it's only 6 years since the Third Ninja World War. In just 6 years, Konoha has forgotten the cruelty of war, the pain caused by 9 Tails, and the humiliation brought by Cloud Shinobi. Become a passing, muddle-headed, reluctant to make progress. The 3rd generation item is indeed old. Ching Kong shook his head slightly. He didn't look at Sarutobi Hiruzen when he was watching anime before, but now he is immersed in the scene, even less. Because he is also an old man, Onaki of Uegakure is older than Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, they have not lost their fighting spirit, and are still working hard to find a way out for the village, fighting on the front line. How do you say that? It's really harder to compare people to others, and to shop around. Ren and Nogi survived to the finale, and led Gakage to fight Uchiha Madara together. And Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped cooking as an apprentice, and didn't survive the 80 episodes. The gap is too big. Kamaya Ching-kong, pay attention. Irika knocked on the blackboard and said, "Oh." Another guy who was poisoned by the will of fire, Ching-kong put his chin on, and responded boredly. "Really, what can't be done, the brainwashing first place, this is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha can't keep so many talents, and the two most powerful bloodlines of the Sengoku period have also been destroyed, plus the Whirlpool clan. Nothing to say, really can't say it. Even if Danzo is white, his Sarutobi Hiruzen is not white." Chapter 2. Snapped. Where's the smelly mosquito? Uzumaki Naruto slapped his cheek, and yelled uncomfortably, which also drew a roar from Irika. This mosquito, of course Ching-kong can get it. Anyway, I was idle and bored. Instead of listening to those unnutritive brainwashing logic, I might as well engage in my own abilities. King Kong's mosquito clone is formed by his will and chakra. It can be manipulated as you like, and the number is limited by Ching-kong itself. So far, because chakra has just been extracted, the number of mosquitoes that Ching-kong can control is also very limited, and the maximum number cannot exceed 300. There are two possible ways to improve. One is to practice step by step, and when there are more chakras, the mosquito army will naturally increase. The second is to send an army of mosquitoes out to draw more blood essence. For Ching-kong, the blood of other creatures is energy, a great tonic. And the higher the quality of the blood, the more help he improves. Therefore, Ching-kong just stared at Naruto, wanting to try how much benefit his Nine Tails Taste Vortex bloodline can bring to himself. Again. Naruto slapped left, right slapped, and slapped indiscriminately, very alert to the surrounding mosquitoes, making Ching-kong unable to start for a while. But the goddess's Irika came, and he shouted for Naruto to sit down, or get out. Naruto didn't dare to resist, so he could only sit down honestly. This gave Ching-kong an opportunity to control a few mosquitoes. All landed on Naruto's back neck, and the sharp mouth parts were inserted in an instant. Forehead. Naruto only felt a numb at the back of his neck, and his whole body became drowsy. After all, it is not an ordinary mosquito. The mosquitoes transformed with the Ching-kong idea are more numbingly toxic than ordinary mosquitoes, at least dozens of times more. Coupled with his full force, even the elephant can't stand it after these few poisonous shots. Naruto is still safe, just a little sleepy, thanks to his vortex bloodline and 9 tails in his body. Otherwise, come here with someone else, and I will pass out. One bite after another. However, the mosquitoes who drew Naruto's blood did not see any swelling. This is all because the blood drawn by the mosquito army has been transferred to Ching-kong in an inexplicable way. Teleport through the air. Ching-kong didn't understand what was going on. But no matter how much he has, it's not easy to use it. After a while, Naruto's face gradually turned pale, and the blood loss had exceeded 500 cubic centimeters. Ching-kong quickly stopped. Otherwise, if you suck it down, this kid will be shocked by the sucking. Teacher, there is a problem in the classroom. Abarame Shino, wearing small sunglasses, stood up suddenly. What is the problem? It smells bloody, my bugs can smell it. Irika was taken aback, but in order to ensure the safety of the students, he still questioned them one by one. Of course, nothing was found in the end. Naruto's blood regained too fast here, but after a short while, he became vigorous and energetic again. How can there be the slightest loss of blood? Therefore, this inspection can only end in a hasty way with a bare Shino's misrepresentation of military affairs. As for Ching Kong, he doesn't have time to worry about the outside world, because his body is almost bursting. The 500 cubic centimeters whirlpool blood may also contain 9 tails chakra. This kind of tonic is too arrogant for Ching Kong, and it makes him feel a little indigestion. It's like eating 10 bowls of rice in one go. That's a panic. Until a few hours later, school is approaching. Ching Kong was only able to recover, and he didn't feel that support anymore. Ching Kong-kun, I invite you to eat 3 color balls. Little Ino jumped over again. Thank you, but forget it, I don't have a good appetite today, let's talk about it next time. Smiling rejected Cosmos, Ching Kong walked home alone. Seriously, after absorbing Naruto's 500 cubic centimeters of blood, he couldn't eat anything. Of course, the benefits of this blood to Ching Kong are also huge. Even if it hasn't been completely absorbed yet, King Kong's physical strength and chakra have more than doubled. It's an absolute supplement. So in the following time, Uzumaki Naruto also became King Kong's blood bank and cash machine. If you don't smoke a few hundred cc every day, your whole body will feel uncomfortable. This situation lasted for a little half a year, until Naruto at this stage could no longer bring Ching Kong much improvement. Ching Kong let him go and moved to another target. Classmates, follow me to the training ground for practical lessons. After half a year of schooling, finally ushered in the first practical lesson. The students were very excited and followed Irika to the training ground. Let's talk about the way of fighting, and the confrontation marks, and Irika will start to roll the names. Akim Ichichi vs Inyazukaga. Harano Sakura vs Hyga Hinata. Uchiha Suzuki vs Kamiya Ching Kong. After a few sets, it was King Kong's turn to play. He stepped to Irika's side and stood opposite Uchiha Suzuki. At this stage, the Uchiha clan hasn't died yet, and Suzuki is still the stinky little master. He glanced at Ching Kong with contempt, and then he didn't care. First make a seal of opposites. Under Irika's guidance, both Ching Kong and Suzuki made moves. Chapter 3. The test begins. With an order, Suzuki launched an attack first, and he quickly rushed to King Kong's face and punched his side face. Ching Kong tilted his head to avoid it, and then retaliated with a punch. Suzuki raised his arms to resist, but only heard a bang, and he was still knocked back several meters. Rubbing his extremely painful arm, Sasuke's face completely changed, because he never expected that Ching Kong, who seemed to be similar to his own physique, would have such exaggerated strength. After the punch was hard, it made him feel as if his bones were about to break. Wow, Ching Kong-kun, come on! 2 equally handsome boys, Ino looked around, and finally chose to stand on the Ching Kong side, jumping high and cheering for him. Of course, Urja's popularity is not bad, and there are still many girls in the class cheering him. You can't force it, you can only outsmart it. Feeling that his arm feels better, Suzuki also thought about a countermeasure. He turned 2 backwards and pulled away from Ching Kong, and at the same time took out a shuriken with his left hand. With a flick, all shot at Ching Kong. Brush! Hidden weapon struck, Ching Kong moved a few times and dodged, and then took out a handful of kunao and quickly rushed towards Suzuki. He is of course inferior to Uchiha's Grandmaster than hidden weapon, so if you want to solve the opponent, the only way to go is melee. Of course, this is the case without using Mosquito clones. If it is in the field, without watching the crowd, Ching Kong can bring down these 2 pillars in a single face, where is it so troublesome to use? Ching Kong wanted to get close, but Suzuki naturally didn't allow it. While running fast, he threw the sword in his hand to block King Kong's approach, but was avoided by the agile Ching Kong. Finally, Ching Kong still approached Suzuki and punched him in the abdomen. Ah! Suzuki screamed and fell to the ground on his back. The Ino girls who were watching saw that Ching Kong had won, and just wanted to shout loudly, but only heard a bang, the white smoke dissipated, and the original Suzuki also turned into wood. What? This is body replacement technique. Wow! Suzuki-kun is so good, he even learned ninjutsu. Not only was the students around him dumbfounded, Irika was also very surprised, thinking that the children of the family were really different, and they all came to school with private jobs. Give up. The sound of Sasuke's stinky fart came from behind Ching Kong, and the corners of his mouth were raised high. Do you think you are determined to win? Ching Kong didn't see the panic at all, even if Sasuke's misfortunes held him back. You have already lost, do you want to come back? Suzuki frowned and said impatiently. Hehe, that's not necessarily true. Ching Kong smiled slightly, and after a bang, it turned into a wood. The power is the mosquito. Ching Kong himself is an extra-large mosquito. What are the characteristics of mosquitoes, apart from sucking blood and releasing paralytic toxins? There is also a heat sensor and a super sense of smell. Mosquitoes have poor eyesight and can hardly see things clearly. But they have infrared detection capabilities, can feel the heat in the surrounding organisms, and have a strong sense of smell, and can smell the carbon dioxide exhaled by the organisms. So even in the dark, mosquitoes can accurately find blood vessels and kill them with one blow. For Ching Kong, Sasuke's existence is like a cloud of red light. It is very obvious wherever he goes, like a star in the dark night. What body replacement technique, it has no effect at all for Ching Kong. I, actually lost. Feeling the coldness of Kyo on his neck, Sasuke's eyes widened too, and he couldn't believe it. Even if he would lose to a civilian student, he still couldn't fight back. This hit his self-esteem so hard that he couldn't take it anymore. Winning or losing is common, just try harder. Seeing Sasuke's face full of grey and defeat, Irika persuaded him and said, well, this time the competition is King Kong's victory. Suzuki has learned the body replacement technique by himself and it is great. Everyone will settle and imprint. Try harder. Ji Yin, return to the team. Ching Kong also received a warm welcome from Ino and other girls. As for Suzuki, he hid in the corner and licked his wounds. After school in the afternoon, I went to eat 3-color balls with Ino and others. After that, Ching Kong returned to the orphanage alone. Little Ching Kong, I found this during cleaning today. I will give it to you as a gift for the start of school, although it is a little late. The fat nun from the orphanage handed Ching Kong a scroll with a smile. What is this? After taking a look, Ching Kong asked curiously. The one that Dean Yakushi left behind should be ninjutsu or something. I don't know much about these things. You can take a look first. All right. Ching Kong nodded and returned to his room with the scroll. His parents died unexpectedly, but they also left Ching Kong with a little family property, plus Konoha's pension. In fact, he didn't have to worry about eating and drinking. The reason why I came to the orphanage was just because I was young and needed adult care. However, Ching Kong has his own room, after all, is he considered carrying money into the team? The treatment is slightly better than those of the orphans from outside. Sitting at the wooden table, Ching Kong opened the scroll and took a look. What is recorded here is indeed ninjutsu, 2 water styles, 1 earth style, and 1 wind style. They are relatively low-end, but they are also suitable for Ching Kong to learn. Chapter 4. Write it all down. It may be related to supernatural powers, distractions. King Kong's memory and learning ability are also much stronger than in the previous life. It can't be compared at all. A few basic ninjutsu, as long as you remember, this means that Ching Kong will almost be able to use it. At most, the proficiency is not enough. I touched the wrinkled scroll, and finally signed it as Yakushi no, the former dean of the orphanage. She is not in the orphanage now, this is Danzo's pod again. 5 years ago, when Ching Kong just arrived here for a full year. Danzo brought people to the orphanage, threatened with the grant and the children, and asked Yenaiu to go to Iwagakure for spying. In the last resort, Yenaiu can only agree. Before leaving, Danzo also took Yakushi Kabuto away. 5 years have passed. No Naiu has never come back, nor has Yakushi Kabuto. The two of them have been performing tasks outside, but every once in a while, they will mail a sum of money to the orphanage as the daily expenses of the children. To be honest, these two are poor people. Because Ching Kong has watched anime, he also knows that soon, under Danzo's conspiracy, Yakushi Kabuto will kill Yenaiu himself. After that, Yakushi Kabuto will become confused and embark on the path of no return. If you can, Ching Kong really doesn't mind giving them a hand. After all, Ching Kong has been taken care of by the orphanage in the past few years, and it can be regarded as accepting a lot of favors from both of them. But it's a pity. For now, Ching Kong doesn't even know where the two of them are, so how can they save them? It's really good fortune to make people, the better the people, the less life will be. After shaking his head, Ching Kong couldn't say anything. And this sense of powerlessness made him even more eager to improve his strength. After all, if you are not strong enough, you will be at the mercy of others, let alone control your own destiny. 10 days have passed in a blink of an eye, and another full moon night will usher in. As before, Ching Kong also sent many mosquitoes to the Uchiha family station to investigate the situation. The Night of Annihilation. Of course Ching Kong will not forget this important event. After all, as long as the operation is good, he can eat this wave of oily mouth and break his belly without any problem. Today, Uchiha's atmosphere is very different. Around, suddenly there were a lot of anbu, or people at the root. Ching Kong had a hunch that something big might be coming. The result was not beyond his expectations. After the evening came, the murderous breath spread, and the whole Uchiha was shrouded in clouds. Ah! With the first scream sounded, Ching Kong also left the orphanage and surreptitiously came to the outer area of the Uchiha station. No matter how close it is, there are roots blocking the surrounding area, and nothing but mosquitoes can fly in. However, Ching Kong can play with mosquitoes. Just a move of his mind, under King Kong's full urging, a large black cloud was also condensed around him. An army of 6,000 mosquitoes, under the control of Ching Kong, all scattered and flew into the Uchiha resident. Buzzing! Damn, where are so many mosquitoes? The root staff on duty waved and cursed. Suppress you, be careful to be heard by the captain, and punish you to go to purgatory and confine you. Forward. Purgatory is a place where prisoners are punished by the roots. There is eerie and terrible, and the sky is not seen all the year round. The end is terrible. Hearing the warning from his teammates, the root ninja dared not speak anymore, and quickly silenced his voice. And the other side. King Kong's mosquito army has flown into the resident. Through the sharing of perspective, he also saw the dead bodies all over the floor, all from Uchiha's family. Have a big meal. What horror, what horrible, no strength is the real horror. While the blood of these corpses had not yet cooled, Ching Kong controlled the mosquito army to pounce straight down, occupying 10 corpses at once. 600 mosquitoes on each, start sucking. Hula la. Boom. Having never received so much energy at once, Ching Kong almost never got blown up. But the opportunity is rare, and there won't be so many in the future. Uchiha lay on the ground and let him breathe casually, so even if the body was in severe pain, Ching Kong still gritted his teeth and insisted on sucking. Suck. Just suck the horse. What could happen? Ching Kong didn't believe it anymore, he would really be crushed to death. 1 minute. 3 minutes. After sucking 10 corpses, replace 10 more. Hiding in the grass outside Uchiha's resident, Ching Kong was also swelled into a ball, his head seemed to be drunk, and he was a little confused. But he still remembered desperately sucking, and kept sucking. I don't know how long it took. 1 hour, or 2 hours. Just hearing a bang, as if something exploded, King Kong's body also shrank like a broken balloon. Knocked on the skull, regained consciousness. King Kong suddenly discovered that there was an 8-sided ball in his mind, as crystal clear as a blood diamond. How is this going? Try the Mosquito clone again, it is easier to control than before. Could it be that this is the ability to break through? I don't understand, but it is definitely a good thing. King Kong didn't think so much anymore. He seized the time and continued to control more mosquito forces to collect Uchiha's blood. 10,000. 20,000. 50,000. Obediently, this time he could control an army of 50,000 mosquitoes, nearly 10 times more than before. And absorbing blood, the same 10 corpses, now they don't feel uncomfortable anymore. King Kong was even more convinced that it was his ability to break through just now. Chapter 5. No, let's keep going. King Kong keeps up. After absorbing the blood of 30 corpses at one time, it felt a little bit supportive. However, as the blood absorbed more, King Kong also discovered that the heart in his body was also changing to the color of the blood diamond, and the speed was still very fast. My eyes are also a little itchy. King Kong rubbed his eyes, suddenly felt that seeing things were clearer, and the night could not block his sight. No way, no way. Can you start Sharingan if you suck blood? King Kong was a little unsure. He quietly nodded, made a small puddle on the ground, and looked down. Sure enough, it was expected again. Both of his eyes turned into blood-red Sharingan, and they were especially 3-go jade. A smile turned up from the corner of King Kong's mouth, and he instantly felt that this wave was very refreshing. Not only is the ability breakthrough, but he also accidentally obtained Sharingan, so he asked if the cowhide was cowhide. What's the matter, why are these corpses turned into mummies? A man in a black robe with a black pattern mask and hair that kills mad appeared in the Uchiha residence. He glanced at the mummy on the ground, and his words also revealed anger. This, I don't know, nothing happened before. Black White Zetsu came out, also full of doubts on his face. Idiot, haven't you noticed a problem? Obito was annoyed by the mask. You know, he hasn't collected a few pairs yet with Sharingan. No. You, really rubbish. Obito became even more angry, and said angrily, let's see if these Sharingan can be recycled. Hey White Zetsu stepped forward to check after hearing the words, and then shook his head. No, these corpses are severely short of water, all the inside is dry and shrunken, and the same goes for the eyeballs. Obito's called in anger, the kind that can't be added. Although ordinary Sharingan has no effect on him, it is not good to use as an Aki ninjutsu as a spare eye. This is a means of life-saving, it cannot be too much. Besides, the destruction of the Uchiha clan is the beginning of Project Tsuki no Mi. Obito will never allow anyone to sabotage and block his plan. And this guy who sucked up Uchiha's body was obviously an unplanned factor. Must be eradicated. Let's split up and find this guy first. I want to see who is against me. Good. Obito waved his hand, and when he disappeared into the ground, he also turned on Kamui Sharingan, and a Uzumaki teleported away. The Uchiha clan has a total population of only a few hundred people, which still counts the peripheral members. King Kong sucks 30 people at a time, and it can be done in a few minutes. To be honest, he kills faster than Uchiha Itaki and Obito. This also led to the fact that King Kong can only do things behind them, and the Mosquito army is also more careful, and will never appear on a large scale to avoid exposing itself. Through the perspective of the Mosquito, King Kong suddenly discovered that a corpse in front of him had not yet completely died. This is a little girl, more than 10 years old, with long black hair, a delicate and cute blood-stained face, and a mole under the corner of her right eye. Could this be Uchiha Spring, Skunk's childhood sweetheart? When I first watched anime, King Kong was quite impressed with this character, so when I saw this mole, I couldn't help but guess. As for why she is not dead yet, Ching Kong controlled the mosquito to check, and he found that the fatal wound of the girl was on the left side of the front of Hungary, but it did not hurt the heart too much. This is not because the enemy is lighter, but the girl's heart grows a little bit off. Good luck. Of course, if no one saves her, she won't be able to survive tonight. Buzzing. The mosquito army gathered into an adult, and a 20-year-old masked Ching Kong appeared. He held his chin with one hand and thought about whether or not to save the girl. The key is whether there is any benefit in doing so. 2 minutes later, when Uchiha Kwan's life was getting weaker, Ching Kong decided to save her. Not to mention, the blood of Uchiha will become a swan song in the future, with great collection value. Uchiha Spring is not a small girl in her own right. Even if it doesn't work, I can use her to exchange some good things on Uchiha Itaki in the future. Of course, Ching Kong will never let out the things that are generally available. Squatting down, Ching Kong controlled a few mosquitoes to fly into the wound of Uchiha Spring, repaired her heart wound, and transported blood. Swallowed hundreds of Uchiha's blood. King Kong's body has become extraordinary now. Not only is there an octagonal blood crystal in his mind, but even the heart has completely turned into a blood diamond look. In addition, his blood is not ordinary blood anymore. Crystal clear, extremely high vitality, and regardless of model, it is a great tonic for anyone. It can be said that the current Ching Kong is a walking ginseng fruit. The healing effect of his blood is stronger than that of Uzumaki phosphorus. Reverse transport, curing a dying Uchiha Spring, is simply a breeze. In just a few minutes, Uchiha Spring, which was on the verge of death just now, has immediately recovered as before, waking up with a whisper. Who are you? Aegyalo got up, Uchiha Chuan took out and looked at Ching Kong without warning. Chapter 6. Let's talk about it in a single chapter. I'm an old author. I have written books for many years, and there are no more than 100 or dozens of books, so I don't have to worry about the number of updates. At present, there are 90,000 words in the manuscript. Everyone can help send some free things, such as flower tickets, etc. I will try to add as many as possible. Before it is put on the shelves, at least 4 changes a day are guaranteed. It started at least 10 more on the day it was launched. It depends on the situation afterwards, but it will not be less than 4 or 5 shifts. As for adding more rules, the big guys just watch it, and support it if you like it. 3,000 flowers plus 1 more. 1,000 reviews plus 1 more. 20th monthly pass plus 1 more. 100 comments plus 1 more. Reward is free, we don't force this, but if there are big guys to join us, we will definitely add more. I hope everything goes well in this book, and I also ask for your support. Chapter 7. Little guy, this is how you treat the savior. Ching Kong hugged his arms and looked at Uchiha Spring with cold eyes. Savior. In a daze, Uchiha Chuan also remembered the past. It was the guy wearing the black pattern mask who cut it off with a sickle and killed himself directly. Touching the marks on Hun's mouth, except for the damaged clothes, the wounds on his body were gone. Uchiha Chuan also understood everything in an instant. Thank you, you saved me. Are you Konoha's ninja? Konoha's ninja? Haha. Ching Kong smiled and pointed to the mask on his face again. If I am Konoha's ninja, do I still have to cover my face when I go out? Forward. Uchiha Izumi bit his lower lip and said, then what is your purpose in coming to Uchiha Station, is to? You don't need to know what I'm going to do, little guy. If you have time to ponder my business, why not consider your own situation first? Ching Kong looked up at the moon in the sky, nodded and said, well, at this time period, I am afraid that you Uchiha clan are almost dead. What? Uchiha Chuan opened her eyes wide, but thinking about the scene she saw before, she had to consider this possibility again. No. Mother, her. As soon as he turned around, Uchiha Chuan ran towards the distance. Ching Kong didn't stop it either, because he wanted to see if Uchiha Chuan would also open Mangeki Sharingan after experiencing such a cruel impact. Slowly following behind, Ching Kong seemed to have come for a walk, passing by the corpses one by one. Soon, Uchiha Chuan ran to a small courtyard. But the situation in the small courtyard stopped her and stood on the spot blankly. Because they are all dead. Her mother, 2 servants. The 3 of them were lying in a pool of blood, no longer breathing. No, this is not true. Like a walking corpse, he staggered to his mother's side. Uchiha Chuan squatted down while shedding tears and reached out to touch her mother's cheek. But at the moment of contact, the cold feeling made Uchiha spring resemble an electric shock, and suddenly withdrew his hand. She can't believe it. His mother just left. Weeping silently, Uchiha Chuan's shoulders trembled. What a cowardly performance, tisk tisk. You. Uchiha Izumi turned around abruptly, his eyes full of murderous aura. Yes, that's the look. Ching Kong slapped his hands twice and smiled slightly. If you want to avenge your mother, you must have such a killing intent. Of course, it is not against me, but against the murderers who killed your mother. Who? Do you know who the murderer is? Certainly. Ching Kong smiled again and said, it's okay to tell you directly, one of the murderers is your childhood sweetheart, Uchiha Itachi. What? It's impossible. How could Itachi do such a thing? Uchiha Izumi's eyes widened and he couldn't believe it. What's impossible? Ching Kong flicked off his sleeves and said with disdain, the Uchiha clan has signs of rebellion. In order to ensure the safety of the village, Uchiha Itachi accepted Hokage's appointment and took action to solve all this personally. And Uchiha Itachi's solution, you have seen it with your own eyes now, that is to kill all the Uchiha clan personnel, come to the bottom of the pan, and cut the roots. Everyone is dead, so naturally there is no way to rebel. This. Uchiha Izumi's body trembled, and his spirit trembled. Of course, Uchiha Itachi is not completely annihilating humanity. In addition to killing your mother, his parents, that is, the patriarch and his wife, there are also 99% of the clansmen. Nothing else. Suzuki, do you know? It's brother Itachi's younger brother, he is safe and sound now. Because Itachi has already negotiated terms with Konoha's senior management. As long as he kills all the Uchiha clan, Konoha will not touch his younger brother's hair. Not only that, after Itachi defected in the future, Konoha will help him take care of his younger brother and raise him to grow up. Uchiha Chuan. Does it feel very loving? In exchange for this special treatment with the lives of the whole people, this kind of love and greatness is completely beyond words. Little guy, are you right? Enough. Stop talking. Uchiha Chuan suddenly interrupted Ching Kong, and yelled up to the sky, Uchiha Itachi. I want to kill you. I will definitely kill you. As the saying goes, the depth of love is the utmost responsibility. It was originally a pair of childhood sweethearts of Liang Xiaohu, and the innocent feelings are not mixed with any color. But now, Uchiha Chuan's hatred for Itachi has also grown infinitely, surpassing that innocent feeling 100 times, or even 1,000 times. The eyes are red as blood, and the 3-hook jade pattern is gradually linked together. That's right, under extreme hatred and grief, Uchiha Izumi started Mangeki Sharingan. But because she was too young, her body and chakra were not strong enough to support this load, so after only a few seconds of turning it on, she fainted. Get it done. Ching Kong smiled slightly, feeling that today is really not in vain. Not only did I have a round belly and I was very happy, but I also got a pair of Mangeki Sharingan by accident. Yes, it is really satisfying. 2 steps forward, as soon as Uchiha Spring was mentioned, Ching Kong planned to leave here first. But suddenly, a beam of blade light slammed across, as fast as lightning. At the critical moment, Ching Kong directly threw Uchiha Spring into the air and took the knife with his own mouth. Stabbed. The skirt of his clothes was broken. Ching Kong was also chopped off by this knife and flew out several meters, and then fell heavily to the ground. P.S. Haha, do you want a cover? You actually gave it to me, hey. In addition, I would like to thank everyone for your support. Chapter 8. Who are you? Uchiha Itachi stood on the eaves and asked coldly. Hehe, who am I doing the sneak attack? It turns out that it is you, Mr. Skunk, who kills his father and his mother and is not a son of man. Ching Kong slowly raised his head, and a smile of disdain was drawn from the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Itachi's eyes were cold. Although he did this, he was forced to do so, and there was no other way. If Uchiha and Konoha are allowed to go to war, the result can only give an opportunity to the enemy country and cause Konoha to be completely destroyed. God knows how determined Uchiha Itachi was before he made his decision tonight. Of course, others are not allowed to talk nonsense. No matter who you are or what organization you are from, since you are here, you can completely stay and bury the Uchiha clan. With one brush, Uchiha Itachi disappeared from the eaves in an instant. Reappearing, he has reached King Kong's side and cut across his head. When he didn't even bother to hide, Ching Kong directly used his forehead to take the knife. There was a sound of golden and iron clinking, just like the previous stab at the mouth of Hungarian. King Kong's forehead was only broken with a layer of skin, and then it was back to the original state in a blink of an eye. This is all because now Ching Kong is a mosquito clone. And his army of mosquitoes, after the upgrade tonight, the strength of the insect body has also been greatly improved. I dare not say that it is harder than diamond, but at least it is not weaker than ordinary steel. The steel head is still the kind with solid chakra. Uchiha Itachi, no matter how good he is, without any mental preparation, he can't cut it with a single cut. Therefore, after cutting this second knife, Uchiha Itachi himself was dumbfounded. He rushed out a long distance, and opened his position with Ching Kong. Hardened earth style? Are you from Iwagakure? Uchiha Itachi asked, raising his long knife. Well, I misunderstood it. Ching Kong smiled and didn't bother to explain it. He moved his neck and said, it's up to you. If you want to fight, hurry up. If you don't fight, I will take the person away. Beckoning, Uchiha Spring, which was carried by the mosquito army, also flew to King Kong's side. Uchiha Itachi frowned, but soon he let go, turned his head and left. Hello, what do you mean? Ching Kong didn't understand anymore. How could he leave without saying anything? Uchiha Itachi paused, then took another step, and said, I am not the only one here tonight, you guys, just do it yourself. Is it okay to change your face in a blink of an eye and turn an enemy into a friend in a second? However, as a traverser, Ching Kong is not unable to guess the mind of Uchiha Itachi. Although Uchiha Itachi was very cruel, for the sake of the safety of the village, he actually slaughtered the whole family and even the whole clan. But it is undeniable that Uchiha Itachi has love in his heart and is a kind person. It was only that he was severely poisoned by the will of fire, and he took the class of his friend Shisui again, so he embarked on the path of no return of this three-faced spy. As for why he didn't do it and let himself go, from King Kong's point of view, the reason is also very simple, that is, that conscience is at work. It can be said that if the Uchiha clan is willing to compromise and withdraw from Konoha, Uchiha Itachi will certainly not act tonight. If there are friends to help, not alone. Let a few Uchiha people escape Konoha, Uchiha Itachi will not stop him, maybe he will help. Such a pity. The Uchiha clan will not compromise, and Itachi has no friends to help. His only friend, Shisui, had already died in front of him. The night of annihilation. This is a desperate choice made by a lonely man. Under the double-sided attack of Konoha and Obito, Uchiha Itachi had to do it. Of course, to understand, Ching Kong still looks down on Uchiha Itachi. Anyway, if you put him on him, even if you fight with Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, he will not kill his family. Most likely, Ching Kong will only rebel with the tribe. Right. What's wrong with him? There are so many things to worry about, so why is Konoha safe and peaceful in the world? Eating 2 or 2 rice, but worrying about the hearts of the people of the village, I really have nothing to burn in idle. Pigs and dogs are not as good. Really, this behavior of Uchiha Itachi sacrifices a small number of people for the benefit of the majority. What's the difference between this and the seller boat tickets in the 2012 movie? What's more, this small group of people are still their relatives. Even one's own relatives can be slaughtered, how is it different from that beast? 1 shisui, 1 ferret. They are all 2 or 5 boys who eat inside and outside, and they are also the most despised role of Ching Kong in Hokage, inferior to Danzo and his like. Obviously he had a good card in his hand, but the start was sloppy. This is no longer a problem of stinky hands, it's purely mindless. Shaking his head, Ching Kong didn't bother to look at Uchiha Itachi, who was about to disappear. He lifted the Uchiha spring, then flew straight up and flew out of Uchiha's residence. It really made a lot of money tonight, not only drew hundreds of Uchiha's blood, but also Uchiha spring, a pair of newly opened Mangeki. The only regret is that Uchiha Fugaku's pair of Mangeki, Ching Kong didn't get it. Because they were taken away by the skunk, they connected the bodies of the couple. The reason for this is also related to Ching Kong himself. It was he who made too much movement and turned hundreds of corpses of the Uchiha clan into mummified corpses. Once discovered, Uchiha Itachi will of course not leave the bodies of Fugaku and his wife. A matter of reason. Of course, if you didn't get it, you didn't get it, and Ching Kong didn't have anything to entangle. He threw Uchiha spring into a cave in the back mountain forest, and let the mosquitoes look at it. The body also withdrew to the orphanage and went to rest first. P.S. Well, the resources I have are games, videos, comics, and novels. There are more than 60 saved. If you want, just think about it. Chapter 9. No words for a night. Early the next morning. Where is this? Uchiha Chuan woke up and knocked on his head in a daze. Mount Konoha, Death Forest. You. Suddenly seeing King Kong's mosquito clone, Uchiha Chuan was also taken aback. Why, I forgot everything last night. No. Uchiha Izumi gritted his teeth, and some killing intent appeared in his eyes. Uchiha Itachi. I must kill him. Then your current strength is not enough. Ching Kong shook his head, sat down on a rock in the cave, and said, Uchiha Itachi's talent and growth experience, you should know better than me. What's more, he has turned on Mangeki Sharingan now, and can slaughter hundreds of Uchiha people overnight, and even Janin can't hold it for several rounds in his hands. How about you, how many seconds can you last? Uchiha Izumi lowered his head and clenched his fists. This is giving up. No. I won't give up. Uchiha Chuan raised her head and her eyes became more determined. She suddenly knelt in front of Ching Kong and begged, My lord, no matter who you are, please teach me ninjutsu. I want to avenge my mother. Ching Kong didn't respond immediately. He touched his chin and thought for a while before saying, It's not impossible to teach you, but I won't teach people for free. As long as the adults agree, I can give anything. Oh? Are you including yourself? Yes. The hesitation in his heart was completely shattered by the death of his mother. Uchiha Chuan unwaveringly cried. Okay. Ching Kong did not conceal his happiness. He helped Uchiha Chuan up and said, Remember, you are already mine besides the road of revenge. You can't even die without my order, understand? It's an adult, Chuan must remember. Uchiha Chuan knelt down on one knee again, expressing his steadfast heart. The other side. Unlike the mosquito clone, the 7-year-old body still inevitably has to go to school after getting up early in the morning. Coming all the way to the school slowly, Ching Kong found that the second pillar was absent. It's just that the news of Uchiha's extermination hasn't come out yet, and the classroom is still the same as usual. Ching Kong-kun, this is a loving bento I personally prepared for you, please taste it. A little girl walked in front of Ching Kong, holding the delicate and beautiful pink bento box in both hands, bending down and said solemnly. Forward. Go away, King Kong-kun won't eat your food. Before Ching Kong had time to speak, Cosmos Ino appeared. She squeezed away the girl holding the lunch box and sat beside Ching Kong. As if by magic, he took out a lunch box and said to Ching Kong with a smile, Ching Kong-kun, please try this breakfast. I made this by myself. Ching Kong is speechless, for these little girls who are too precocious. Maybe this is Konoha's style. In a comfortable life, I like to talk about love, without any sense of tension. This is the success of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, but it is also his failure. After all, although a comfortable life is good, it will also make people lose their morale. While other countries are struggling to develop and struggle hard, Konoha has always had a playful mentality. To be honest, it is necessary to talk about competitiveness. If it is not for the country of fire, which has vast resources, abundant resources, and the most powerful logistics, here is the early special. Students, let's talk about Konoha's development history today. It's another boring day. Ninja school, they don't teach ninjutsu, they just talk about messy things, so that students can learn history and the will of fire. This is so, isn't it a waste of time? At least for Ching Kong, this is absolute. So at noon, he simply made another Mosquito clone to replace himself in school, and the deity went to find a place where no one was there to practice. Ah, Ching Kong-kun, I'm really sorry for not seeing you cultivating here. A cowardly voice came from nearby, causing Ching Kong to turn his head. It's little Hinata, why are you here? I went to Nara's house with my father today, so I didn't go to school. Her face flushed when she was called by a little Hinata, but she still tried to explain. Oh. Ching Kong nodded, and didn't care much. Because in the school, Hinata is inherently small and transparent, with a low sense of presence. If it hadn't been for today, Ching Kong wouldn't know that she hadn't gone to school. After all, he wouldn't pay attention to this aspect. Then you are here, to practice. Hey Hinata bowed first, and then explained, my talent is not good. I can only catch up with everyone if I spend more time practicing. I'm so sorry to disturb you. Where? This is polite, Ching Kong is really convinced. He waved his hand and said, I just came here today. I didn't know it was your site. Then you can practice here. I'll change another place. No need. Hinata hurriedly shook his hand and said, the place is very big here, King Kong-kun can be used at will, no need to find a place. Will it bother you? No, it's okay. Okay then. Of course, if you can't change the place, you won't change it. Ching Kong is not so hypocritical. He turned away from Hinata for a distance, and then began to practice alone. Before, the fat nun of the orphanage gave Ching Kong a scroll, which recorded several basic ninjutsu. Water style, water barrier. Water style, water dragon bomb. Wind style, 1,000 faces wind. Earth style, Tolong gun. 4 ninjutsu, 3 offense and 1 defense. The most powerful is B-level ninjutsu, water dragon bomb. Ching Kong practiced one by one several times first. All 3 C-level ninjutsu were learned instantly, and the water dragon bomb was only completed 3 or 5 times. Chapter 10. Water style, water dragon bomb. The seal was completed in an instant, and Ching Kong folded his hands together. In the next second, a huge faucet condensed around him, and the faucet opened its mouth, spitting out water bombs after another. Boom! 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 The woods in the distance were directly beaten by these water bombs, making them chaotic. Of course, so is the power of B-level ninjutsu. It is impossible to destroy a large area at a time like an A-level and an S-level, just like a missile. Wow! Ching Kong-kun is amazing. But that's it, little Hinata was also surprised and couldn't help but scream. Until Ching Kong looked at her, the little girl felt that she had done something wrong again, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Her cheeks were completely red. Yes. I'm sorry, Ching Kong-kun, I interrupted your practice. Hinata bowed and apologized. As for? Ching Kong sucked his teeth. To be honest, he really wanted to try insulting this girl and see how she could react. Is it to fight to the death? Still keep tears and give up struggling? This question is always very interesting. Of course, Ching Kong is not so perverted yet. In broad daylight, Aunt Rang, who is alone in the wild, is not like a skunk to study, is it too, beast? The key, Auntie Crab, is not allowed either. Ah, Hinata. Hey, here. I have a question for you. Yes, what is it? Can your Hyuga clan use ninjutsu? This is okay. Then why haven't you used it? Little Hinata lowered his head and thought for a while, and then slowly explained, this is King Kong-kun. We Hyuga are not in the ninja family line. I don't know the specifics. I just follow the inheritance of our ancestors and have been practicing. It's just ninjutsu. Oh, got it. Ching Kong nodded and said, then you Hyuga will marry a foreigner. This. As the sun sets, the grass grows and the warbler flies. At dusk, the woods were plated with gold. Ching Kong and Hinata were sitting on a dead tree. As time went by, they also talked more and more happily. Even Xiao Hinata put down his restraint, and was amused by the jokes Ching Kong said from time to time. Ah, it's so late. Unknowingly, the sun had already set, and little Hinata also stood up quickly. Sorry to say, sorry Ching Kong-kun, it took you so long. I apologize for what? Ching Kong also stood up and smiled, unless you haven't regarded me as a friend. Ah, friend. Little Hinata's face flushed, her hands entangled and said, I certainly would like to be friends with Ching Kong-kun, but don't you think I'm too stupid? Ma yet, what a self-confident baby this is. In other words, how did the daughter Hinata grow up? Naruto has Naruto's suffering, but Hinata, who doesn't have a friend and has not been recognized by anyone, is probably not much worse than him. Maybe because of this, the two of them will come together in the future? Do two people of the same fate hug each other to warm each other? Ching Kong shook his head, feeling that talking to this kind of person was really exhausting, because he was too sensitive. Hinata, everyone is different. They have their own shortcomings and strengths. You don't need to bear so many things. Don't care about others' evaluations. Life is inherently difficult. It is the most important thing to live by yourself. Hey, I really listen to Konoha. Talk is better than reading 10 years. Hinata felt that King Kong's words really meant her heart, and she didn't want to bear so much, she didn't want to live in the eyes of others. It's just a pity. As the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan, she can't help many things. Ching Kong-kun, do you live out of yourself? Little Hinata couldn't help asking again after bowing. Working hard now. After squeezing his fist, Ching Kong looked into the distance and said, work hard and improve your strength. In fact, this is fighting for yourself. If you use the words of shinobi to describe it, then this is my shindo. Not for others, not for the world, but for myself, to live a different and wonderful life. For a while, Hinata was dumbfounded. Because she used to hear those heroic quotations, the will of fire and so on. Most of the thoughts led by Konoha are the noble spirit of serving the people and sacrificing others. How can someone be rebellious and selfish like Ching Kong, who only thinks about himself and doesn't care about others? But by the way, I don't know why, Hinata's heart trembled, feeling that this was what she wanted most. What a world-famous hero is admired. What the will of fire is loved by others. Those are not the lives that Hinata wants. She just wants to live a good life and be happy every day without so many worries. That's enough. Arigato, Ching Kong-kun. Hinata solemnly thanked him again and looked up and laughed. I think I understand what I want most, thank you very much. Well, what do you do so politely, aren't we friends? Yes, giggle. Haha. The two looked at each other and all laughed. Chapter 11. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. The Uchiha genocide has erupted, and it is well known. Although Konoha officially said that this was done by Uchiha Itachi, and set it as an S-rank rebel, set a huge reward. But this is just shocking, not the most terrifying news. Some ninjas who went to deal with corpses in the Uchiha clan land revealed the news after they came out. In the Uchiha clan, hundreds of corpses, all turned into weird corpses due to inexplicable reasons. All of them turned into corpses overnight. After the news came out, Konoha was also panicked, and he dared not go out in the evening. Because it's too scary. Some people say that this is Uchiha Itachi who has practiced evil ninjutsu and ate the souls of the whole family. Some people also say that this is the Uchiha clan that is too evil, God can't pass it, so they cast a vicious spell to punish them. In addition, there are rumors of monsters committing crimes, evil creatures cannibalism, etc., which scared Konoha's civilians to death. My lord, when will you teach me ninjutsu? In the dead forest. After 2 days of rest, Uchiha Chuan begged impatiently. She wanted to improve her strength as soon as possible so that she could avenge her mother. Chuan, you are too impatient. Ching Kong Avatar shook his head and said, the reason why I don't teach you right away is that I want you to understand a truth. At any time, don't get angry and lose your ability to judge. Listen, Uchiha Itachi is not that easy to kill. If you can't even the most basic calmness, what revenge is there? This, what the Lord taught me. Uchiha Izumi lowered his head, and slowly loosened his clenched fist. She breathed a sigh of relief and adjusted her mentality, and then said, thank you for your teaching, I will remember what happened today, and I will never make the same mistake again. Ching Kong nodded and said, take a rest for 2 more days. When you are completely prepared, I will teach you how to improve your strength. Yes, thank you sir. Uchiha Chuan bowed, then turned and went back to the cave. Ching Kong didn't care about her anymore, saying that the reason why she didn't teach it now was that Ching Kong didn't have so many ninjutsu in his hands. However, this matter can be resolved. In the evening, Ching Kong turned into a sky full of mosquitoes and flew to Uchiha's clan land. This time he came here for the ninjutsu collected by the Uchiha clan. As Konoha's largest family, Uchiha's collection is certainly extraordinary, and the number is not small. In the past 2 days, Konoha's executives were busy dealing with dead bodies and issuing wanted orders, and they had not had time to transfer the Uchiha family's property. This just gave Ching Kong an opportunity to take advantage of it. The mosquito army flew high in the sky, circled a few times over the Uchiha station, and then dispersed completely. This time I came for ninjutsu, of course, if I found other good things, Ching Kong would not let it go. In order to avoid exposing yourself, it is best to look for the target in the form of a mosquito, and the human clone does not have to appear. Buzzing. Through the crack in the door, Ching Kong flew to the patriarch's house first and searched for a wave. The blood stains on the tatami are still there, they are all traces left by Fugaku and his wife. But this has nothing to do with Ching Kong, he searched for 2 laps. And he did find some good things. I won't talk about silver tickets, calligraphy, paintings, and gold objects. There are also 2 famous knives and more than 10 ninjutsu scrolls. Pack them all. Under the control of Ching Kong, thousands of mosquitoes gathered into 2 hands, and then pulled a sheet to wrap up all the good things. Then, the mosquito army was divided into 2 groups. One wave sent things to the dead forest to hide, and the other wave of mosquitoes continued to search for the next place. First search all Uchiha high-level residences. What the elder's house, the steward, the police captain's house, Ching Kong never let go. After the whole trip, he searched 80 to 90 million taels for the banknotes alone. Not to mention the scrolls of ninjutsu, there are hundreds of scrolls in Ching Kong before the Uchiha's Tibetan scripture pavilion has been found. Of course, this also made him look forward to the Uchiha clan's Tibetan scripture pavilion. Hard work pays off. Be careful to avoid those root secret whistles and the ninjas on patrol. After turning around the resident for more than half a circle, Ching Kong finally found the right place. This is a very large ancestral hall, which enshrines the spiritual thrones of Uchiha's ancestors, and in a large back room, there are thousands of ninjutsu scrolls. An army of mosquitoes entered everywhere. Even though this place was very secretive, Ching Kong was still able to discover it. Then it's easy to say, it's nothing more than a few more transports. After a few hours, the sky gradually brightened. Ching Kong has moved more than 10 reels, and now only the last 2 reels are left. Click. Whew. The luck was not good, and it was too much to carry. Ching Kong was a little tired, and then he missed a moment and dropped a scroll on the ground, making a little movement. But it was this little movement that attracted several ninjas. Be careful and search me thoroughly. The leader ninja pushed open the door of the ancestral hall and waved his hand to command. Yes. Several other ninjas all entered the ancestral hall, dispersed and searched. Forget it, let's stop there. Anyway, I got the big head, and there are only 110 scrolls left. Don't worry. In order not to expose himself, Ching Kong directly abandoned this thing. He manipulated the mosquito army to blink, and then disappeared. This is not space-time ninjutsu. The mosquito army was transformed by King Kong's will and chakra. It was not a real life form. Of course, it disbanded when it wanted to. Chapter 12. My lord, something has happened. The ninjutsu scrolls collected by the Uchiha clan, as well as part of their property, have all been stolen. What? In the darkness, a terrifying and old face appeared, and it was Shimura-dan's. He hit the floor with a cane in his hand, and then asked in a cold voice, "Is there any clue? Who did it?" "My lord, the subordinates are incompetent." The root ninja knelt on one knee and lowered his head to explain, "The other party has come and gone without a trace, and there is no clue left, and we can't find it. A bunch of trash. The destruction of the Uchiha clan is due to Danzo. Naturally, the property left by Uchiha was regarded as his own. But now, he has lost so much inexplicably and halved the benefits of the plan to eradicate Uchiha. How can he not be angry or angry? Check, give me a thorough investigation." The old man doesn't believe it, and there are people who can escape the eyeliner of the roots and remove so many things from Konoha without knowing it. Yes. By the way, is there any clue to the previous incident? This, not yet. Go. A bunch of idiots. Yes. The root ninja trembled with fright, and hurriedly bowed and left. What Danzo asked was actually about the mummy. What monsters cannibalize people? Uchiha Itachi had practiced evil ninjutsu, and Danzo didn't believe in the bullshit. In his opinion, the night of Uchiha annihilation must have been brought in by forces that did not belong to Konoha. It's just that the other party is hiding well, and they haven't found their tail yet. But Danzo always believed that in his own territory, no one could escape his world. In the dead forest. It took 2 days for Ching Kong to build an underground base specifically to store those scrolls. It can be considered a nest for oneself. Then, Ching Kong used Ishin, which was a mosquito clone, for multiple purposes, and began to retreat in the base to practice ninjutsu. In fact, Before, Ching Kong itself only had 2 chakra attributes, wind and fire. But after absorbing so much blood, which led to the upgrade of his abilities, his chakra attributes have also changed to 5, and he has all the power, fire, thunder, and earth. In this way, you can practice any ninjutsu, which is a great thing. Go away. 2 pillars, which had not been seen in a few days, reappeared at the school, but their temper became worse. He slammed a male classmate away, then walked to the seat and sat down with an icy face. His attitude was as if someone owed him 800 million. Of course, this is also normal. After all, the whole family was dead, or killed by his own brother. Zuzi, who was only 7 years old, was able to survive school. This was not so strong. Fart Suzuki, what's the look? Naruto was lying on the table, uncomfortable, but his eyes kept on Suzuki, and there were a lot of worries hidden in it. Ching Kong-kun, Sasuke's family is really... Looking at the curious Ino, Ching Kong nodded slightly, but didn't explain much. Well, that kind of thing is indeed too unfortunate, but it is not something we can worry about. Ching Kong-kun, go to the barbecue restaurant after school, Shikamaru wants to treat. What? When did I say I'm going to treat you? Shikamaru quit, his face looked awkward. Did you forget what you said yesterday? I do not. Ino's eyes glared. Shikamaru's head suddenly went big and he waved his hand and surrendered directly. It's really troublesome. But Ino doesn't care about that. In order to have a meal with someone he likes, what's the matter with the little local tyrant Shikamaru? She smiled, and then took King Kong's arm and said, Ching Kong-kun, shall we go together after school? Ching Kong first glanced at Shikamaru with an uncomfortable face, then smiled and shook his head and said, forget it, I have things to do after school, next time I invite you. Hey, why is this? Ino was disappointed in an instant, and his whole body collapsed. It's not that King Kong's personality is so withdrawn and not sociable. The key point is that he does have a lot of things to do. He cultivates himself, develops abilities, and has to be distracted to teach Uchiha Chuan to learn ninjutsu. How can there be so much time for dinner or something? Not to mention, what he is going to school now is just a clone. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams palms. Too slow. In the woods, Ching Kong is competing with Hinata. For now, Ching Kong uses 3 Mosquito clones. One goes to school, the other teaches Uchiha Spring, and the last stays in the underground base to learn ninjutsu. But his body is practicing body art and various ways to develop Mosquito powers. Sometimes after school, Hinata will come to this forest to practice. When I met today, Ching Kong took the time to discuss with her. It can be considered to have seen the gentle fist method of Hyaga's family. It's a pity that Hinata is too weak, and hitting people is only a promise. This kind of discussion completely made Ching Kong not experience anything at all. Yes. I'm sorry, Ching Kong-kun. After the competition was over, Hinata hurriedly bowed to apologize. Here again, I tell you to be natural and don't pay too much attention to other people's feelings. It's too late. If you're tired, I can't understand it. Hey. Hinata bowed quickly and agreed, and Hinata scratched his hair again and smiled awkwardly. Habits formed over a long period of time can't really be changed for a while. Ching Kong is no more. He doesn't want to waste brain cells on this matter anymore. He beckoned and said, Hinata, use your most powerful moves to attack me, give me some strength. Yes. Ching Kong-kun, please be careful. Hurry up, you can't hurt me yet. Hi, here I am. Hinata took a pose, and then rushed to King Kong's front, punching him in the mouth. But her little loli did this, just to make Ching Kong feel cute, without lethality at all. Chapter 13. Of course, the gentle fist method has merits. Ching Kong threw away those messy thoughts and concentrated on fighting Hinata, mainly to get to know her gentle fist rules and routines. This is not difficult for Ching Kong. Not to mention that Hinata's boxing technique is still very immature, and the speed is not fast. Ching Kong itself has a mosquito ability. Over this period of time, after careful research, Ching Kong has also developed several new methods of use. 1. Like Gaara's sand armor, he also got a set of mosquito armor. In this way, if others hit him, they must first break through his mosquito armor, otherwise he would never want to injure one of his vellus hairs. 2. Sensing ability. As I said before, Ching Kong is an oversized mosquito. Even without eyes, he can perceive all living things in the dark. And go one step further, more nuanced and detailed. Ching Kong can also use this ability to perceive the body's blood vessels, meridians, and the strength of chakra. Therefore, even if no one explained the main points of Gentle Fist to him, he could deduce the secret of Gentle Fist by sensing Hinata's blood and the flow of chakra. Of course, with Hinata, King Kong's purpose is not to steal the teacher. A Gentle Fist method is nothing but it is not worth his brains. But in any case, this is also an advanced ninjutsu, and it is always possible to learn from it. Third, the method of using this ability is called Vientian by Ching Kong. The mosquito itself is a very small existence. An army of mosquitoes transformed from mind and chakra is also driven by an arm under King Kong's control. They can become anything if they want to combine and change. And in this way, there are more things to do. For example, the mosquito army is formed into a shield, a long knife of several tens of meters, and other than 18 weapons, there is no problem with another Gatling. If you play well in this way, you can fully improve your strength in all directions. When the time comes, even if it is against the cage-level powerhouse, Ching Kong will still be worthwhile. After all, Tsunagakure's few sand players, didn't they just use small gatherings to grow up, playing small sand particles into the most violent killing weapon in the ninja world, and then they are so awesome. I can do that too. Anyway, from King Kong's point of view, he is not bad at all. They play with sand and mosquitoes by themselves. In terms of unpredictability and practicality, Ching Kong feels that his mosquitoes are better. Actually, Ching Kong has more magical ideas. For example, by combining the mosquitoes and the sealed ninjutsu of the Vortex clan, he can display a super large defensive enchantment alone. Or, after practicing all the chakra attributes, you can get a thorough understanding. Not only can his mosquitoes be combined into cannons of various attributes, they may also be able to display a bloody succession similar to Dust Escape. Of course, it is certainly not easy to achieve that step. This is not just a matter of hard work, all kinds of ninjutsu knowledge must also be grandmaster, really understand it. It takes a lot of energy and time. However, Ching Kong is now in the stage of laying the foundation, and there is time to make these preparations. So work hard. If there is a will, everything will come true. Ching Kong believes that he can do it. Ching Kong-kun, thank you for accompanying me in my practice, goodbye. Bye. Farewell to Hinata. Ching Kong also walked back to the orphanage. In fact, he has been thinking about another thing all the time: how can he obtain the blood of others? Is it a matter of quantity? After all, he absorbed the blood of hundreds of Uchiha members and finally obtained Sharingan. But after this period of thinking and experiments, Ching Kong discovered that this may not be the most critical reason. Blood succession limit, it should have nothing to do with the number, the key is the purity of the blood. When Ching Kong sucks the blood of others, it will be purified to remove the dross, leaving only the most essential part, and then fusing it with itself. So, his current Sharingan is more powerful than the Uchiha clan. This is the effect of pure blood. In other words, Ching Kong shouldn't be called Sharingan anymore. Because this is his own power, coupled with the blood of hundreds of Uchiha, fuse the new eyes that were catalyzed together. Common Sharingan have red eyes and black Guyu. On King Kong's side, the black eyes and the bloody Guyu are just the other way round. In addition, Ching Kong still has a feeling that he doesn't need any mental stimulation to his eyes at all. As long as he gets older, he can automatically upgrade. It's not just Mangeki, it may even be like the Eternal Eye. This should be the pure benefit of blood. Just like Indra before, his brother Ashura didn't have Sharingan, didn't he also turn on Susanoo in full body? Whether Indra is the Eye of Eternity, there are different opinions in the past, and there is no final conclusion. Ching Kong didn't know either. Indra, his pupils are too strong, only Mangeki, or even 3 Tomo Sharingan can open Suzuo. Still, he was born forever. But no matter what, at least his existence can prove one thing, that is, the purer the blood, the stronger the power of blood succession boundary. This must be absolute. From another perspective, Indra's blood is strong enough, so his Sharingan does not have the side effects of blindness. And his descendants, with the passage of time, the power of blood is getting weaker and weaker, so they are getting more and more rubbish. Sharingan, there should be no Mangeki at the beginning, the distinction of eternal eyes. It's just that the blood of future generations is not good, and there are too many side effects. That's why they came up with so many names, and what else must be put on the eyes of the brothers in order to have eternal light. Even if you open a Mangeki, you have to kill relatives and friends, which shows how spicy it is. Chapter 14. Isn't this going to work? In the Death Forest, Ching Kong is conducting special training on Uchiha Spring. Climb trees and tread water, run with weights, and practice ninjutsu. Squeeze the last trace of chakra. Uchiha Spring is also tired like a falling dog, lying on the ground and can't get up. Ching Kong stepped up to her, holding his arms and said, "Listen, it's your own business to find Uchiha Itachi for revenge. I won't force you during training. As long as you want, you can go to rest now." "No. I can still hold on." Gritting his teeth, Uchiha Chuan supported the ground with both hands and climbed up tremblingly. "Since you are not reconciled, then run another 20 laps." "Yes." Uchiha Izumi roared and ran forward staggeringly, her sweat flashed across the air, and she looked shining in the sun. But life, as long as you bear hatred, there is not so much beauty. Ching Kong shook his head, turned into a black mist and disappeared in place. The other side. In the forest outside Konoha, the Ching Kong body has come out and is on the way to the water country. The reason why he wants to go to the water country is that Ching Kong has taken a fancy to Hui Yoryuki's blood inheritance boundary. It is currently 55 years of Konoha. 7 years after the end of the Third Ninja War, Kirigakura of Water Country is in the most chaotic period. Uchiha Obito took control of 4th Mizukage with illusion, and implemented the Blood Mist plan in the village, which led to the collapse of many blood succession families. For example, the Shuiwuyo clan. It's a pity that the time is not in a hurry, and this blood successor Ching Kong can't get it. But it doesn't matter, isn't there still the Yoryuki clan and the Ghost Lamp clan left? Calculating the time, Kagaya should also be about to have a rebellion, and Ching Kong went to the water country this time to take advantage of the opportunity to make some money. It's like Uchiha that night. Stop and go. Ching Kong is now in his 20s. He pretends to be a wandering trader, and first arrives at the West Blue Shore in a carriage. Then he chartered a small boat and floated all the way to the country of water. During the blood fog period, although the atmosphere of the water country was very tense, the entire territory was sealed off. But because the coastline is too long, it is impossible for them to have so many ninjas sent out, and there are sentries and so on every little distance. Randomly find a coast of no man's land to land. Ching Kong also entered the territory of the water country very smoothly. "Brother, come and play." Passing by a small town, Ching Kong smiled and dealt with the kabuki in those pubs, and walked forward again. He is dressed in ordinary clothes and sells various gadgets along the way, but Ching Kong secretly collects information, and the route he takes is always to Kirigakura. In this way, another 2 days passed. Ching Kong finally came to Kirigakure, but just as soon as he stepped into it, he felt that there were no less than 3 pairs of eyes staring at him around him. Are you so nervous? Ching Kong felt that he still underestimated the impact of the blood fog policy. He tried to maintain a normal expression, pretending that nothing happened, and proceeded as usual. When you come to someone's site, you really have to be careful. Even with the Mosquito power, 3 Tomo Sharingan and Chakra have already surpassed the Jainin level. However, there are many capable people in this world, and Ching Kong doesn't think that he can fight one enemy 10,000, and one person can fight the entire Kirigakure. At least not yet. Sir, buy a toy for the child. Little girl, this card is 80 taels, how about I give you 2 more rubber bands? Auntie, this price is really not good. Like an ordinary hawker, Ching Kong sells things on the street and is not in a hurry to do other things. Until half a day passed, the gaze staring at him reduced to 2 pairs, and then there was the last one. But this one is like the tarsal ant, when it is almost dark, the other party has not let off the supervision of Ching Kong. It doesn't seem to go anymore. Ching Kong didn't care about this either, and when it was all dark, he looked for a hotel to stay. Although Kirigakure is implementing the blood fog policy and shutting down the country, this is all aimed at ninja villages in other countries and it is forbidden to communicate with each other. As for ordinary merchants, they are not within the restrictions of this blockade. Of course, in case there are spies from other countries infiltrate, there should be no less surveillance, just like Ching Kong is now. Even when he was sleeping, the other party did not leave. The next day early morning, after eating breakfast, Ching Kong went to the streets to sell as usual, but in fact some mosquitoes were secretly separated and went to various places in Kirigakure to search for information. He is here for the blood of the Kyoryuaki clan. At least he has to make sure where he lives. Don't let things happen at that time, and you're still selling this card, it's funny. Hey, how do you sell this blue card? A big girl came to Ching Kong. Although she was asking about the price of issuing the card, her eyes kept staring at King Kong's face. Isn't it? Ran into a nympho? Ching Kong twitched the corners of his mouth and glanced at the girl. There was a twitch on top of her light chestnut hair. Cut, how old are you still doing this kind of hairstyle? It's childish. Look at the face again, it's pretty, big eyes, red lips, plus this perfect figure. No way, could it be, that Terumi Mei? It wasn't King Kong's hindsight. The key point was that he didn't think about it at all. He had just arrived in Kirigakure for only a day, and this came across the most beautiful girl in the water country. Hey, do you need to think about it for that long? Sorry, Chinjui 100 taels. Take 3, is there a discount? 2, I'll give you 3 more rubber bands. Well, wrap it up for me. When taking out his wallet, Terumi Mei seemed to say casually, Boss, I have a question for you. What? Are you an outsider? Yes, from Thunder Country. Then, did you know that the current economic situation in the water country is very bad, and a large number of people can't even eat? And you, a mobile merchant like you, do not go to those rich countries to do business, but cross the ocean. Deliberately, what did you think about going to the country of water to sell goods? Hemp, do you want to be so cheating? Chapter 15. Ching Kong couldn't help but twitched the corner of his mouth. But more importantly, if he doesn't pretend to be a vendor, I'm afraid he won't even be able to enter Kirigakure's door. Oh, have you ever heard of doing the opposite? Ching Kong changed his mind. What's the meaning? As you said, the economy of water country is not very good. Everyone knows this kind of thing, so no vendors will come to water country to do business anymore. No one comes, it means that the competitiveness is low. And when I came here, didn't I just fill this vacancy and make a lot of money? Ching Kong smiled and continued, the country of water is very big, even if it is poor, it is enough to feed small traders like me. Anyway, I am not that kind of big business, you think. It makes sense. Terumi Mei couldn't help but nodded, and his suspicion of Ching Kong was also weakened a lot. Unexpectedly, you, a small trader, are quite clever. Isn't it a stubborn talent to just do this little business? Haha, it's just a meal, you raised it. Ching Kong smiled and waved his hand. Not necessarily, many people don't see it as transparently than you. Where, I'm also listening to this. I learned it from a senior in business, but I didn't come up with it by myself, haha. All right. Terumi Mei didn't care about it, and took the card issued by Ching Kong, and she turned and left. By the way, if you stay here for a long time, you'd better go to the Mizukage building to report again, so as not to be caught as a spy. Terumi Mei reminded it purely. Thank you, I will go. Waved her hand, Terumi Mei walked away completely this time. Ching Kong also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was quite tiring to be questioned, not to mention being a smart person like Terumi Mei, it was really hard to cheat. Another few days passed after the dazzling. After some investigation, Ching Kong finally found the residence of the Hui-Yoryuaki tribe, but what he didn't expect was that the Hui-Yoryuaki tribe had long been excluded by Mizukage, and was distributed to live outside the village. This is really, play it. If I knew this, I wouldn't come in. Okay. Silent Ching Kong, in the evening, he left a mosquito clone in the hotel to hide. The main body flew out of Kirigakure and arrived at a relatively remote location in the Kagaya clan in the southeast corner. Haha, drink. Oh. That won't work, you are such a waste. At night, there are still many people in the Hui-Yoryuaki clan who have not slept and are drinking and eating meat by the campfire. The rude guys, with dark circles under their eyes, combed their hair like Neza, and matched their big square faces, they were ugly and ugly. Master Patriarch, what does Mizukage mean? Do you want us to live in such a remote place? Yes, it's so beautiful. If it doesn't work, just go the other way. I've seen that little dwarf a long time ago, and he's not a man at all. Yes, reverse them. Ho ho, it's the other way around. A group of Kagaya people raised their fists and shouted, taking the lead to rebel. If this happens in a normal family, as the head of the family, anyone who has a bit of a brain must be pressured first and see how things change. But Hui-Yoryuaki is different from others, and their patriarch is also a weird thing. A middle-aged man sits in the first place with the same square face and Neza head, but he is the head of the Hui-Yoryuaki clan. He took a vicious bite of the leg of lamb, chewed it twice, then swallowed it with a grunt, and then said, "Then gather the fighting power of the clan, let's reverse it together." This is as simple as eating. When the Kagaya people heard this, they all screamed like an orc party. Roar! Reversed! Go to war! For the Hui-Yoryuaki clan, war or something is really like eating and drinking. They advocate violence and are not afraid of death. If there is no chance for them to vent their excess force, then it would be the worst thing for them. On the treetops in the distance, Ching Kong, who saw these things in his eyes, couldn't help but shook his head. The Kirigakure is definitely the most unstable factor of Kirigakure, and it is a very scary hidden danger. Of course, it is Kirigakure's high-level people who should have a headache, and it has nothing to do with Ching Kong. Buzzing. Turning into a black cloud, Ching Kong flew away from the treetops and headed towards the depths of the residence of the Hui-Yoryuaki clan. After turning around twice, they finally found the place where they were holding the prisoners. Ching Kong also bypassed the guards and flew in with the Mosquito army. This is an underground space, and there is a prison in a dark cave. It's dinner, brat. You will be used soon, don't starve lousy here. A guard came over, threw a tray of food on the ground, and then turned and left. Inside the prison, there is a child who is 8 or 9 years old with a thin body. He hadn't eaten for most of the day, but he didn't even look at the food sent by the guard. Why? I want to stay in this kind of place. In the dim space, the child muttered to himself. He took out a bone knife and plunged it into a figure carved on the wall. Why, did I do something bad? Bah! Laugh! Stabbed again and again, the child was venting his hatred. God, is there really a God in this world? If so, why do you want me to be locked in such a place? The child's hatred became heavier and heavier, and he suddenly raised the bone knife, about to insert it into the head of the wall portrait. But the next moment, he stopped for an instant and stood still on the spot. Do you really want to leave here? Kimimaro. The portrait on the wall is alive, his eyes are like a black abyss, mysterious and terrifying. Are you a god? Kimimaro was already stunned and couldn't help asking. Chapter 16. God. The portrait sneered and said, for some people, it may be, but for more people, I am more of a demon. The devil. Whispering the word softly, Kimimaro's eyes are getting brighter, because he is not afraid of the dark, but does not want to live alone. It's like a weed, no one notices even if it dies. That kind of meaningless life is what Kimimaro doesn't want. Master Demon King, are you here to take me away? Yes, Kimimaro, I need you to fight for me instead of wasting my life in this dirty prison and living humble. The portrait stretched out a hand and said, come on, Kimimaro, as the knight chosen by the devil, you should set off now. As you wish, my lord. Excited, Kimimaro knelt down on one knee, then reached out a hand and placed it in the portrait's hand. As if sinking into a quagmire. Kimimaro slowly disappeared into the prison, and the idol was also empty. In a forest a few miles away from the Yoryuaki clan. One big and one small, two figures emerged from the ground. It was Kimimaro who had just disappeared, and he was an adult, opening the special Sharingan Ching Kong. Cold face, dark eyes, plus a slender black robe. Don't say, King Kong's current appearance is indeed a bit of a devil's meaning. Kimimaro believes in this even more. After breathing a few breaths of fresh air, he knelt down in front of Ching Kong again, and said solemnly, Master Devil, thank you for your salvation and need. Kimimaro swears to God that in the future, he will kill all enemies for the Lord. Back. Well, you are interested, Kimimaro. Ching Kong smiled slightly, helped Kimimaro up, patted his shoulder and said, I feel your will, but your current strength is not enough. Let's practice hard first. I look forward to your performance in the future. Yes, my lord. Kimimaro nodded firmly, full of expectation in his heart. For the next 2 days, Ching Kong stayed in the forest to teach Kimimaro, and of course he was also monitoring the movements of the Hui Yoryuaki clan. On Kirigakuru's side, the clone was still pretending to be a hawker, and Tenten went to the street to sell goods so as not to be exposed. Meet again, Sunny. It's Terumi Mei, good morning. When they met on the street again, Ching Kong smiled and said hello. As for Sunny, it was his alias now. Terumi Mei also smiled, bending her mouth and said, how has the business been in the past 2 days? Has it met your expectations? Very good, the villagers in Kirigakura are very kind and often come to patronize my business. Haha, you are really optimistic. Terumi Mei couldn't help but shook her head, because her family knew her family affairs. Kirigakura, who is implementing the blood fog policy, is under great pressure from top to bottom, whether it is a ninja or ordinary people. Once there is a slight disturbance, everyone will be vigilant and extremely nervous. Still kind? That's not Miss Shinobi of blood in Terumi Mei's eyes at all. Since the business is good, then you continue to cheer. Turning around, Terumi Mei considered it, and finally couldn't help but wave his hand. The village is not very safe these days. You'd better not go out at night, otherwise something will happen, and such a nice little brother will just disappear. It's really a shame. Shrimp? Are you being molested? Seeing Terumi Mei leaving behind, Ching Kong couldn't help but twitched his mouth. God is so fragrant that the jade is lost. Is this a vocabulary that can be used on men? It is enough. Pushing his own car, Ching Kong changed a place to continue selling goods. However, after Terumi Mei's reminder, he could feel that he might not be far from the rebellion of the Kyoryuaki clan. After all, Kirigakure is already aware of it. In a blink of an eye, another day and night passed. The Ching Kong body, who was resting in the forest outside Kirigakure, suddenly opened his eyes. "My lord, what's the matter?" Kimimaro also stopped practicing and asked suspiciously. "The Kyoryuaki clan has started a riot and is on the way to Kirigakure. This is their last craziness. Come and see it with me." "Yes." Kimimaro has no emotions, even if it is related to the decline and death of the Kyoryuaki clan. 10 minutes later, the two came to a hillside, and members of the Kyoryuaki clan gathered here, but they couldn't make any further progress. Because Kirigakure had been prepared for a long time, he sent a large number of ninjas to come and besiege the Yoryuaki people. Kill. Go to hell. Water style, great waterfall technique. In all directions, they are all ninjas of mist shinobi. Even the members of the Kyoryuaki clan are very powerful and resistant to beatings, but facing enemies several times theirs, they are now defeated and at a disadvantage. Damn it! Tang Song's dance. Among the Kyoryuaki clan, Kimimaro is not the only one who has dead bone pulse. Other members of the inner clan, including the patriarch, can also use their own bones to fight. It's just that their blood is not as pure as Kimimaro, and the hardness of their bones is much worse. Facing the siege of 6 or 7 mist shinobi Jainin, even if the patriarch of Kagaya was very leathery, he killed the other two with recklessness. But in the end, he was hacked to death. As soon as the Kagaya patriarch died, the rest of the clansmen fought their own way, and it was only a matter of time before the end of the clan. The other side. Ching Kong is about to have a meal too. He just waved with one hand, and he manipulated an army of hundreds of thousands of mosquitoes, dispersed and then arrived on the battlefield. One word: sucking on horses. Of those corpses lying on the ground, one was counted as one, whether it was from the Kyoryuaki clan or the ninja from Kirigakure. Ching Kong never let it go. He even sucked even those living people who were still breathing. 10. Hundreds. More and more were absorbed, and gradually, Ching Kong felt that his abilities had reached saturation again. Chapter 17. In that case, just sprint directly. Ching Kong continued to work harder, smoking more fiercely. Until half an hour passed, he had smoked more than 500 corpses. With another bang, King Kong's body swelled and then shrunk. After going through this process, the 8-sided crystal in his mind also became 16-sided. Okay. After regaining his senses, Ching Kong shook his fist, feeling that he had fully improved his strength, and he was even more overjoyed and extremely satisfied. Kimimaro, let's go. Yes. I saw Ching Kong manipulating mosquitoes to suck the corpses throughout the process, but Kimimaro's face did not change at all, and he accepted it naturally. It is indeed the most perfect tool man in the Hokage world. If you say less and do more, you don't care about anything except the order and ignore it. Definitely better than by that tool man. Ching Kong was also very satisfied with Kimimaro. He smiled slightly, and took the lead to walk away. The affair of Yoryuaki family has come to an end. Most of the dead bodies have been sucked clean by Ching Kong, and there are so many melons left, he doesn't care anymore. As for Kirigakure, Ching Kong wanted to disband the clone over there directly, and return to Konoha with Kimimaro. But after thinking about it carefully, he still intends to keep this clone, acting as an internal response, collecting information, or something. Anyway, nothing will be delayed. Have you left like this? Suddenly, a hoarse voice from behind came from behind, which made Kimimaro vigilant and made a defensive action in an instant. Hehe, what a nice kid, he not only has the blood of dead bone pulse, but he also has great talent. Come with me, I will help you find the true meaning of life. The man started bewitching. It is a pity that Kimimaro is still holding a bone knife on alert, and he doesn't even mean to talk to the other party. Don't pretend to be a fool, Orochimaru, come out and meet. Ching Kong patted Kimimaro on the shoulder, letting him go aside. Oh? Your Excellency actually knows me. On the grass, a figure slowly emerged, not Orochimaru or someone. Hehe, after following me for 3 days, I thought you wouldn't come out anymore, Mr. Leng Kun. Ching Kong said with a smile, and was also telling Orochimaru that he had discovered him a long time ago, but he didn't make it clear. Orochimaru's face changed slightly. After all, he was very confident in his earth-style ninjutsu, and he couldn't overstate a master. But now it was discovered from the beginning, how can I not be annoyed? But Orochimaru is Orochimaru, even if he feels upset, he doesn't show it. Brother, how about making a deal? Orochimaru licked his lower lip. What? Leave this child to me, and I will let you leave safely. Puff haha. Ching Kong laughed, and then said for a while, Orochimaru, did you make your own head stupid by doing the experiment? Or did you think that you can scream and drink when you are older and teach me how to do things? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and said with murderous aura, I haven't been out for a long time. Now the younger generation is so arrogant. Have you forgotten my reputation? That's not true. In fact, your reputation is really nothing to me, let alone worth a few dollars. Smelly boy, you are looking for death. Orochimaru finally couldn't help being angry. He used a killer move as soon as he shot. Several Lion Majesty shot out from the cuffs and rushed towards Ching Kong across a distance of tens of meters. Stay aside, this is not an opponent you can handle. Kimimaro also prepared to step forward to resist, but was stopped by Ching Kong. Kimimaro, who is only 9 years old, can't stop Orochimaru even though his dead bone pulse blood succession is very strong. Instead of wasting that energy, it's better to stay by and watch the show. Ching Kong took a step forward by himself. As soon as he stretched out his hand, several Black Lion Majesty came out of his cuff, colliding with Orochimaru's Lion Majesty. Boom! 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 The smoke and dust exploded, and both sides suffered losses, but in terms of hardness, King Kong's mosquitoes were better and suppressed Orochimaru's Lion Majesty. Win style, great breakthrough. Seeing that the situation was wrong, Orochimaru decisively gave up Lion Majesty, and Ju-Ian performed a ninjutsu. The violent wind danced wildly, and the Mosquito Pie Lion Majesty of Ching Kong was also blown to pieces and fell one after another between the noises. But because of this, I wanted to kill King Kong's mosquitoes, it was even more impossible. Only in the next second, King Kong's mosquitoes flew again, gathered into a black dragon from the air, and pounced on Orochimaru with its teeth and claws. This is King Kong's mystery of Vientiane, which can control the mosquito army into any form. Boom! With a loud noise, the black dragon also slammed into a big crater where Orochimaru was. Damn it! A little embarrassed and avoided, but Orochimaru's face didn't look pretty. Once upon a time, he was still one of the majestic Sunin, Lenkun Orochimaru. When ordinary ninjas see him, let's not say they are peeing their pants in fright, at least they are frightened. But now? Even Orochimaru himself has to admit that the new generation of ninja world has grown too fast. There was Uchiha Itachi, who started Manjiki Sharingan when he was 13 years old and killed his whole family. The cowhide is not like an individual. And now this one seems to be in his 20s, but he is skilled in his actions, manipulating black bugs, and he is very horrible. This horse riding came out of nowhere. Orochimaru has never heard of such a genius in Ninja Village. What's wrong, Orochimaru, can't you do this? While controlling the black dragon to attack, Ching Kong asked with a smile. Humph, you're so smug, kid. Orochimaru remained calm and did not choose too powerful moves, so as not to make too much noise and attract the people from Kirigakure. He opened his mouth to spit out the Kusanara's sword, grabbed it, and jumped up high. Only hearing a stab, he chopped off the black dragon's head. Chapter 18. However, King Kong's black dragon is not a real living thing. Under his control, within a second, the dragon head and the dragon body reunited again. Still chasing Orochimaru fiercely. See this scene. Orochimaru also understood that purely physical attacks were not feasible. Without saying anything, he put away the Kusanara's sword that had been used only once. Then he made a seal with both hands and quickly pressed it to the ground. Summoning giant snake. Boom! The white smoke dissipated, and a huge giant snake appeared at Orochimaru's feet, and started a fight with King Kong's black dragon. But, it's not that King Kong looks down on Orochimaru. A giant snake, a living one, still wants to fight its own army of mosquitoes. This is not to show that meat buns beat dogs. No, it's pure feeding. King Kong just moved his mind, and the black dragon broke into pieces, transforming into an army of mosquitoes like black mist. In this way, not only did Orochimaru's giant snake have no way to sip, but even if it wanted to bite, it couldn't bite. When the mosquito army rushed down and covered the body of the giant snake, its end had come. Just struggled for 5 seconds. A giant snake tens of meters long was sucked into a shriveled corpse by millions of mosquitoes, and there was no time to go back to Earth Dragon Cave. Boom! The dry and cracked corpse hit the ground, and Orochimaru's face turned green. The key is that he doesn't understand, what kind of ninjutsu is King Kong, how can it be so powerful? Boy, are you from the Aberme clan? Without going forward to fight, Orochimaru stepped back and asked. Sorry, it wasn't you who asked, I must answer. Kirigakure has already heard the movement, sending a ninja over. Do you want to continue fighting? King Kong said with a slight smile. Orochimaru is speechless, but he also understands that he won't get any benefits anymore. At least, before figuring out the opponent's ninjutsu. Hehe, funny kid, but this matter is not over yet, I will find you again. While talking, Orochimaru also licked his lips and slowly sank into the ground. Okay, waiting for you. Who wouldn't speak harsh words? King Kong waved his hand and stubbornly said. After half a day. Throwing away those Kirigakure's Anbu ninjas, King Kong brought Kun Ma to a place near the sea. My lord, do we want to cross the sea? But there are no ships. King Kong smiled, and directly released a mosquito. I saw that after the mosquito flew into the air, its body quickly became larger. It has grown to more than 10 meters before it stops. Kimimaro was dumbfounded, not only because of the power of this ninjutsu, but also because of the hideous and terrifying look of the giant mosquito. 6 thin legs, a pair of fins, and the mouth parts that are several meters long. If this is stabbed, let alone blood-sucking, the trauma alone will be fatal. My lord, shall we take it over? Always fearless and fearless, Kimimaro, who was extremely daring, now has a bit of liver tremor, and was frightened by this huge mosquito. Well, let's go. King Kong didn't care so much, he mentioned Kimimaro for a moment, and then he came to the back of the giant mosquito. Buzzing! The giant mosquitoes fluttered their wings and took off. A group of fast-moving mosquitoes crossed several kilometers of land and came to the sea in a blink of an eye. Correct. After consuming the blood of hundreds of members of the Huayuryuaki clan, in addition to getting the dead bone pulse blood successor, King Kong's ability was upgraded again, and this ability was also awakened by the way. You can make mosquitoes bigger or smaller. Don't think that this ability is very weak. With this, King Kong can do more, and the strength is more than doubled. It took 7 or 8 days to come. It only took a day to go back on the giant mosquito. The country of fire, Konoha. King Kong brought Kimimaro back, and placed him in the Death Forest first, so that he and Uchiha Chuan could receive training together to practice ninjutsu. After that, Ching Kong disbanded the Mosquitoes remaining in Konoha again, and received the memory of this period of time. Uzumaki Naruto, stop for me. Konoha is still the same, a group of harmonious atmosphere, everyone talks and laughs, and children fight with each other. And Uzumaki Naruto. Even though he has gone to school, he often makes trouble in the village. Irika chased him all the way, tired and out of breath. Haha, Mr. Irika, your speed is too slow, is it a snail? Lololo. Naruto stood on the eaves, slapped her and laughed at Irika. Irika suddenly burst into anger, an infinite power emerged in his body, and he ran after Naruto fiercely with his leg pulled out. The two chased and fled. Everywhere he went, he was furious, and attracted countless villagers scolding. When Ching Kong passed by, he happened to see this scene, and compared with Kirigakuru's situation, he also shook his head speechlessly. It's so easy. Konoha is strong and strong, but he can't hold back from slacking himself. No wonder Orochimaru couldn't stand it anymore, and wanted to execute the collapse plan. The key is Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konoha's own problems. The windmill is no longer spinning, unless there is an outside wind. And Orochimaru, he did that wind. Sunny, empty kun. It's Hinata, are you here to go shopping? Hinata's face flushed, and she didn't know what she was ashamed of. Walk together. Hi. Ching Kong smiled, regardless of Hinata, who was blushing like blood, he went shopping on the street first. When Hinata saw Ching Kong had gone, he hurriedly chased after him like a little daughter-in-law, her shy expression, it would be weird if she had no thoughts. After playing for a long time, I went to eat ramen for dinner again when I was hungry. Do you want another bowl? Before I saw it, Hinata had finished making the bowl of ramen. Ching Kong asked. Hinata was indeed not full, and blushed and replied in a low voice. Next, Ching Kong also saw what a real big stomach king is. More importantly, even after eating 7 or 8 bowls of ramen, Hinata's belly did not rise. Chapter 19. This damned baby doesn't know where to eat the noodles. When paying the bill, Ching Kong shook his head slightly. The risk was that he had bought Uchiha's property and had a lot of money on hand. Otherwise, according to the previous economic conditions, it would be very difficult to even invite Hinata to have a meal. Ching Kong-kun, how about? I'll pay. Hinata was very embarrassed and took out her little wallet and said. No, I'll treat you to something. Ching Kong paid the bill happily, and didn't care about this little thing. Then, I will invite Ching Kong-kun next time. Good. After another meeting, the two separated. Ching Kong also returned to the orphanage. Go to school the next day. Suzuki blocked Ching Kong and said with a cold face, fight me, this time I won't lose to you again. This is the awakening of the heart of revenge. Have you practiced stealthily at home? Regarding the second pillar of Mizi's self-confidence and feeling that he has done it again, Ching Kong certainly won't shrink back, even if he is just a mosquito clone. Okay, see how much you have grown in this period of time, go to the training ground. Ching Kong waved his hand. Humph. Suzuki snorted and walked away. Oh, this a. Ching Kong promised that he would work harder later when he started. On the training ground. The duel between Suzuki and Ching Kong also attracted the attention of many students. Come on, Suzuki-kun. Ching Kong-kun, beat him fiercely. Fight, fight. It wasn't too much to watch the show. Some male students shouted, but they were soon suppressed by the female fan group of Ching Kong and Suzuki. Suzuki didn't wait any longer, he took the lead and threw a hidden weapon at Ching Kong. Whoosh whoosh. Ching Kong dodged, and also responded to Suzuki with a shuriken. The two of you came and went, and after testing with hidden weapons, they discussed physical skills. Of course, Compared to close combat, Sasuke is far inferior to Ching Kong, but he fought 2 or 3 times before being punched and flew out by Ching Kong. Boom! While in the air, Sasuke became a piece of wood. Then he appeared behind Ching Kong, stretched out his arms and pulled hard. With only a stab, 2 steel wires flew out of the soil, directly binding Ching Kong. Do you think I will make the same mistake a second time? A sneer evoked at the corner of Sasuke's mouth, and at the same time, the hands of the steel wire began to form a seal. Fire style, dragon fire technique. A flame spit out from Sasuke's mouth and rushed towards Ching Kong in the binding along the steel wire. And this scene frightened the students' onlookers. Ah! Ching Kong-kun! Stop it! A whole Sasuke, do you want to kill? Hinata was terrified and covered her mouth, while Ino was swearing angrily. Because Ching Kong was already tied up, they didn't think that in this state, Ching Kong would still have the opportunity to resist. However, that is for ordinary people. Boom! The flame hit King Kong's body and a big explosion occurred. But just as the students were dumbfounded, King Kong's figure appeared behind Sasuke again. You don't think you can make mistakes, but that's just what you think. In my eyes, you are just a boring trick played by children, understand? You. Sasuke's eyes widened, just about to step away and pull away. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ching Kong kicked 3 feet in an instant, kicked him directly more than 10 meters away. Thumped and fell to the ground, and rolled several times. But this is already King Kong's mercy, otherwise only his current strength, let alone 3 legs, can send Sasuke to the west with 1 kick. Ah, it's really boring. Ching Kong yawned, waved to Ino, Hinata and the others, and then left alone. Wow, Ching Kong-kun is so handsome. It's amazing, what happened just now. Sasuke, who has learned fire style, is still beaten like this. How strong is King Kong-kun now? Another genius. The students talked a lot, and they all felt eye-opening. As for the defeated Sasuke, he has become an ugly duckling that nobody cares about. He can only lie on the ground alone, licking his wounds by himself. Damn it! He smashed the ground hard, and Sasuke was also furious. After all, he couldn't even beat a classmate, so how could he talk about revenge against that man? It's a pity that Sasuke doesn't know that the current Ching Kong, except that Manjiki has not been opened yet. In other respects, physique, ninjutsu, plus the Mosquito ability, may not be weaker than Uchiha Itachi. From spring to autumn, years are also dazzling. Ching Kong has moved out of the orphanage and finds a house by himself. Yakushi Nanoya was still dead. When the news came back, all the people in the orphanage had been crying for a long time. But there is no way. Ching Kong wanted to save people. He also sent a clone to Iwagakure, but it was a pity that he didn't find the other party after looking for it for a long time. After all, no Nayu is the best spy in the roots. She wants to hide it, except for those at the root, it is impossible for anyone to find her. To be honest, Ching Kong feels that Danzo is really stupid. The reason for wanting to kill Nanoyu and Yakushi Kabuto is that they are too good as spies. What kind of logic is this about riding a horse? Squeezing Orochimaru away and killing Hitaki Sakumo can be seen as a fight for a seat. The destruction of the Senju clan and the extinction of the Uchiha clan can be seen as maintaining the power of Hokage. But what can the 2 spies threaten to Danzo? It's simply too showy. In a word, Danzo is a shibai who has little abilities, but is more eccentric than the sky and wants to control everything. Drive low and go high, of course there are more things to eradicate. It's like a dwarf cutting sugar cane. Anything that doesn't exceed his head is an alien and must be given the harshest humane destruction. Chapter 20. Kamaya Ching Kong, come with us, there is an adult who wants to see you. Going home from school in the afternoon, just after walking through an alley, 2 masked ninjas appeared in front of Ching Kong. Anbu? Or the root? If he speaks in this tone, Ching Kong thinks that the latter is more likely. Yes, I just finished scolding the old Danzo dog as Shibai, so he came to the door so quickly. Are dog ears so good? Look for me? What are you doing? You know it when you go. That won't work. In case you are spies, first make it clear who is looking for me. God spy. The root ninja said impatiently, Boy, this is Konoha, how could a spy come in? Hurry up with us, don't waste time. It's hard to say, the spies of various countries are so rampant, what's so strange about mixing in Konoha? Ching Kong pierced his ears and said. A hole. They said don't talk nonsense with him, just grab it and save time. Seeing that his companion was furious, another root ninja smiled and said. On King Kong's side, he also seemed to be shocked, yelled, and jumped out a few meters away. He pointed his finger at the two ninjas and said, You want to arrest someone, you two are really spies. Both ninjas are speechless and get home. But misunderstanding, the roots are the most efficient in doing things, they have wasted a lot of time. Seeing that Ching Kong had been unwilling to compromise, the two ninjas looked at each other and rushed towards Ching Kong together, preparing to take him down first. Of course Ching Kong wouldn't be able to catch it. Taking advantage of the fact that the two root ninjas didn't pay much attention to himself, he was a killer move, and he was merciless. Brush! Ching Kong opened his eyes, and the special Sharingan instantly activated the illusion. The two root ninjas only felt a flower in front of them, and then they were stunned. But Ching Kong is not over yet. After using illusion to control the two ninjas, he immediately used the Mosquito army to directly surround the two. Swallow it all. Ah! The two ninjas let out a cry. But with a deep illusion, they didn't even have a chance to resist, so they were sucked into corpses by the Mosquito army. Immediately afterwards, under the tears of hundreds of thousands of mosquitoes, the two mummy corpses were also completely shattered, turning into dust and drifting away with the wind a little bit. The whole process takes less than 2 minutes. The two elite ninjas at the root disappeared without a trace, leaving no trace. And Ching Kong is here. He was like an okay person, holding the back of his head in his hands, whistling and walking away. What's the matter? People haven't brought it back yet. After waiting for more than 2 hours, Shimura Dans was impatient with no one. Actually, the reason why he fancied Ching Kong is because Danzo wants to execute a new spy plan. A few years ago, Yakushi Nanoya died at the hands of Kabuto, and then Kabuto also disappeared. After losing 2 of the strongest spies one after another, Danzo's infiltration plan in other countries was also greatly hindered. Of course, he did all this by himself, and no one else can be blamed. But the old people are gone, and new people must always be cultivated. In this way, both from the Welfare Institute, the foundation is also very clean, and the results are good in the ninja school. Ching Kong, who has almost a perfect score in the subject, entered Danzo's site. After some more investigations, Danzo was about to include Ching Kong in the plan and recruited to the roots. But, the recruitment action tonight doesn't seem to go well. 2 elite Chunin act together to catch a primary school student who has not graduated. After doing this little thing, I haven't come back for 2 hours. Needless to say, something must have happened. Check it out for me. If you live to see people or die, you must see corpses. Yes, my lord. The root ninja led away. But Danzo was destined to be disappointed, because not to mention the corpse, Ching Kong didn't even leave him a hair. An overnight investigation was fruitless, not to mention Danzo's angry Sharingan jumping around. Turning the sky, the deity Ching Kong also came to the school. Because today is graduation day, the assessment is not important, but there is still a big drama in the evening. Nara Shikamaru, come up and perform clone technique. Boom. Pass through. Inyazukato is coming up for the test. Boom. Pass through. Higa Hinata. Boom. Pass through. Uchiha Suzuki. Boom. Pass through. Kamaya Kong. Boom. Pass through. Uzumaki Naruto. Click. Fail. Iruka is also very helpless. Looking at Naruto's soft and useless clone, he really can't give a good comment from his conscience. Teacher, I was not ready just now, let me try again. Naruto, who felt like it was a mess, begged. This. Iruka hesitated, not wanting to break the rules. But Mizuki smiled and persuaded him, Mr. Iruka, I think Naruto is still quite capable. Maybe he was really not ready just now. Let him try again. This, well, since Mizuki, you are optimistic about him. Iruka nodded and agreed. But Naruto, who was affected by Nine Tails, couldn't control chakra at all. Even if the assessment is performed again, the ending is still a failure. At the graduation ceremony, the big guys all gathered together, talking and laughing, ready to take pictures. Only Naruto was sitting alone on the swing in the corner, looking at the classmates very enviously. Listening to the gossip of those parents, accusing myself of what kind of demon fox, fortunately I did not become a Jainin. A touch of hatred also emerged from his heart. Well, that look is not so good, Naruto-kun. Ms. Mizuki. Looking at the person who suddenly appeared next to him, the bit of hatred in Naruto's eyes disappeared completely. Chapter 21. Still worrying about not being able to graduate. Yes. Naruto did not deny, lowered his head and said, I really want to graduate, just like everyone, become a ninja and contribute to the village. Hehe. Mizuki smiled and touched Naruto's hair and said, I really can't do anything with you. In that case, I will tell you a big secret. What? This is. The big secret Mizuki said was of course the Book of Seals. Naruto was also dumbfounded, believing Mizuki's nonsense, and fell into a trap. The other side. While listening to 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzan's nutritious speech, in fact, Kong also sent mosquitoes to secretly monitor Naruto's movements. See him being fooled away by Mizuki. Kong also showed a slight smile and closed his eyes comfortably. In the afternoon, towards the dusk, Sarutobi Hiruzan's speech that looked like an old lady's feet was finally finished. I don't know where he got so much nonsense. Tenten didn't talk about it when he came to school, and he didn't let everyone go after graduation. Kong-kun, let's go have a meal together. When leaving school, Ino ran over very excitedly. Okay, who is there? Kong was looking for an alibi, so he didn't refuse it. As far as our class is concerned, there are probably 7 or 8 people. Oh, then let's go. After Kong and Ino gathered with the army, a group of people left the school and went to a barbecue restaurant. In fact, there were not many people who came to this party, less than 1/3 of the class. Excluding those useless Longtao classmates, Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang, this time only 7 people gathered. Tenten Xiaoliniji is not there. Naruto and Suzuki did not come either. The former was stealing the Book of the Seal, while the latter was out of gregariousness and went home alone. Kong-kun, do you have any plans after graduation? Let's take a look at tomorrow's division of classes first, and I'll talk about the others later. That's right. Ino nodded, and then looked at Kong with an idiotic look. I really want to be in the same class with Kong-kun, so that we can meet Tenten in the future. Forward. Idiot. Women are trouble. While Kong was speechless, Harano Sakura and Shikamaru also complained. Wide forehead, what are you talking about? Shikamaru is fine, but Ino is not used to Harano Sakura. Don't call me wide forehead, idiot Ino. You just have a wide forehead, don't you allow others to say it. Idiot Ino. Wide forehead. Idiot Ino. Wide forehead. The two girls quarreled, and the hot scene also caused headaches for everyone sitting there. Of course, there are also those who don't care. Akim Ichichi, even if Harano Sakura and Ino are about to fight, he still doesn't care, and desperately puts barbecue in his mouth. In other words, it has been like this since the beginning of the party, and he hasn't stopped to rest. The Akamichi family is really terrifying. The other side. Following Mizuki's instructions, Uzumaki Naruto finally stole the Book of Seal in the Hokage building. After that, he went to the forest with no one, opened the Book of Seals and looked at it. Let me see the first ninjutsu, multiple shadow clone. Naruto's body trembled, and then couldn't help shouting, "What?" The first one turned out to be the clone technique that I'm not good at. Isn't this playing me? No. I have to run a little further, and I can't be caught by the teachers so easily. Naruto, who thought it was an assessment task, felt that it was too close to the village and it was not safe. After memorizing the sealed book again, Naruto was ready to run away first. However, when Naruto jumped onto the tree trunk, the Book of Seal behind him also hung on the branch and suddenly rolled down. Spread the old elders all at once, almost to the end. Hey! What are you doing, wasting my time? Naruto slapped his forehead angrily, jumped down from the tree, and re-rolled the sealed book. But he didn't notice that there were a few mosquitoes staring at the text on the scroll, and the little Sharingan was spinning quickly. That's right, all of this is the ghost of Ching Kong, just to get on Naruto's car and get all the forbidden techniques recorded in the Book of Seals. But just looking at this at first glance, Ching Kong just stayed for a while. Because in this Book of Seals, except for the first few ninjutsu, the rest are all ghost symbols, which is the type of seal technique. Isn't this hell? Ching Kong feels that he has been played, and Mizuki is the same. The old man of third generation is so bad that even if Naruto stole the Book of the Seal, he still has a way to keep the secret. As for the first few ninjutsu, I'm afraid it is left to Naruto, let him learn. Ching Kong took a look. Multiple shadow clone technique. Raise Nan. Flying Thunder God technique. Sure enough, it's all fourth Hokage's stuff. If this was not reserved for Naruto, Ching Kong would dare to eat the entire Book of Seals now. MMP. When the young master first finds the seal technique of the Vortex clan, and learns them all, then come to get this seal book, and see what you can do at that time. Ching Kong wrote down all the ninjutsu in Shadow Clone while thinking about it. After that, he dismissed the mosquitoes, unconsciously. On Naruto's side, he rolled up the seal book and memorized it again. He also continued to run, and he didn't find anything wrong. Chapter 22. Turn around, in school. Naruto appeared very proudly, always playing with his forehead protector to everyone, as if it were so special. Go away, haven't you noticed it in the way? Smimase. Under the pressure of the dragon masculine, Naruto quickly apologized, then returned to his seat and calmed down. Ching Kong-kun, why did Naruto suddenly have a forehead protector? Ino leaned over and asked curiously. Who knows? Ching Kong smiled and didn't explain it to her. After a while, Irika walked in, coughed and began to read the placement list. Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akim Ichichi were assigned to the 10th shift, leading Janin as Sarutobi Asuma. What? Ino immediately lost his energy. She first looked at Shikamaru, who was expressionless, and Akim Ichichi, who had been eating hard, and suddenly felt that her future life was hopeless. In addition, not being assigned to Ching Kong, this made Ino even more uncomfortable. Want to cry? Hey. The 7th class, Harano Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, lead Janin as Hatake Kakashi. The 7th class is still the original class, some are happy and some are worried, some are making noise and beating. After some tossing, Irika continued to recite. Class 8, Higa Hinata, Inyazuka, plus Kamaya Ching Kong. Ching Kong was taken aback for a while, the key point was that he didn't expect that he would be in the 8th class, he thought it was a wild class that was not in the original book. It's okay now, it's okay to squeeze the seat of Abara Machino. Ching Kong glanced aside. Abara Machino was sitting in his seat, motionless, not knowing what happened. Well, since the parties have no objection, Ching Kong has nothing to say. Ching Kong-kun. On the other side, Hinata took a peek at Ching Kong carefully, and then thought of getting along day and night and becoming the closest companion. Her little face gradually turned red. Jainin, the leader of the 8th class, is Yuri Hong. NS. Okay, the division is completed, you are here waiting for your leader Jainin. New ninjas, please do it. Irika made a cheering action, and then left with a smile. After that, Jainin kept coming over and took away his team members. Yuri Hong also appeared early, not like the late King Kakashi, playing a clumsy performance that got lost. People in Class 8, come out with me now. Yes. Hinata and Inyazuka both got up and followed Yuri Hong's pace. Ching Kong walked to the door and couldn't help but glanced at the 7th class, full of sympathy. Of course Naruto didn't understand this, and thought Ching Kong was reluctant to bear them. Unexpectedly, King Kong-kun is also a person with a lot of emotions. I really misunderstood him before. Naruto said seriously. But when he turned his head again, he saw that Haruno Sakura was looking at Sasuke affectionately. In an instant, Naruto felt that he was not very good. Sasuke. I want to fight you. Idiot. After taking a look at Naruto, Sasuke turned his head away, too lazy to bother him. The other side. The 8th class came to a training ground. Yuri-hong asked everyone to practice with her. She wanted to see the true strength of the 3 team members. Inyazuka attacked first, but was defeated in less than 10 minutes. Then there was Hinata. She was too courageous, and she was not as good as Inyazuka. She was defeated in just 5 minutes. Kamaya Ching Kong, it's you. Even after defeating the 2 students, Yuri-hong's body is still as clean as ever. She smiled and waved and said. Then Yuri Jainin, be careful, I'm here. Ching Kong was not polite. 2 steps forward, he directly launched an attack. Boom. Only after receiving a punch, Yuri-hong's face changed. Because King Kong's current physical fitness is too strong, hundreds of Uchiha, plus hundreds of Hwayuryuaki blood. Adding all of this to one piece also resulted in a qualitative change in King Kong's body. Punching the elephant to death, he was talking about. If it hadn't been for King Kong's intention to keep his hand, it only took less than 1/10 of his strength, and Yuri-hong was afraid that he would not even be able to catch a punch. The strength is good, but as a ninja, strength alone is not enough. Yuri-hong smiled slightly, and at the same time she stepped back. She also began to seal. Illusory, Naraku clone. A few evening reds appeared and outflanked Ching Kong. Unlike ordinary clones, Yuri-hong's move is a combination of illusion and clones, making the enemy more difficult to guess and touch. But well. Her opponent is Ching Kong. He who has the perception of mosquitoes will not be embarrassed by this kind of fancy ninjutsu. The avatars coming from all directions, Ching Kong didn't even look at it. He just turned to face Yuri-hong in the west and smiled at her. What the hell? Yuri-hong was taken aback. But she didn't think that at King Kong's age, there was no special blood, such as the eyes of Uchiha or Hyuga. I can see through my illusion at a glance. It's bluffing. With such thoughts, Yuri-hong still moved with the clone, launching an attack on Ching Kong. But King Kong's next move proved that this is the case. Let those clones attack, Ching Kong will not dodge, anyway, it is just an imaginary clone, without any attack power at all. Ching Kong grabbed Yuri-hong's body and fought, and after 2 or 3 moves, he defeated Yuri-hong steadily. Damn it, this brat! Feeling his painful arms, Yuri-hong also burst out of resentment, and was extremely helpless to Ching Kong. who had no spirit of pity and jade. All right, let's stop now. As a last resort, Xirihong could only stop it. After all, this was just an assessment, not a life and death battle, and she couldn't use those ninjutsu with too much damage. Chapter 23. I also probably understand your strengths. In Yuzukage, you are more than offensive, insufficiently defensive, and you don't even think about your opponent's situation. You just know how to attack blindly. This must be changed. Hinata, you can't perform ninjutsu, you can only use gentle fist to fight the enemy, so you have to strengthen your physical strength. As for Ching Kong. After taking a look at Ching Kong, Yurihong said, I have great strength and a fast reaction speed. There may be some perception ability that can resist illusions. He is the strongest of the three of you, so he will be on a mission in the future. At that time, if I am not present, Ching Kong will be your captain. Yes. Know it. Both Hinata and Inyuzukage agreed, even if the latter reluctantly. After all, seeing is believing. Ching Kong, who was able to deal with Xirihong, Jainin, for a long time, and was not defeated in the end, must be the most powerful among them. This point, even Inyuzukage must admit it. Okay, remember that you are a team, and you will give your back to the close companion guarded by each other in the future, so I hope that you can also cooperate sincerely and don't create any gaps. Yurihong smiled slightly, and said, tomorrow morning, we will gather together in front of the Hokage building to receive the first mission, then disband now. Yes. Goodbye, Teacher Hong. After bidding farewell, the Ching Kong three also left the training ground and came to the village. Would you like to gather for a meal? Inyuzukage suggested. Hinata didn't have any objections, and only focused on Ching Kong, waiting for him to make up his mind. I'll treat you. The squad was set up, and it was indeed necessary to engage in more activities, Ching Kong said. Of course it's good for someone to pay, then where are we going? Inyuzukage hugged the back of his head, and the little Akamaru on his head also screamed. Walk up at the sushi restaurant. Ching Kong pointed forward and said. It's just right. I was a little tired after eating barbecue yesterday. It's not bad to eat some sushi to clear the stomach and intestines. Well, King Kong-kun is thoughtful. Inyuzukage felt that he shouldn't have said this, depending on the dog food. Hinata, ask you a question. What? Do you like Ching Kong? Puff. Smoke came out of Hinata's head, like a steam train, with two little hands wrapped around the corners of his clothes restlessly, and said very tightly, Yay, you, what are you talking about? I. What are you? Do you dare to say that you don't like him? Inyuzukage squinted contemptuously. Hinata didn't speak anymore, she raised her head and glanced at King Kong's back, her face becoming more and more rosy. Well, you don't have to say any more. Inyuzukage Tooth waved his hand, feeling that he had understood everything. Don't worry, Hinata, I will let the two of you live alone in the future. You have to seize the opportunity well. The question mark on Hinata's little head was also confused by Inyazuka's magical operation. Absolutely a good wingman. Ching Kong, who was walking in front, heard Inyazuka's words and couldn't help but smile. Well, just relying on his sensibility, it won't work if he doesn't take care of him in the future. Have a sushi meal and go back to each restaurant. When the sky turned around, Ching Kong team also began a mission career. Weeding. Build a house. Run errands. Looking for something. Like other squads, the 8th class also started with these odd tasks. Ninjas are not called ninjas, and handymen are pretty much the same. Of course, Ching Kong would not go, the body rested, he only sent a clone to do these things. Oh, isn't this Ching Kong? Your team is so idle, do you have time to sleep here? Ching Kong was resting on the grass by the river, looking at the clouds with his hands on his pillow. There were 4 figures walking nearby, but the guys from Class 7 Uzumaki Naruto jumped out and shouted as if they were familiar with each other. "Idiot Naruto, it's so rude." Haruno Sakura punched Naruto, and then apologized. "Sorry King Kong-kun, we are here to do the task. I didn't expect to meet you here." "Oh, you are free." King Kong didn't move, and replied indifferently. "Damn it, you fellow." Seeing that his sweetheart was treated like this, Naruto immediately became angry, and wanted to jump out again to find King Kong theory. And Sasuke, of course not for Haruno Sakura, but because of the previous defeats. So when he saw King Kong for the first time, he couldn't help frowning. But before they could do anything, Kakashi spoke. "Well, it's getting late, you guys hurry up and do the task, don't be distracted by other things." When the voice fell, Kakashi disappeared instantly, and went to read a book on the big tree aside. "Damn it King Kong, BD Kakashi." Naruto thought about it, but still obeyed the order, rolled up his trouser legs and cuffs, and jumped into the creek to clean up the debris. "Idiot, you are not his opponent at all." Sasuke also jumped into the river and said something intentionally or unintentionally. "What?" Naruto's eyes widened suddenly and shouted, "A whole Sasuke, don't think you can represent me by losing to him a few times. Tell you, Uncle Naruto is not annoying. Is it? LOL." Sasuke just sneered and said nothing. But it was his indifferent attitude that made Naruto the most unbearable. "Okay, you don't believe it, do you? I will prove it to you now." Naruto threw down the bamboo basket and strode up to the river bank. After arriving in front of King Kong, he condescendingly said, "Hey! Get up and fight with me, I want to prove that I am better than you." Chapter 24. Fool, is this? King Kong had heard all of the previous conversations, and he couldn't believe that Naruto had been fooled by Sasuke's horrible tactics. "Well, this is too Naruto. Not interested in. That won't work, you must fight me." Naruto smiled suddenly again and said, "Or are you scared, knowing that you can't beat me at all?" God, where is this confidence? King Kong found that he had overestimated the EQ of this guy before. It was not a problem, it was just a negative number. Being interrupted to rest is already depressing enough. Hearing Naruto's words again, King Kong felt that if he didn't beat him, he would be sorry for Naruto's mind. "The loser is called Dad, do you dare?" King Kong clapped his hands and stood up. Naruto shivered for a moment, either scared or feeling a little cold behind her back. "Cut, there's nothing you dare to do, don't call the loser a dad or grandpa." Naruto stiffened his neck. "Okay, let's start." King Kong didn't talk nonsense, and directly beckoned, letting Naruto attack first. "Who do you look down on?" Naruto hated this kind of contempt attitude the most. He rushed forward and punched King Kong's profile. But with only a bang, Naruto went faster and flew back faster. He was directly punched by King Kong and flew for more than 10 meters, fell on the grass and rolled several times in a row, then stopped in embarrassment. "What?" Naruto clutched his stomach, dying in pain. King Kong shook his head and put away his fists. It's not bragging, Naruto at this stage is basically a vegetable to him, he can torture whatever he wants. But, damn! I haven't lost yet. Naruto gritted his teeth and stood up, but found that King Kong was gone. "Where are you looking?" Naruto's figure trembled, because King Kong's voice came from behind him. Immediately afterwards, before Naruto turned around, another whip kick swept him away, directly flying him out of the waist. Ah! While in the air, Naruto barked his teeth and claws. But before he landed, it was another flying kick. Boom! 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 The next scene is a bit scary. Naruto was like a baseball being hit. He couldn't even land in the middle, so he was beaten to death by King Kong. More than a dozen, still dozens. enough. Kakashi appeared instantly and grabbed King Kong's wrist. However, at the critical moment, King Kong withdrew his hand, avoiding Kakashi's blow. Boom! As Naruto fell to the ground with a bruised nose and swollen face, Kakashi couldn't help but frown. What a fast speed! Kakashi felt that the speed of King Kong just now hardly fell on him. Is it another genius boy? Taking a look at King Kong, who was indifferent, Kakashi retracted his palm and said, "The competition is over, and if you continue to fight, you don't want to be charged with murdering a classmate." Whatever. King Kong waved his hand, returned to the indifferent appearance before, turned around and left slowly. But his words left Kakashi infinite reverie. Casual. Is he simply not caring about ending the competition, or is he not caring about the crime of murdering a classmate? It's a pity that King Kong has already left, so Kakashi couldn't ask. "Little Sakura, take Naruto to the hospital first." "Ah, yes." Haruno Sakura also regained his senses, closed his stunned mouth, and quickly ran to Naruto's side and helped him up. "The second pillar also feels too big to play, and I feel a little bit sorry for Naruto." He rarely came over to help, and took Naruto to the hospital with Haruno Sakura. Of course, with Naruto's physical fitness, he would not be disabled after being beaten. After examination, his condition was limited to skin injuries, no internal organs or bones were injured. So after a few days of training, he returned to the team alive and kicking. On this day, after finishing the task, King Kong is walking home. Suddenly, a figure sprang out from the small alley next to it, blocking King Kong's front, shouting, "Dad!" What the hell? The frightened King Kong, he was so dangerous that he didn't punch it, leaving this monster to pieces. That's the light of Sharingan. As he got older, King Kong's eyes got better and better. He could see the appearance of the person in an instant, and then he didn't directly beat him away. Naruto. Don't get me wrong, I just want to accept the bet to fulfill the bet. Naruto twisted his head and said very uncomfortably, also, I won't just admit defeat like this. Next, I will practice hard and try again with you to win back this bet. Okay, as long as you are not afraid to lose again. Absolutely yes, no yes, you remembered it for me, hey. After speaking every word, Naruto snorted again, then turned and left. Wooden club. King Kong curled his lips, didn't take this matter to heart. What is the protagonist's halo, son of destiny? King Kong doesn't care about those things, he only believes that things are man-made. I control my own life. 1 month later. After doing more than a dozen D-level missions, the 8th class finally accumulated enough experience to take on higher C-level missions. The so-called C-level mission is generally to guard someone or something to reach a certain place. During this period, there was a risk of being robbed by ordinary bandits, but the chance of encountering ninjas and rebels from other countries was not high. The risk is low and the reward is low. Excluding the D-level task of running errands, this is the simplest ninja task in the true sense. Chapter 25. Haha, I can finally leave the village. In front of Konoha's gate, Inyazukato seemed to have just been released from the iron railing. He took a deep breath, feeling the fragrance of the birds and flowers around him, and his mood became excited. Yay, walking out of the village also means unsafe, and the risk factor will increase greatly. You have to pay more attention to the situation around you and be more vigilant. I know, I know. Inyazukato waved his hand to show that he remembered it. Then I remembered another question, and Inyazuka couldn't help asking, Mr. Hong, which country is our mission going to this time? The country of waves. Oh. Speaking unintentionally, the listener intended it. King Kong on the other side couldn't help but think that it wouldn't happen by chance. I hope not. To tell the truth, King Kong has no interest in not cutting the two couples again, let alone that Bai is still a big brother. After meeting with the caravan, the group set off. On the way, I passed several post stations and small towns, and camped out in the forest, and rested for 2 nights. Because it is a caravan, the speed is not fast. During this period, they had also been robbed by bandits. Xirihong did not make any move, it was the Ching Kong trio who killed or drove those bandits away. What was the first murder? It was the first time for Hinata and Inyazuka. After they started, they also had some adverse reactions, such as vomiting and fear. But for Ching Kong, this matter no longer exists. After all, he had killed people before. And not only was he killed, he didn't even let the opponent's body go. If you add the Uchiha incident and the Kagaya incident, there are no more than 1,000 corpses processed by Ching Kong, but there are also 900. How could he still be afraid of killing? It's a joke. Ching Kong, why are you so calm? Vomit. Because the nose is too sensitive, Inyazuka's teeth have always been fearless and fearless. The reaction after the murder was worse than that of Hinata. It's been a long time, and he is still retching from time to time. Because I don't have a dog nose. Wipe, are you cursing? No, you think too much. Ching Kong smiled slightly and patted Inyazuka's shoulder again and said, get used to it, as a ninja is destined to coexist with killing. If you can't get used to these, then your ninja career will end here. Who said I can't get used to it? Upon hearing this, Inyazuka stood up and wiped the corners of his mouth and exclaimed. Well, when we meet bandits in the future, neither Hinata nor I will take action. We will leave it to you to solve them until you can adapt and stop vomiting. Patting his teeth on the shoulder again, Ching Kong said with a good expression on his face. What am I? Thank you so much, Inyazuka's thoughts speechlessly. Good or bad? After a long journey for several days, the caravan finally arrived in the country of Poland by boat. After the handover, the 8th class also completed its mission and was able to return to Konoha. But it is not easy to come out. Inyazuka still wants to stroll around the country to see the customs of this foreign country. Hinata actually had this thought too, but she was not good at words and didn't express it. But Xirihong saw everything, so she didn't refuse Ya's proposal, and decided to stay in Poland for 2 more days. First find a hotel and arrange the accommodation for the night. Xirihong was going to take the team members to go shopping together. But they just came downstairs and walked out of the hotel, and they saw a very unexpected scene. Naruto, Sakura, what's the matter? Yurihong asked. Ah? Is it Teacher Hong? That's great. Harano Sakura, who was under great pressure, was so dangerous that he didn't cry directly when he saw Yurihong. She wiped her eyes, and then explained, it's such a red teacher. We encountered Kirigakure rebellion on the way when we came, and Momoji suddenly attacked without cutting it. Ms. Kakashi had a fight with the opponent, and finally managed to solve the opponent, but Mrs. Kakashi suddenly fell into a coma without knowing what was going on. It's fortunate to meet you, otherwise we don't know what to do. Is that so? Let me take a look at his situation first. While speaking, Yurihong also came to Kakashi's side and checked a little. Fortunately, he is just over-consuming chakra, physical exhaustion, a few more days of rest should be relieved. After a while, Xirihong straightened up and said. This result also made Harano Sakura and Naruto really relieved and felt a lot easier. This is the employer of your task, may I have your surname? Xirihong asked. Hehe, what is your surname? My name is Desna, the old man. I'm a bridge builder. Desna said with a touch of a smile. Well, Mr. Desna, your mission this time is clearly deviated. I don't know how you and Kakashi discussed the solution. The problem now is that he is in a coma and needs to find a quiet place as soon as possible. There are many people in the hotel and it is not suitable. I wonder if you can provide convenience at home? Xirihong asked. Convenient and convenient. Desna nodded quickly, and said, look at you, my lord, we are going to go to my house now. Besides, this matter also started because of me. The old man has the responsibility to take care of this Kakashi Jainin, so I definitely can't refuse. Chapter 26. If that's the case, then bother. Yurihong was not polite. After thanking Dasna, she ordered, Naruto Suzuki, you two quickly help Kakashi on the road and go to the home of the Dasna master. Ching Kong, you take Hinata and Ya around to see if there are any enemies approaching, and be careful not to be too far away. Little Sakura, you will be responsible for the escort together with me. As expected of Jainin, the matter was dealt with in an orderly manner under the few words of Yurihong. Especially for the 7th class, it calmed their spirits. Everyone took their orders and acted one after another. Naruto Suzuki carried Kakashi on the road without mentioning it. Ching Kong also took Hinata and Ya to leave, and went around to check the situation. Of course, only Ching Kong knew that there were no other enemies now except for those who had already escaped without cutting. Therefore, his patrols are just pretending. Ching Kong, do you know who is not to be cut? It can beat Kakashi Jainin like this. The patrol was too boring, and Inuyasukaya asked without words. Of course he was also curious. Have heard some. Anyway, it's idle. Ching Kong didn't mind giving knowledge to the two little whites, Yae and Hinata, so that they would not even know who their opponents would face in the future. Mamakai will not be cut again, nicknamed the Ghost Man. He was originally a member of the Kirigakure assassination team. He is best at water-style ninjutsu and silent killing. The weapon is one of the 7 ninja swords. What are the silent killing technique and the 7 ninja sword? This is not only curious, Hinata is the same. Ching Kong smiled and said, silence killing technique, it is a kind of killing technique used in combination with mist shinobi technique. In the thick fog where you can't see your fingers, it can be cruel without any sound and no movement. Kill the enemy. Heart, throat, back, waiting until the enemy is dead, they can't find the person who killed them. Forehead. Both Ya and Hinata were frightened by the horror described by Ching Kong, even Kimura couldn't help but screamed, and crouched on top of Ya's head and curled up. As for the 7 ninja swords, these are 7 weapons with special abilities built by Kirigakure in the early years. Broken Knife Decapitating Broadsword, is a knife specially used to chop people to the first level and cut the enemy into pieces. The weight is very heavy. The special ability is that after breaking, it can recover its own wounds by sucking blood, and it can also use this way to restore the master's physical strength. Broadsword Samehada, this is a living weapon made from the companion creature of the tail beast. It is not used to slash people, but to slash people. The special ability is to absorb the enemy's chakra, and then return it to the owner. Long Knife A Stitch, a blade that claims to be able to pierce everything and sew it together. Blunt Knife Kabuto Cut, can defeat all defensive knives. Blasting Knife Droplets, with infinite detonating talisman, a knife that perfectly combines with the explosion. Double Knife Flounder is a combination of 2 symmetrical knives, which can emit gaseous energy light balls, and can also become a big blade. Thunder Knife Tooth, the fastest knife that can manipulate thunder and lightning. Not to mention the strange names and special abilities of these 7 knives. When he heard the last knife, Inuyasukage was a little embarrassed. The key point did not think that his trumpet was still called a famous knife. You said that this happened. It sounds a bit exciting. The masters of these 7 knives are all amazing, right? Inuyasukage asked, touching his head. Above Jainin, below cage level. Ching Kong smiled and said, in his opinion, the strength of the Mist Shinobi 7 is also the elite Jainin level. Of course, this is calculated on average. There are some outstanding abilities, such as Hoshigaki Kisame, his chakra is too much, even if he does not fit with Samehada, his strength is a proper cage level. If it fits together, it will definitely be more powerful than the average cage level character. But if you talk about water, it will be very watery if you don't cut it. It's just the Grandmaster's some killing skills, which is okay when fighting mobs, but once you meet a real master, it's not enough. One more thing, if he doesn't beheaded, he hasn't used the power of the beheaded sword at all. It seems to people that the decapitation sword is also very watery, and it is not worthy of the reputation of the 7 ninja swords, and it is not as powerful as the other 6 swords. However, the sword that can rebirth from the blood and restore the strength of the owner, if used well, it will be the infinite killing mode. It was really possible to chop for 3 days and 3 nights in a row, from the country of Nami to Konoha without blinking. Pity. If you don't cut him again, the Grandmaster's water style is only average, and there is no tyrannical physique to support and use the decapitating knife. Fundamentally speaking, this knife is insulted. Looking back again, Hoshigaki Kisame is different. The one he cooperates with Samehada is a perfect match, incomparable. It can be said that Samehada made Hoshigaki Kisame, but Hoshigaki Kisame also made Samehada. Because without the existence of Hoshigaki Kisame, it would be impossible for Samehada to exert such great effect and power by another person. Absolute. It's like the previous owner of Samehada. What is the watermelon puffer fish called? No, the watermelon puffer fish ghost. Even if he held Samehada in his hand, Hoshigaki Kisame was killed in one fell swoop. Samehada also voluntarily rebelled, abandoning his watermelon-headed puffer fish and ran away with Hoshigaki Kisame. It can be seen that the watermelon-head pufferfish is really incompetent and can't even hold his own ninja sword. And Hoshigaki Kisame is also too special. It can be called an extraordinary talent, enough to attract Samehada, let it go with it voluntarily. This is Samehada who is alive and knows how to distinguish good from bad. But if the decapitation sword is also alive, Ching Kong dare to say that it will definitely abandon it and never cut it again, and vote for a new master who can exert its power. After all, the more famous the sword, the less willing to be buried. If you don't cut it anymore, you will have something to do. If you hide yourself all day long, let's go out and run for a bit. You still don't dare to show up for fear of being noticed. If you are threatened by a card, you have to swallow. It's really aggrieved, it's too shameful. Chapter 27. One day soon passed, and Kakashi also regained consciousness. After knowing the cause and effect, he first thanked Xi Rihong, and then said with some worry, "I doubt that I will not die if I don't cut it." What? I was careless at the beginning, thinking that the boy was really Mist Shinobi Anbu, but now that I think about it carefully, Anbu chases and kills Shinobi. In order to save energy and time, I usually just remove the first level and take it back. There is no need to take the whole thing. Corpse. You mean? Well, the boy used 1,000 books to solve it without cutting, and then took away his body. This method is not like Anbu's style of doing things, so I suspect that if I don't cut it, he will not really die. Well, what are your plans now? Glancing at Kakashi, who was lying in bed and unable to move, Yuri Hong couldn't help but smile and said, "Isn't it because you want to ask me for help? This task is not within my scope." Please, read Janin. 2 barbecues, 7 classes and 8 classes are counted. Make a deal. The two finished a dark deal and couldn't help laughing. Of course, Xi Rihong also has its own plans. As the saying goes, how can you see a rainbow without experiencing wind and rain, and the flowers in the greenhouse cannot withstand setbacks and hardships. So let the 8th class participate and experience the cruelty of the genin world, which can also effectively help them grow and become truly strong. After going downstairs, Xi Rihong called several people from Qingkong and told them about it. Help the 7th class complete the task. This is an unpaid and dangerous thing. But none of the 3 in Class 8 flinched. Inyazuka is the head iron baby, so I won't mention it. Hinata looks weak, but she is really strong inside, and she won't retreat when she encounters this kind of help. As for Qingkong, he just doesn't care. Anyway, there is nothing else going on back to Konoha, and it would be nice to stay and help. This is definitely not a big knife that Ching Kong has taken a fancy to never cut again, absolutely nothing. It doesn't matter if you can't bear the sword, he just likes to help others and help everyone. Well, this is the real Ching Kong. After one day, Kakashi was already able to get down to the ground with crutches, so he took the 7th class to the field and taught Naruto and the others how to climb trees. The so-called grind the gun before the battle, the unhappiness is also light. For this assault training, Kakashi had such a purpose, and wanted Naruto and the others to increase their strength a little before the next attack came. The 8th class also came, and Xirihong asked them to train together. The so-called chakra is the energy used by the ninja when using various spells. It's just that people are different. Some people are naturally delicate and can control their chakra well. Sakura, for example, has good control. Kakashi praised. Where is it? Haha. Haruno Sakura touched his head and laughed, seemingly humble on the outside, but in fact yelled in his heart, that's right. Kakashi, you are finally right, my old lady is the strongest ninja with extraordinary talent. Ahem. The serious illness was not healed, and I coughed when the wind blew. Kakashi cleared his throat before continuing, but, most people don't have good control. This requires practice. Ms. Kakashi is too long-winded. Just tell me how to practice. Naruto puffed up her cheeks and asked impatiently. Well, patience is also a practice. Well, since you don't want to listen more, let's do the first training and start climbing trees. Kakashi waved his hand and smiled when Naruto was depressed. Climbing a tree. The new problem came again, and Naruto's brain couldn't keep up. Yes, but before climbing, you have to gather some chakra to the soles of your feet, and then... After explaining the essentials, Kakashi went back to rest with crutches. On Naruto's side, they all found a big tree and started to practice. Little Sakura Sasuke, Tooth, and Hinata are no exception. Only Ching Kong alone, he didn't bother to practice climbing trees, looking for a piece of clean grass, he lay down and closed his eyes and rested. Ching Kong is thousands of miles away, neither dry nor hot. The breeze was blowing, and it was extremely cool. What a cool word. Hey, you guys are so lazy, aren't you afraid of being overtaken by me? After experimenting several times just now, Naruto was thrown into a grin, and when he saw Ching Kong so leisurely, he was still in the mood to lie down and sleep. He was even more angry. Don't say I didn't remind you, I will fight with you when I finish my cultivation. If you lose by then, you will call me Dad. Naruto crouched and exclaimed very energetic. Dad? What is your father's name? Inyazuka couldn't understand it, so he asked Hinata on the other side, but all he got was a shake of his head, because Hinata didn't know it either. Are you finished? Go and practice yours when you're finished, don't disturb me to rest. Ching Kong waved his hand without opening his eyes. You guy! Naruto was suddenly frustrated. Because in his imagination, as his opponent, he must have the same competitive spirit as him, cultivate hard, and be able to persevere. How could it be like Ching Kong, laziness, slack, and very boring? Chapter 28. Sure enough, Sasuke is more pleasing to the eye. Comparing it, Naruto suddenly found that the old love Urshiken was the most in line with his appetite. He didn't say anything anymore, and ran back to Sasuke's side, and started practicing with him. Without the disturbing flies, King Kong's ears were finally quiet. To be honest, he didn't want to have anything to do with Naruto. Not to look down on Naruto. But this guy's brain does have a problem, it's too much for the virgin and take it for granted. I think people all over the world can understand and trust each other. Special, I dare not say that when God comes. I simply don't know the so-called. Ching Kong curled his lips. For an innocent guy like Naruto, he felt that he couldn't touch too much, otherwise he would be easily infected and become stupid. What nonsense about mutual understanding. From King Kong's point of view, Naruto, who had lost his parents since he was a child, has never felt a trace of family affection. It is impossible for him to understand the pain of Sasuke, Nagato, and Gaara. The two sides are not on the same plane at all, it's not the same thing. Although loneliness is difficult, it is definitely not so heartbreaking and painful to lose. Ching Kong, why don't you practice with everyone? Xirihong didn't know when to come over. She sat beside Ching Kong, and asked while looking up at the sky. Why do you practice this? Without waiting for Xirihong's answer, Ching Kong said again, you may say that it is to protect your cherished things, including relatives and friends, but in the end, to improve your strength. The purpose is only to make yourself better in the future. Easier, isn't it? That's right. Then, do you think your strength is enough? Xirihong couldn't help but smile. That's not true. Ching Kong shook his head and said casually, I just think this training method is no longer suitable for me, it's that simple. Oh? Isn't it suitable anymore? Xirihong moved her eyebrows, and she was also a little curious about how strong Ching Kong is now. In the test a month ago, she didn't dig out King Kong's bottom line at all, so she didn't know what the genius of the young man was. But to be honest, after these years of hard practice, there is no suitable opponent to serve as a reference. Even Ching Kong himself, he is a little unclear about his own strength. Mosquito Power, Sharingan, Dead Bone Pulse. These abilities are not counted for the time being. The fusion of the blood of nearly 1,000 Uchiha and Kagaya also pushed King Kong's physical fitness and chakra to an extremely abnormal height. It's no exaggeration to say that it is a humanoid tail beast. Well, when I return to Konoha, I will formulate a special training method for you. Don't worry. Squeezing King Kong's tender face, Xirihong said with a smile. As a leading teacher, she is still very responsible. But limited by her vision, Xirihong never thought of that far. He only thought that King Kong's strength would be the highest and the level of the elite Chunin could not be higher. After all, his age lies here. Are you being mopped up? Rubbing his cheek, Ching Kong turned over Byakugan speechlessly. Teacher Hong, I haven't thought about working hard yet. What? Xirihong didn't understand this talk. Forget it, I won't get pregnant anyway by squeezing my face. Shent was pregnant, and Xirihong was shocked. In the next few days, Naruto Sasuke and the others have been training to climb trees. So desperately, their growth rate is also visible to the naked eye. As for Ching Kong, he still rested as always. Because of the training method of climbing trees and treading water, he had been playing badly a few years ago. Of course, don't do it again now. In addition, ordinary training has no effect on him, so Ching Kong gave himself a vacation and took a few more days of rest. Stabbed. Ching Kong was lying on the grass, and suddenly there was a sound of footsteps beside him. With the rhythm of the weeds being stepped on, Ching Kong has already judged that this is a young person with a very light weight without needing to look at it with the naked eye. Passing by King Kong's side, Bai Weiwei stopped, pretending to glance at him casually. He is young, with Konoha's forehead protector on his arm. It should be Genin who has just graduated from Konoha. Do you support the team? This is not good news. Bai frowned, and gently put her hand down. She was ready to attack at any time and kill the opponent in this empty place. I advise you to stop, lest you become unclear. Ching Kong tilted Erlang's legs and said with a dog's tail grass in his mouth, very casually. You, what are you talking about? Bai trembled in his heart, pretending that nothing happened, and asked with a smile. Oh, still pretending to be. Ching Kong looked up, and first glanced at the lady's gangster. I have to say, except that the capital of the former Hungarians is not enough, the white wearing a pink kimono is really shameful, and the beauty is bubbling. But it's a pity, this is a big brother with a gun. What a waste. Ching Kong shook his head slightly. He didn't have a hobby of knowing men, so even if the fake ladies in front of him were beautiful, he would feel dull. It doesn't matter if you understand it, or if you don't understand it, now you go straight away, and I won't do anything to you, but if you want to make a move, the result will be boom. A powerful breath rushed toward his face, brutal and terrifying, which directly stunned Bai back for several steps, and the cold sweat couldn't help but flow down. Chapter 29. How can it be? Bai's eyes widened, he couldn't believe it. A teenager younger than himself could have such a terrifying aura. What is the situation? Only for a moment, he seemed to have seen a sea of blood on the dead mountain, and a forest of bones. This terrifying feeling gave Bai an unparalleled shock. For a moment, he was dumbfounded and speechless. Boring. Bai did not move. Ching Kong stood up by himself, turned around and left. To be honest, killing a Bai is nothing to Ching Kong at all. The reason why he didn't make a move was that he just didn't want to see blood in the morning, which would affect his good mood today. Besides, protecting the country of Poland to build the bridge is the task of the Naruto team. What does it have to do with Ching Kong? If you don't cut your lord, let's leave here. Bai, what are you talking about? No longer frowned, his tone revealed surprise. By the way, as soon as Bai came back, he found that something was wrong. This kid was so desperate that he yelled for several times without responding. But now, it's even more gibberish, wanting to get out of here. How could it be possible? The current rebellion line is so competitive, the tasks are bad, and the pay is low. I heard that there is another organization called Xiao Xiao who is robbing everyone of business. Their family has a big business, and they are cage-level powerhouses when they start, and they have taken away all the good tasks of underground organizations in various countries. God knows, it took so much effort and wasted connections and words to get the card from Carduo. Now that the task has not been completed, and the reward has not been paid, how can I just leave? Bai, I need your explanation, otherwise you should understand my temper, it is impossible for me to leave. Don't cut your lord again. Taking a deep breath, Bai explained, a support team from Konoha has come over. I found that one of the young people is very mysterious and looks good, as if he is as strong as an adult who doesn't kill him anymore. Bai said this, purely to save face not to be cut. But when I heard it in my ears, it wasn't like that. He squinted his eyes and sneered unacceptably, Bai, you should be mistaken, it's just a young man, how can it be compared to me? It's true, don't kill the lord again. Bai said eagerly. Absolutely impossible. Without cutting his hand, he said firmly, well, this is the end of this matter, you don't need to say any more, get ready and we will start to act tomorrow. This. White. Don't forget your identity. Yes. There is no way, under the strong suppression of not cutting, Bai, as a tool man, can only agree to it. Anyway, the left and the right are one death, Bai has already made this kind of consciousness. The next morning. On the unfinished bridge in Nami country, Kakashi and others came to protect the employer Dasna, but as soon as they arrived at the scene, they found something went wrong. Those workers were beaten to the ground, unconscious. No, pay attention. Kakashi just reminded everyone that there was a heavy fog in the surrounding air. This is the opening rhythm that will not be cut. Although there is no BGM, it is always correct to set the atmosphere first. As the fog became thicker and thicker, his terrifying voice, as if Yesya was crying, also sounded in the thick fog. Kakashi, we met again. But I don't know if you can beat me this time and protect your employer, ha ha ha. Don't cut any more, as long as I'm here, you can never hurt Master Dasna. While responding not to delay the time, Kakashi was behind at the same time, making a gesture to Suzuki and Sakura. The meaning is to let them find an opportunity to slip away, first go and ask for help. The two of Suzuki understood, but as soon as they moved, they were not spotted again. Hey, still want to make small moves under my nose? Bye, you go and kill them for me. Yes. After a flash, Shiro appeared in front of Suzuki and the other two, blocking their way. There is no other way but to go to war. Suzuki Jr. Sakura rushed towards Shiro together, and Kakashi also fought against Kakashi. Evenly matched? No, just a few minutes, the situation has changed. Because Suzuki and Sakura are not wide opponents at all, at his ultimate speed, Suzuki can barely fight one or two. But the little Sakura gave it purely for nothing. Without catching it, he was knocked to the ground by 1,000 white hidden weapons and couldn't get up. When Sakura fell, Suzuki was the only one who was struggling to support him. How long could he hold on? It's like domino, starting with Sakura, then Suzuki, and finally affecting Kakashi's performance. So when you encounter a pit teammate, this is really no way. Even if Kakashi is no longer weaker, it is not easy for him to change the current unfavorable situation. If no new factors emerge, it is only a matter of time before they lose. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the lucky man still took care of Konoha. Why is it a male god? Because Ching Kong led the team. Hinata, yay, you can go over there and help. Taking a look at the second pillar that was about to be inserted into a hedgehog, Ching Kong said silently. Okay, be careful yourself. With a promise, Hinata and you ran over. Ching Kong drew his ears and turned his head to look at Kakashi's side. Suddenly his eyes lit up. As the saying goes, good things live in those who are capable, so you are not welcome. P.S. Thank you for your votes and flowers. I will add more today, thank you. Chapter 30. I found myself a crappy reason. Ching Kong didn't delay anymore, he instantly crossed a distance of tens of meters and dashed into the battlefield of Kakashi and no more. And this arrogant and unreasonable posture shocked him again. What a ghost screamed in his heart. Under conditioned reflex, the big knife in his hand was also chopped down. Careful. Kakashi kindly reminded him, but the next scene almost made him lose his eye. With only one sound, Ching Kong grabbed the blade of the big sword with one hand in a way that he took the hand-to-hand with his empty hand. With such a weak strength, haven't you eaten? Holding the big knife down, Ching Kong said blankly. Damn kid. If he didn't cut his pupils, he was terrified, and he suddenly heard what Bai had said to himself yesterday. Konoha's reinforcements, a mysterious boy. Is this the one in front of you? It's terrifying to catch one's own big knife empty-handed. While thinking about it, he withdrew his big knife without cutting it, but he found that no matter how hard he tried, the big knife seemed to be stuck in the hand of the young man in front of him. No matter how you pull it, you can't pull it. Really FK. Boy, what on earth do you want to do? I couldn't pull the left or right back. I was furious if I didn't cut it, and the veins jumped on my forehead. A good bird chooses wood and lives, and with such a little strength, I still want to use a decapitating knife. Don't you think this is an insult to it? Ching Kong smiled slightly, and violently tugged his hand at the same time. Stabbed. The broadsword detached directly from the hand that didn't cut it anymore, and the palm of his hand was worn and bleeding. With a stunned face, I can't help but ask myself, who am I? Where am I? What is the situation with this horse riding? Isn't it just a good fight? How come your exclusive weapon has been snatched away? This FK is still unreasonable, is there any king's law? On the other hand, Kakashi's mouth twitched. Originally, the two masked men were engaged in a very friendly discussion, and Ching Kong slammed in with a bar. After all, it was to help himself. But you don't need to be so violent. When you come up, you will first grab someone's big sword and do it. It makes Konoha seem to be robbers. If this matter spreads out, even if it is reasonable, it doesn't sound very good. Ms. Kakashi, do you have an opinion on me? With a bang, Ching Kong inserted the decapitating knife on the ground, holding the handle with one hand, and asked as if he had eyes behind him. "No, absolutely not," Kakashi said solemnly, almost swearing to heaven. "Ah, that's good." Ching Kong nodded, then put his gaze on Soapy's body again. "If you don't cut comrades anymore, for the sake of decapitation, I'll give you another chance to reform yourself. Now, immediately, take your little daughter-in-law and get out with you. A way of life. It's really deceiving. She can be killed, not insulted." Hearing this, he has always been fearless, and even those with huge ambitions will be angry and red eyes if they don't cut. "Damn kid, I'm going to kill you, ah!" With a roar, he quickly rushed towards Ching Kong without cutting it. He wanted to take back his big sword, and then kill this little devil's head to wash his shame. But just listen to the brush, as if black lightning flashed across the void. Forehead. The person who was sprinting stopped without cutting his forehead with sweat. Immediately afterwards, his upper body slowly slid down and fell to the ground. The wound on his waist was neatly uniform, as flat as a mirror. Because the speed is too fast, he can even see clearly that his intestines are still squirming slowly. The horrible scene also made Kakashi's hair stand upright. The key is how he didn't expect that a generation of ghosts would not cut. The elite Janin-level powerhouse did not even make a move under King Kong's hands. With just one knife, the corpse was divided on the spot. This is no longer a question of whether cowhide is not cowhide, it is simply abnormal. Or think about it in another way, Ching Kong can kill with a single shot and never kill. Doesn't it also mean that he can hack himself to death with a single shot? Kakashi couldn't help asking himself. After all, the difference in strength between him and number one is not big, only between the first ones. Whoever loses or wins is better by looking at your face than by your ability. Ah! Don't kill the Lord again. Seeing that he didn't cut his death anymore, Bai couldn't stand it anymore, and rushed over. Brush. With a crosscut, King Kong's subordinates added another dead soul. That's right, he chopped off the white too, very neatly. A family, it just has to be neat and tidy. Anyway, No Zhan and Bai both have a heart for each other, and they are in agreement. Ching Kong is just doing it for them. Why did you kill him too? Kakashi was stunned. Isn't it good? Ching Kong smiled slightly, the harmless kind of humans and animals, they are a pair of lovers. Of course I want adult beauty. Besides, if you don't cut it, this young man won't live alone. God can't live alone, Kakashi can't tell. But all the kills were killed, or to help him complete the task, Kakashi couldn't turn his face away from denying anyone and say any more accusations. After thinking for a few minutes, in the end he could only hold back all the grooves in his stomach. Chapter 31. Wow, haha, Uncle Naruto is here too. Suddenly, a yellow hair rushed onto the bridge, still shouting arrogant words. Hey! What are you doing? See Kakashi and others standing motionless. Naruto was also a little confused. He hurriedly came to Sasuke and asked, "Where is the enemy?" "The enemy? Let me destroy them." Sasuke and little Sakura both flipped over Byakugan, and pointed at the corpse that won't be cut again. Haha, I vomit. Is this? What the hell, vomit? Stimulated by the two bloody corpses, Naruto continued to retaliate, and his words were uncomfortable. The blood of fighting bravely to kill the enemy also cooled in an instant. Patting Naruto on the back, Sasuke said in a tone of contentment that you are contented with. Fortunately, you came late, otherwise I'm afraid that guy will rise up, maybe even you will be chopped off. Who? Ching Kong. Why did he even cut me down? Seeing you are not pleasing to your eyes. Naruto's eyes widened, tears bursting into her face instantly. Do you want to be so scary, brother? If the matter of not being cut is resolved, Cardo will be nothing more. Even if he brought a large group of younger brothers over, there were hundreds of people. It just so happened that Ching Kong also had the intention to experiment again with the power of the decapitation broadsword, so he didn't need anyone else to do it, he could do it alone. 3 under 5 divided by 2. Ching Kong swept the belt and chopped all the way, from the middle of the bridge to the east end. Wherever he went, it was called a purgatory on earth. The stumps fly around, the blood rushes. The head rolls, the corpses all over the sky. After all the dust settled, Cardo, the first thief, was also hacked to death. Looking at Ching Kong standing in the sea of blood in the corpse mountain, beheading a big knife in his hand, Kakashi Suzuki and their faces also changed. I can't afford it, I can't afford it, no matter what you do in the future, for the sake of your own life, you should stay away from this big boss. Without him, just ask for safety. Mission completed. After dressing up for a night, everyone returned to Konoha. On the way, Ching Kong found that the people in Class 7 were hiding from him, even walking more than 10 meters apart, and he didn't dare to get closer at all. Cut, that staring. Ching Kong curled his lips, and didn't care about their attitude. Anyway, the decapitation knife was in his hand, and he could wave whatever he wanted with the strength. No one can control it. Besides, aren't Hinata and Fang courageous? I haven't seen how they hide. Yay, do you want to try my decapitation knife? Hey? This, it doesn't need to be. Inyazuki responded with a crying face, and his legs couldn't help but tremble. Okay, Ching Kong clicked his mouth and took back what he had said before. Soon, the group returned to the village. Go to the Hokage building to hand in the task first, and explain clearly what is going to happen again. Ching Kong, this shinobi. What? Get a scabbard for me? No, 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 I just carry it on my back, don't bother Mr. Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth and couldn't say anything. To be honest, he wanted Ching Kong to hand over the decapitation knife as the village's spoils, or it could be used to make a deal with Kirigakuer. However, King Kong's attitude made it clear that he didn't want to pay. As the old parent of the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen can't grab a child's stuff, at least he can't understand it. Boy, I can't use this shinobi sword for you. The door was pushed open, and Danzo walked in with a cane. Why? Looking at the other side sideways, Ching Kong said blankly. The ninja sword is something of Kirigakuer, which symbolizes their glory. If you give the ninja sword to the village can use it in exchange for your sister. Ching Kong interrupted Danzo directly, pointing his finger at him and said, Old dog, I really thought Xiao didn't dare to kill you? This horse is my trophy. I never snatched it from my hand. It has nothing to do with you. Understand? Danzo stood still on the spot for an instant. More than him, one person in the office counts as one. Kakashi, Yurihong, Class 7 and Class 8, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the staff were all confused by King Kong's sudden madness. More importantly, pointing to Danzo's nose and cursing the street, this kind of thing hasn't happened for many years. A little boy, how dare he do this? Danzo came back to his senses, his face turned ugly, and his hands trembled with anger. Boy, you! What am I, is it wrong to scold you? Ching Kong didn't give Danzo a chance to repay his mouth at all, and cursed like a machine gun, Stupid old dog, who do you think you are? Just come in and snatch children's things. Do you want to have an old face? If there is something like you in my house. People, I hacked to death by stepping on a horse early, and the province ran out to be embarrassed. I'm a big-headed ghost, I grabbed the shinobi myself, so I didn't give it to you. What's the matter, do you still want to bite me? Mix. FKA ball, some people don't do it, they want to be a dog, you say you are cheap, so many people don't talk, but you jump out to scold you, do you owe it? A bit of blood clogged in his throat. Danzo was so angry that he didn't die. Shook his head and stood firm. Danzo turned his head to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen again, and said in a cold voice, "Hokage, do you let this kid insult the old man here?" This. The key Sarutobi Hiruzen also has a numb scalp, he doesn't want to scold himself. And to be honest, seeing Danzo being scolded so harshly and still can't stop his mouth, how can he still feel? Well, it's a bit dark and cool. Chapter 32. Ahem. After clearing his throat, Sarutobi Hiruzen said deliberately, "Ching Kong, this is the elder of Anbu, Shimura Dans, you can't speak to him like this, it's too rude." The root is Konoha's hidden mechanism, and it is generally not mentioned in the open, so Danzo's current position is also under Anbu. Of course, this is just for deception. Anbu, elder. Ching Kong smiled disdainfully and said, "Master Hokage, is Elder Anbu's power so powerful, can he grab children's things?" Forward. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless. Danzo glared fiercely. Sarutobi Hiruzen was blaming him for being too urgent. Even if he wanted to decapitate his big sword, he couldn't use such a tough way. In fact, Danzo also has his own reasons. Just before, he sent 2 root ninjas to recruit Ching Kong to join the group. After that, people didn't recruit them, but the 2 root ninjas had disappeared. Danzo suspects that this matter is related to Ching Kong. And just now, he was trying to test Ching Kong. But thousands of counts, he just didn't count that Ching Kong would have this kind of character. He came up so much scolding, and even scolded so harshly. This loss is really the boss. Ching Kong, Elder Danzo doesn't mean that. Konoha is reasonable, and of course we won't try to grab your things. After taking a mouthful of cigarettes, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained with a bit of brain pain. That's the best, otherwise I thought the elders are better than Hokage, and they can grab other people's things at will. Taking a look at Danzo, Ching Kong curled his lips and said, "This damn kid. If the eyes can kill, Danzo's one-eyed can cut Ching Kong into pieces." Hokage. This kid insults Elder Anbu, isn't it just a punishment? That's you looking for a scolding. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen had spoken, Ching Kong took the blame and said, "As the elder of the village, if you don't set a good example, you are thinking about how to bully the children. What use is this for you? Why do you still want to find a curse? Don't let people say if you dare to do it, is Konoha yours alone? Are you better than Hokage? Damn! Only you deserve to die. The boss is not a small person. You have no knowledge at all. I doubt how you became an elder. You didn't buy it with money." Puff. Finally, Danzo still didn't suppress his anger, and he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The people present were dumbfounded, and watched Danzo fall on their backs in a daze, but no one reacted to him and went forward to help him. Boom! Danzo lay down. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen recovered, and quickly stood up and said, "Medical class, hurry up and send him to the medical class." What's wrong with this? A farce, was finally sent to the hospital with Danzo vomiting blood. Ching Kong ended with victory. Punishment, but there is also. Ching Kong didn't get any of the money for the 2 missions, and all of them were sent to the hospital for Danzo to see a doctor. This was an order from Sarutobi Hiruzen. But Ching Kong doesn't care. Not to mention just a little money, there is no use at all. If Danzo could lie down in the hospital with money, he would have taken out the tens of millions of dollars that Ching Kong had searched in the Uchiha clan. It's hilarious. Ching Kong, you, was too much just now. Stepping out of the Hokage building, Yu Rihong shook his head and said. She was not speaking for Danzo, but worried about King Kong's safety. After all, Danzo is the leader of the Roots, and there are countless hands of genin. If he focuses on Ching Kong, then King Kong's future will be hard to say. Do not have much left. Ching Kong waved his hand and said nonchalantly, on the bright side, he can't move me. In private, it's not always the one who lives and who dies. Xi Rihong was speechless, but thinking about King Kong's violence, she just hacked him to death with a single stab. What else is she worried about? Abnormal teenagers, you can't use common sense to look at them. In the following days, the 8th class performed the task as usual, and Sarutobi Hiruzen did not embarrass Ching Kong in this matter. As for Denso, he disappeared after being discharged from the hospital. As if not holding grudges at all. But Ching Kong understood that with Denso's insidious degree, it was impossible for him not to retaliate. But the old dog who can only do things secretly, should be waiting for the opportunity now. But Ching Kong is not afraid, annoyed him, but he will really kill people. Grown-ups. Grown-ups. Looking at Kimimaro and Uchiha Chuan who have grown a lot, Ching Kong nodded in satisfaction. A 14-year-old and a 17-year-old, all possess the strength close to Jainin, and they live up to his long training. Recently, Konoha is preparing for the Chunin exam. Just stay in the base. Don't show up in front of people if you are fine. Yes, my lord. Both Kimimaro and Uchiha Spring responded. After that, Ching Kong left the base of the Death Forest and returned to Konoha. Unlike the little fools in Class 7, the Chunin exam is about to come. Of course, Ching Kong had noticed such a big thing a long time ago. Not to mention, he is still a traverser. Knowing the plot is just the most basic thing. Wow, Ching Kong-kun! Accompanied by an exclamation, a soft figure also rushed to King Kong's back. Guess who I am? Ino blindfolded King Kong's eyes and asked in his ear. Little Red. Wrong. Xiao Li. No. Then with this heavy pressure, it must be the fat girl of his second uncle, the tiger-headed Cosmos Little Ino. Haha, I hate you. Ino jumped down and slapped Ching Kong again and shouted. Chapter 33. Ching Kong also smiled, glanced at Ino, Shikamaru, and Chi behind her, and said, Did you just come back from the task? Yeah, this time I went out for several days, and it was so hard to sleep and eat. As Ino was talking, Shikamaru also nodded to Ching Kong. As for Chi, the girl is still gnawing potato chips. In this case, go home and take a shower, take a good rest and rest. Good. After a few casual conversations, the Ino team left. Ching Kong also came to the training ground and joined Hinata and Ye. After a while, Xi Rihong also came. I'm telling everyone that Konoha will hold the Chunin selection exam in 7 days. Not only will Konoha's genin take part, but other ninja villages will also send ninjas. This is a very fierce competition, and there is even a risk of death, so if you want to participate in the competition, the 3 of you must think carefully. Just kidding, Don't worry about answering, Ye, you can think about it for a few days, as long as you answer me before the game starts. While speaking, Xi Rihong took out 3 more application forms and sent them to the hands of the Ching Kong 3. This is the application form. Do you want to fill in your names? I'll wait until you make up your mind. By the way, this competition is conducted in a small team, with at least 3 participants, so you can only advance and retreat together, participate together, or give up together. After talking about this, Xi Rihong left, leaving Ching Kong to discuss together. Inyazuka toothlessly said, This kid has always been very clever, capable of recklessness, and he doesn't even care about a mere Chunin exam. Only Hyga Hinata. Even after training with Ching Kong for several years, her strength is no longer what it used to be, and she is no weaker than anyone of the same age. But psychologically, she was still very unconfident, for fear of dragging King Kong's hind legs. Hinata. Hey, it's... Remember what I said to you before. Don't worry about that much, or you will be very tired. So, it doesn't matter whether he fails or passes his exam, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is that you went through it bravely and didn't disappoint yourself, understand? Hey, I understand, Ching Kong-kun. Hinata nodded and gave another big smile. The little girl is very thoughtful and thinks a lot, but she just does some things that she doesn't. Ching Kong shook his head. He didn't care about Chin's name. The reason why Hinata was allowed to participate was purely idle and bored to have fun. Yes, it is like that. Not to mention Ichnin, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the position of Hokage to Ching Kong, he might not do it. It's not that Hokage is bad. The key is that King Kong's ambition is not here, what he wants is invincible in the world, immortality. What a mere Hokage! Therefore, in his eyes, the promotion test, which is very important to other ninjas, is not even a fart to Ben. The only use can only be used as a recreational game in leisure time. Ching Kong. After the three-person team disbanded, Ching Kong was going home alone, but when he was passing by an uninhabited alley, he was suddenly stopped by someone behind him. Turning around, Ching Kong faced the incoming person. You are. Don't remember me. Yakushi Kabuto smiled slightly, and helped her glasses again. What about this pair of glasses? This is a gift from Dean Yakushi to me. For Yakushi Kabuto. Ching Kong certainly recognized it, but only to maintain the personality did he pretend to be confused, frowning, and thinking. At the same time, he is also considering, Yakushi Kabuto, what is his purpose at this time? In fact, Ching Kong doubts the IQ of Danzo and Orochimaru. Nothing else, just because of the name Yakushi Kabuto. In the beginning, Kabuto was called Kabuto, and did not have the surname Yakushi. A few years ago, by the order of Danzo, Kabuto and Yakushi Nanoyu sneaked into Uegakure at the same time to perform an assassination mission. And their mission goals are both sides. Then, Nanoyu died at the hands of Kabuto. Kabuto also had a nervous breakdown and was taken away by Orochimaru. After some brainwashing, Kabuto joined Orochimaru and became his man. On the other hand, Orochimaru reformulated a new file for Kabuto and asked him to change his order to Yakushi Kabuto, as the captain of the medical team, the child of Yakushi Nanoyu. He returned to Konoha and lurked. This is so. Danzo is stupid, or Orochimaru is stupid. This kind of identity on the face is really afraid that people will not be able to find it. After all, Kabuto was born in an orphanage and was raised by Nao. He has white hair and always wears glasses. As for the new Yakushi Kabuto, his name, birthplace, and outfit have not changed at all. But the problem is. Even so, Yakushi Kabuto stayed in Konoha for several years. Danzo didn't find fault with him, and Hokage didn't find anything. What the hell is this? Maybe, Danzo and Orochimaru have reached another agreement, so they didn't move Yakushi Kabuto. In King Kong's view, this should be the only explanation. Otherwise Danzo and Orochimaru would become real fools, but obviously, they are not. Who are you? Why are the glasses of Dean Yakushi in your hands? After thinking for a long time, Ching Kong still pretended not to think of anything, and asked loudly. Sure enough, you still don't remember anything, but you can't be blamed. After all, you were so a little bit older when I left the orphanage. Yakushi Kabuto laughed at himself, then lowered his glasses and said, Ching Kong, even if you don't recognize who I am, you should have heard of the name Kabuto. Chapter 34. Kabuto. King Kong's eyes widened suddenly. According to the orphan's personal setting of the orphanage, he should indeed know this. Because in the past 10 years, Dean Nono, who is performing duties outside, and Yakushi Kabuto, have sent a lot of money to the orphanage. Every once in a while, there has never been a break. The money was not considered terminated until the news of the deaths of the two came back. Impossible, Brother Kabuto passed away long ago, It's all fake, to perform more important tasks. Next, Yakushi Kabuto told a very long story, just to trick Ching Kong and gain his trust. No matter what identity is exposed, I have to choose suspended animation to get out. What is the hidden plan? I have to stay incognito, bid farewell to the past, and live with a brand new identity. After listening to them all, Ching Kong couldn't help sighing. This kid would be really awkward if he didn't write a novel. Still wrong. What if you lie to me? How can it be? No way. Yakushi Kabuto can only say something about the orphanage to prove his identity. Well, brother Kabuto, now you come to find me what I want to do. Is that task already completed? Don't you need to hide your identity anymore? It's not easy. Seeing that Ching Kong finally believed, Yakushi Kabuto also wiped away the cold sweat that was unnecessary, and it felt more tiring than a real battle. With a light cough, he said, "The task has not been completed yet, but it is almost over. I just want to make this last step. I still need Ching Kong to help me a little bit. That's why I came to you tonight." "What's busy?" "Send these items to number 22 on Chongsheng Street, number 7 on Hongyi Street, and number 7 on Cao Li Street." "What are these?" Looking at the small jars that Yakushi Kabuto took out, Ching Kong asked inexplicably. "It's information marked with a code word." "Then why didn't brother Kabuto send it by himself? This broken boy, where are so many problems?" But Yakushi Kabuto had to put on a smiling face and patiently explained, "Because I have more important things to do, I can't get out of it." "Oh, okay." Reaching out to take the 3 jars, Ching Kong nodded. "Then please, Ching Kong, when this task is completed, I will definitely come back again and thank you very much." "Haha, brother Kabuto is too polite. I am already very happy to know that you are not dead. It's nothing to help you a little." "Well, I am also very happy to see you, then, we will see you next time, Ching Kong." Shaking his hand, Yakushi Kabuto disappeared instantly. "It's hilarious." Turning around, King Kong's face also faded cold. He squeezed the jar in his hand, although he didn't know what it was, but he didn't expect it to be a good thing. Mosquitoes were sent to check the next 4 weeks. Sure enough, Ching Kong found that Yakushi Kabuto hadn't gone far at all, and was still squatting on a roof to monitor himself. Looking for a scapegoat to deliver things, he hid behind and watched. Ching Kong was even more daring to predict that these jars were all dangerous goods. Walking slowly, getting closer and closer to the first position mentioned by Yakushi Kabuto, Ching Kong was also thinking about what he was going to do. The Chunin exam is about to be held, so think about Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan. These jars shouldn't be. When he finally reached the place, Ching Kong sent some mosquitoes around to investigate the situation as usual. After searching for a week, he finally found the clue he wanted. Because it was next door to the jar, it turned out to be the place of the Konoha enchantment class. Needless to say, several cans must be bomb-like things. When Orochimaru's plan started, these cans were also detonated. The Konoha enchantment squad will be destroyed in an instant, and there will be no way to stop Tsunagakure's ninja from driving straight in and attacking Konoha's various areas. What a sinister plan! Ching Kong curled the corners of his lips, thinking a little speechlessly. However, he didn't plan to dismantle Yakushi Kabuto now, enter the room quietly, put the jar down, and leave without knowing it. What to eat inside and out, help the gang to abuse. Not to mention, Ching Kong doesn't have much affection for Konoha itself, and even seeing Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others are not pleasing to the eye, he wants to add some blockage to them. On the other hand, Ching Kong also feels that Konoha is too comfortable, and it must be a little unrest to stimulate them. Let them know what it means to be vigilant and never let your guard down. As for how many people died during this period, what does that have to do with Ching Kong? A group of waste woods, now they are not angry and try to be strong. They grow up quickly. When the Fourth Ninja World War begins, Lady Kaguya pops out of the moon. Konoha and these people are still cannon fodder, and they will inevitably die. Well, Ching Kong did this for their good, Turn around. The 8th class assembled again. The 3 took out the application form, and when they saw the names written on it, they all smiled at each other. Have you all considered it? Yes. Well, then I won't say much. Xi Hong smiled. She really had nothing to worry about, nothing else, just because there was Ching Kong, this little monster in the 8th class. Cut it to death with a single knife and don't cut it again. With such strength, would it be difficult to be selected by a Jnin? It was a joke. A few days passed quickly. The 8th class came to the exam site, but just as they entered the room, they were blocked by a fight. It was Uchiha Sasuke and Rock Lee who fought against each other. The 2 of them moved sideways in the venue, fighting fiercely. However, it can be seen that Sasuke is obviously at a disadvantage. Even if Sharingan is turned on, he still can't keep up with Rock Lee's speed. With 3 punches and 2 kicks, he was beaten back in defeat and suffered minor injuries. Chapter 35. With a scream, Sasuke was kicked by Rock Lee and fell to the 8th class. Little Sakura and Naruto turned their heads, only to discover the existence of the 3 in Class 8. Snapped. Ching Kong, who was carrying a decapitated knife, caught Sasuke with one hand, and then threw him aside like a fly. Seeing this scene, Rock Lee, who wanted to continue his attack, stopped. He stopped and looked at Ching Kong very seriously. Because he knows how powerful he kicked out, plus Sasuke's weight, there are hundreds of less than 1,000 caddies. But Ching Kong was okay and just like everyone else. Next, this is not something ordinary people can do. I know you, a graduate of the same class as Uchiha Sasuke, Kamiya Ching Kong. It is rumored that in the school, you 2 have tried a total of 8 times, but you win each time. After taking a breath, Rock Lee continued, to be honest, I am very disappointed with the genius of Sasuke-kun. It is not as good as the rumors. And you, the chief student who defeated him 8 times, Kamiya Ching Kong, how much strength do you have? Please check with me, please. While speaking, Rock Lee also stretched out his hand and assumed a fighting pose. But this time, he was not against Sasuke, but against Ching Kong. Damn it! Sasuke hammered the floor hard, and the anger in his heart burned to his forehead. I have been defeated again and again, and now I am defeated by a thick eyebrow, looked down upon. How can he take revenge on that man and rejuvenate the Uchiha clan? Sasuke is not hating Ching Kong and Rock Lee, but just hating himself for being incompetent and too weak. Not interested in. After returning to Rock Lee, Ching Kong took Fang and Hinata to move on, preparing to go upstairs. But with a stroke, Rock Lee blocked King Kong's front and stretched out his hand again. Ching Kong-kun, please be sure to discuss with me. Step aside. Unless you beat me, otherwise. Boom. Before Rock Lee spoke, he was shot and flew out by a black shadow, hitting the wall next to him directly, causing a cloud of smoke. Click. Ching Kong inserted the decapitating knife into the floor, holding the handle with one hand and said, "You should be glad that I used the knife surface instead of the blade, otherwise you deserve to know it." Ahem. Rock Lee knelt on the ground on one knee, reaching out his hand to cover Hungarian's mouth and coughing violently. Of course, his heart was also horrified. He never expected King Kong's speed to be so fast. The moment the sword came over, he didn't even see the shadow. Also, this blow didn't really hurt me, but it broke my whole body strength and made me unable to move for a short time. What kind of control is this? It's just horrible. You are stronger than I thought. Raising his head with difficulty, Rock Lee gasped and said, "But I won't give up, for my forbearance, and also for the love in my heart." While speaking, Rock Lee turned his head and looked at Haruno Sakura again, with a deep love in his eyes. Oh my god! Several people in Ching Kong shuddered, and their hearts were very cold. Not to mention Haruno Sakura, She backed 7 or 8 steps in a row, her face pale and unhuman, apparently shocked by Rock Lee's sudden confession. "Burn it, my youth." Rock Lee stood up vigorously, planning to use forbidden technique 8 inner gates. But the appearance of a big tortoise interrupted him. "Lee. Have I forgotten all your warnings? Guy, teacher." A farce, ended by the debut of Might Guy. He first punched Xiao Li, and then the two cried again, tears streaming down their faces. The exaggerated atmosphere and the fleshy movements directly thundered the 6 people in the 7th and 8th classes. "I can't stand the bird at all." Even without saying goodbye, the Ching Kong trio stepped forward and left. It was better to run first. On the 3rd floor, the classroom. Ching Kong just pushed the door and walked in, and a familiar figure jumped onto him. "Wow, haha, I caught you again, Ching Kong-kun. Cut, have you all come to participate in such a troublesome assessment?" Ino, Shikamaru, and Chi, who have been eating potato chips, the Inoshika CH team, are here. Immediately afterwards, the 7th class came up, and the 9th class where Abarame Shino was. Because of being robbed of the seat by Ching Kong, Abarame Shino was assigned to an ordinary class. Anyway, it was just 2 teammates. After a few glances, Ching Kong was also unfamiliar. "You guys, you should pay attention to the occasion when you speak." The master of dream realization, Yakushi Kabuto, once again appeared on the stage. He walked over with a smile and used the reason of popularizing the test information to get close to the crowd. "What, took the 4-year exam? Haha, even though my ability is a bit short and I haven't passed, but collecting information is pretty good." Yakushi Kabuto touched the back of his head and smiled. "What information?" "Hey, these are forbearance cards. Not only do they record information on the number of candidates from various countries, but also the personal data of many candidates." Yakushi Kabuto took out a large stack of orange cards. "So smart. Then Kabuto-senpai, do you have any information about this class of candidates?" "Of course there is, whoever you want to see, just tell me the name." "This. Rock Lee, and Gaara from Tsunagakuer." Suzuki took the call and said coldly. "The 2 of them are really interesting." Yakushi Kabuto pushed down his glasses and smiled. He reached out and looked for the card, and finally pulled out 2 of them. Chapter 36. Rock Lee, 1 year older than you, is a graduate of last year, but he has not taken the Chunin exam. This is the first time. Mission experience, D level 20 times, C level 11 times. The leader of the team is Might Guy Jainin. In the past year, he has made rapid progress in his physical skills, but he is a bit worse in other areas. He doesn't have any ninjutsu skills, which is a pity. Sandblast Gaara, mission experience, 8D level, 1B level. Because it is a ninja from another country, and a newcomer, there is no other information. But I heard that all his tasks seem to have come back unscathed." "What?" "Genin participated in the B-level mission, and was still unscathed." All the Xiaoqiangs were surprised, feeling that Gaara is indeed not easy. "So, do you have anyone else you want to know?" Putting away 2 cards casually, Yakushi Kabuto asked with a smile. "Have." It was Suzuki again. He looked up at one person, and then said, Kamaya Ching Kong." As soon as Suzuki said this, all the Xiaoqiangs turned their heads one after another, and they all put their eyes on King Kong's body. To be honest, they are indeed very curious, what exactly is King Kong's information? Ching Kong? I advise you not to look at it, otherwise it will be very shocked. Yakushi Kabuto pushed down his glasses and said. At the same time, at the moment when Zhong Xiaoqiang missed his sight, he showed an unexplained smile to Ching Kong. Take it out, I have to watch it. Suzuki was stubborn. This, well, since you want to. Shrugged. Yakushi Kabuto drew another card from the stack, but it was not orange, but gold. Kabuto-senpai, why is his card golden? Naruto yelled and asked with an unhappy expression. The gold is marked because King Kong-kun's record is too scary, so the card is more special. While speaking, Yakushi Kabuto touched a point on the card, and under chakra output, the information on the card also appeared instantly. First of all, it is the photo of King Kong, very handsome. Next is the data sheet. Kamiya King Kong, Konoha's current graduate, has completed D-level tasks 14 times, C-level tasks once, and B-level tasks once. The most powerful record is to kill Mist Shinobi with a single stab. The beheading knife behind him is the best proof. This is more convincing than anything. What, is this only information? These things have been known for a long time, and Naruto doesn't feel so strange. What's so scary? Only. Taking a strange look at Naruto, Yakushi Kabuto raised his head and asked, "Little schoolboy, do you understand what it means to be hacked to death without being slashed? What does it mean?" Haha. Yakushi Kabuto smiled and said, "The ghost will not be cut anymore." It turned out to be Janin from the Kirigakura assassination unit. He is so powerful that he can kill 100 or even hundreds of Genins like you in 10 minutes. How is it possible? I don't believe it, because he did this a long time ago. Before graduation, he killed all the students who took the exam at the same time, leaving none of them. Naruto was speechless for a moment, leaving a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead. The other Xiaoqiang is the same, they are all scared by the cold blood and cruelty of not cutting. But more importantly, such a powerful character was hacked to death by King Kong, so how strong should he be? I can't imagine it. Sasuke gritted his teeth and couldn't help asking himself, when will he be able to do this to catch up with this perverted guy? It's really desperate. An intelligence science popularization ended in the silence of everyone. King Kong didn't say anything, let alone close to Yakushi Kabuto. One is that he has nothing to say, and the other is that the look Yakushi Kabuto made to him is very obvious, which is to tell King Kong not to reveal his identity. Never mind. For people like Yakushi Kabuto, King Kong regards him as an acting. If the acting is fun, watch it more. It doesn't matter if you get bored and hacked it to death. The reaction won't go anywhere. So, after the toss trio came out and attacked Yakushi Kabuto, King Kong also watched the excitement the whole time, and didn't even participate in it at all. But if he doesn't ask for trouble, it doesn't mean that trouble won't come over automatically. After solving Yakushi Kabuto, the hunchback toss didn't know what to think, and turned to King Kong's face and punched him in the head. Looking for death. King Kong narrowed his eyes, he didn't care what plans Yakushi Kabuto and others had, whether he was testing himself. Who dares to ask for trouble, he dares to kill anyone. Click. King Kong just put his hand on the handle of the decapitating knife, but only hearing a bang, a large piece of white smoke appeared on the other side of the classroom. Be quiet, you trash. With a cold drink, when the white smoke dissipated, Konoha's more than a dozen examiners also showed their bodies. There was a person in front of him, who was more than 1.9 meters tall. He was wearing a black windbreaker, with a very terrifying face, coupled with the 2 long scars on it, and cold eyes. For Genin at the scene, the deterrence is still quite large. I am the chief examiner of the first exam, Marino Ibiki. Now I will tell you the first test rule for these wastes. Anyone who uses force during the exam without permission will be eliminated and disposed of. Especially you guys from Odanin village, don't mess with me before the exam, or get out of here right away, do you understand? Ibizai raised his hand and pointed to Toss and others yelling. Smimasai. Toss quickly apologized and admitted his mistake, like a well-behaved pupil. But once Ibiksi turned his attention away, he approached King Kong again and whispered, "Little devil, you are lucky this time, we will continue to play later." Chapter 37. Oh. King Kong didn't understand, who gave this guy so much courage. He even dared to provoke him, even knowing that he would kill him with a single knife. Is it Ant Liang? Or the ant snake? Ching Kong didn't believe that this kind of brainless behavior of Toss was arbitrarily advocating, and no one instructed him. Then dig deeper into the background of Yin Ren. There is no one else except Ant Snake. So, is Orochimaru targeted? In a daze, Ching Kong also recalled. Why did Yakushi Kabuto find himself a few days ago? I'm afraid it's not just a scapegoat. Sure enough, these guys who played conspiracies and tricks were all very deep, with too many eyes. Ching Kong shook his head, and grinned at Toss. Okay, we will continue to play in the future. I hope your team can hold on for a while. Don't let the cold too fast, otherwise it will be too disappointing. Hey, sharp-toothed kid. Ibis had already announced the content of the exam, and TOS didn't bother to speak anymore, turned his head and left with his two teammates. Stupid pigs, I only talk about the test rules once, and opened my ears to hear clearly. Now, submit your application and take the number plate to take a seat. After a while, wait until all the candidates are seated. Ibizai stood up again and said loudly, the first test is a written test, and the test paper will be sent to you immediately. There are a total of 10 questions on it, and the last one will not be answered temporarily. Attention, you all have 10 points at the beginning. 1 point will be deducted for a wrong answer. Similar to the original book, the first 9 questions test intelligence gathering ability, and the last one tests xingxing. Of course, if you know the plot, as long as you don't quit by yourself, you can live with your eyes closed. Ching Kong didn't write anything. After Yubuxi finished talking about the rules of the exam, he put one hand on the table and looked bored at the scenery outside the window. There is no point in answering the question with pen. This guy. After scanning around and discovering King Kong's alternative performance, Ibis can't help but frown. This is the case. The difficulty of the questions in this exam is really not small. Many candidates can't answer them, they are worried and sweating. But even if you can't answer it again, you won't even go to see the scenery outside the window without even looking at the question. Suddenly, Ibizai winked at the examiner next to him and asked him to check out the window for any problems. That's right, Ibis suspected that Ching Kong had bought out the person outside the examination room and sent him the answer from a long distance away to help him cheat. After a while, the examiner returned and shook his head at Ibizai, meaning that he had found nothing. Of course I can't find it. Ching Kong didn't even think about answering the question. Under such circumstances, if Yubuxi and the others could find cheating personnel, it would really be hell. Good boy, I want to see what tricks you are doing. Ibis didn't believe it anymore. As the time gradually decreased, Ching Kong would still be empty forever, never answering questions. In the following time, Yubuxi shifted his focus to Ching Kong, monitoring his every move. But he was doomed to waste his efforts. 20 minutes. 30 minutes. Ibizai had informed before that the test time is 1 hour. And he will announce the content of the 10th question in the 45th minute. But now that 40 minutes have passed, Ching Kong is still wandering, and has no intention of holding a pen at all. This made Ibizai very uncomfortable, and she couldn't figure it out even after scratching her scalp. Number 23 is eliminated. Number 59 is eliminated, get out with his group. Number 47. Why? Why? For a while, Ibizai didn't know how many brain cells were consumed. The key point is that he doesn't understand it. Only his own Hokage knows the content of the test, and there is no possibility of leakage. Then why is this guy still so calm, as if he already knew the content of the exam? It was different from Naruto's scumbag. Although he didn't answer the same question, Naruto's frown almost disappeared, and the paper in his hand was almost torn. As for Ching Kong, I will look at the scenery outside the window for a while, and squint on the table for a while. It's too easy, don't. Where is the exam? It's just a vacation. But when the time comes, at the 45th minute, even if EPUB's brain hurts again, he still has to announce the content of the 10th question. Okay, stop writing for now. Ibis stood up, knocked on the blackboard and said. First of all, you have to make a choice, whether or not to answer the 10th question. Hey! Should we choose? What happens if I choose not to answer the question? The candidates were puzzled and talked. Quiet. Ibis patted the table and frowned. If you don't choose, the candidate will get 0 points on the spot, which means you are unqualified. What? How so? What kind of shit rule is this? The candidates were all fried. But some people still asked, what about the choice of answer? Choose to answer the question. If you answer the wrong answer, the same 0 points, A and D. Ibis gave a cruel smile and said with a long tone, in the time to come, I will always be deprived of the qualifications to take the CHNN exam. In an instant, the whole examination room was quiet. The candidates were shocked by this rule, feeling particularly unreasonable. Chapter 38. Boring. Only Ching Kong was alone. He shook his head, then turned to look at the scenery outside the window, as if it had nothing to do with what happened in the classroom. But it really doesn't matter. CHNN graded, Ching Kong doesn't care about this thing. He came to take the exam, it was just a boring pastime, it was purely a cut scene, so it didn't matter to him whether he passed or failed. After wrangling for a long time, Ibis finally finished talking nonsense. Under the pressure of ultimate, the faces of many candidates have also become ugly. Because it's really hard to choose, especially if you choose to answer the question and get the wrong answer, you will have to be genin for a lifetime. The price is too high. I quit. Me too. One after another, many candidates raised their hands and gave up the exam. Bang! Don't underestimate me, I won't run away. Like the original book, after being pushed to the limit, Naruto finally couldn't bear it, patted the table and stood up, announcing his forbearance loudly. After that, it was simple. Encouraged by Naruto, all the candidates stayed as if they were beaten with blood. Of course, this is considered to have passed Ibis's test and completed the 10th question. Bang! Brush! I am the examiner for the second exam, Mitarashi Anko. With the appearance of a certain meatball master in the second stage, breaking the glass and engaging in banner slogans, the candidates were also shocked and speechless. But anyway, the test venue can finally be changed. In the afternoon, all the candidates came to the field with the examiner Mitarashi Anko. This is the venue for the second exam, Exercise Field No. 44. aka, Death Forest. The corner of Anko's mouth curled up and a weird smile appeared. All the candidates trembled and panicked. Now, before the exam starts, let me give this to you. While speaking, Anko took out another stack of paper and let the examiner distribute it to everyone. This is a death agreement. If you want to take the second exam, you must first sign your names on it. They have all come to this point, even if there is the possibility of death or injury, there is no reason to retreat. So without much consideration, a group of candidates signed their names, and the 8th class Ching Kong was in was the same. Not bad. After taking the agreement and looking at it, Anko smiled and continued, then, let me tell you about the rules of this exam. First of all, the content of this exam is to survive in the wild. The time is 5 days. Assessment token is the Sky-Earth coiling axis. In a limited time, you have to get the Scroll of Heaven and the Scroll of Earth. After you make a pair, you can cross a 10-kilometer-long dangerous terrain to reach the designated location, which is the center of the forest. Tower building. Remember, you are allowed to compete for scrolls during the exam, but you are never allowed to leave this area without authorization. Do you understand everything? Anko held a map and asked loudly. After seeing all the candidates nodding, she continued, since you understand, then gossip less, and the second test will officially begin now. Give an order. The examinees also lined up to get the scrolls, and then followed their respective examiners to enter the examination room at the entrance outside the iron net. 16. Looking at the number plate at the entrance, Ching Kong didn't care about this little thing either. He raised his foot and walked into the dim forest with Hinata and Fang. After half a day, as the first scream came out, the battle for scrolls in the forest began. The other side. Far away from the 8th class, two people emerged in the soil. Kabuto, what can I do? Orochimaru-sama, there are two messages. Suzuki-kun confirmed that Sharingan has been turned on. It is currently a double-hook jade, and Kamiya Ching Kong, which you let me pay attention, is indeed not easy for this kid. Haha. Orochimaru licked his lower lip, his eyes also shone brightly. Suzuki doesn't mention it. After being defeated by Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru, who can be said to have no resistance, also has a big obsession with Sharingan. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is inevitable. As for Ching Kong, now Orochimaru is not very interested in him, let alone connect him with the young man who was diplomatist in Kirigakure. It's just because King Kong's record is too magnificent. This is what happened at a young age. This has to be said to be a genius with great potential. As for Orochimaru, he likes collecting all kinds of talented teenagers the most. In addition, Ching Kong and Yakushi Kabuto are both from the welfare institution, and they have no background. That's why Orochimaru ordered Yakushi Kabuto to test Ching Kong to see if he could be dragged to Union Village to serve himself. Of course, even a genius boy is not as important as Sharingan, at least in Orochimaru's eyes. Kabuto, go ahead with the plan, I look forward to your performance. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. As the voice fell, the two of them gradually sank into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 39. Ah! Damn it! What the hell is this? Ah! In the 8th class, under the trap set by Ya and Hinata, 3 genins from Rain Shinobi Village were unfortunately recruited, and they were stuck to their bodies by a lot of blood leeches that fell from the sky. Special blood leeches, one is as long as 20 centimeters, are as thick as ordinary bread. After only a few minutes of poison and blood sucking, these Rain Shinobi genins lost their resistance and became half dead. Ching Kong sat on the side and didn't participate in the whole process. However, seeing this kind of blood leeches so powerful, he suddenly thought that his mosquitoes can draw the blood of others and follow the limits, but a huge amount of blood is needed to purify the purity of the blood. For example, before, in the Nation of Waves, Ching Kong hacked Shui Wuiba to death with a single knife, and never let go of the opponent's blood afterwards. But after sucking it with mosquitoes, Ching Kong didn't get the ice escape. This also proved that just a white blood is not enough to allow him to purify enough essence to awaken Binjayun Sweja. But after seeing the leeches in front of him, Ching Kong suddenly thought of 2 operation methods. First, if a small amount of blood is not enough to count, then you can cultivate it yourself. Anyway, blood is not such an advanced thing. Second, since human blood can be extracted from the boundary, can it also extract various animals in nature, as well as insects? After all, the power of insects also comes from the gene chain. Since he can extract hemorrhage and bounds from human blood, in theory, he can extract various abilities from other species as well. Anyway, the principles are common, and there is no essential difference. Ching Kong is a simple person, just do it when he thinks of it. With a wave of his hand, he transformed into an army of mosquitoes. After spreading out, he flew to the leeches. If these blood leeches had brains, perhaps they would never have thought about it until they died, and they would still be pecked by the geese all day long. They used to suck other people's blood, but now the other way around, there are still things that dare to suck their blood. But the weak and the strong eat, this is the law of nature. Buzzing. As the army of black mosquitoes swept past, the big blood leeches quickly dried out and fell off the several dead Rain Shinobi genin. Sunny, Sky, are these mosquitoes controlled by you? Suddenly seeing this scene, Inyazuka was also completely stunned and couldn't help but stammered. Then your last name is Abarame, are you? What do you think? Ching Kong turned Byakugan. Oh, know how to play bugs, instead of Shino, then he should be from the Abarame family. Purely funny. Don't think about it, this is my own blood succession ability, it has nothing to do with the Abarame family. Oh, okay. Although Inyazuka was still a little skeptical, looking at the black mosquito army, sucking blood leeches was like playing, he still chose to close his mouth. Soon, hundreds of large blood leeches were all swallowed by mosquitoes. When the energy feedback came back, Ching Kong closed his eyes and felt it well. Because of ability to repeat. Leeches suck blood, do mosquitoes suck blood too? So Ching Kong didn't have any other abilities, but it was not without any benefit. Ching Kong felt that his mosquitoes were more powerful. Especially in terms of sucking blood, which was more than twice as fast as before. This should be sucking blood leeches, copying the benefits of the opponent's ability. In addition, Ching Kong also found that his skin, as well as the skin of mosquitoes, are tougher than before. It is the blood leeches, because this kind of thing is hard to kill. You can trample on it and burn it to death, but it is difficult to break it. The skin of leeches is extremely tough, and it has strong stretch and elasticity. Obviously, after extracting the blood of hundreds of leeches, Ching Kong also replicated this ability. Good. It's really good. So in the next rush, Ching Kong sent a large number of mosquitoes out, looking for those insects and poisons with special abilities in the forest, and sucking their blood. Unicorn. Cobra. Poisonous spider. Big centipede. Little dragonfly. Praying mantis, butterfly. Ants, poisonous bees. The Hokage world is really different from the normal world. The insect animals here are ordinary, but there are also large-headed and highly toxic species, like upgraded species. For example, the centipede that Ching Kong just killed was more than 10 meters long. If this kind of big guy ran out, killing ordinary people would not be the same as playing. Just like that, go all the way and kill all the way. The large amount of energy that was fed back was also continuously improving King Kong's strength. Let's not talk about those abilities. In just a short period of time, his physical fitness has more than doubled, which is more cowhide than taking Shiquan W pills. Of course, Ching Kong also blamed himself for not expecting this, otherwise he would have done this a long time ago. Wherever he went, there was a mess, and everything withered. Well, except for those plants, all the insects and animals found by Ching Kong, he didn't let them go, they sucked them all up. Yay, Hinata, you two come here. Ching Kong wanted to experiment with one more thing, so he called two of them. After that, he put his hands on the shoulders of the two of them, and transported a small part of the absorbed energy into their bodies. Ah, this is... Yeah, and Hinata's complexion changed, but it was not uncomfortable, but very comfortable. Chapter 40. How are you feeling? Very comfortable, not only that, I feel my strength has also increased. Inyazuka Tooth squeezed his fist excitedly, then turned his head and asked, Ching Kong, what is going on in the end? It's amazing. When the delivery was almost done, Ching Kong put down his hand and responded, remember my mosquitoes, they can suck other people's blood and help me transform into this energy. So smart. Inyazuka's eyes widened, and Hinata was also surprised. Although it sounds a bit evil to suck blood, it depends on the benefits. For example, now that Inyazuka finds that his strength has at least doubled, then he thinks King Kong's ability is very good and very cute. Iwo and Muma, and vice versa are the same. Besides, ninjas often kill people. Isn't that evil? In contrast, what's wrong with sucking some blood? Inyazuka lied to himself, and soon accepted it. Even Hinata, because the object was Ching Kong, she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. In fact, this is also a test of Ching Kong. Mosquito power, this ability is too conspicuous, unless he doesn't use it, or sooner or later, he will be exposed. Instead of making people speculate in the future, it's better to say it by yourself and give the people around you a psychological construction first. After tasting the benefits, someone will naturally support him and support him. Get used to it first. In the next few days, I will provide you two with enough energy to improve your strength. Well. Inuyasukage quickly agreed, very happy. But unlike Ching Kong itself, without the mosquito power, Inuyasukage and Hinata can absorb these energy at a far slower speed than him, and there is an upper limit. Each time, it cannot exceed a certain number, which varies from person to person. Can only wait for digestion first, and then replenish. Inuyasukage seems to be stronger than Hinata, but in fact, his energy absorption rate and upper limit are less than half of Hinata's. Ching Kong thought to himself, is this still related to the Big Stomach King? Because the absorption capacity is good. The little guy Hinata is Konoha's #1 appetite, so he can eat it. Konoha's big appetizer game, eat a happy ramen. Ya only ate 10 bowls, and Naruto 30 bowls. Hinata ate 46 bowls, which scared me to death. Ching Kong, there is a wild boar over there, I can smell it. Ching Kong-kun, there is a herd of deer 2 kilometers ahead, In the next time, Inuyasukage and Hinata both helped to find various animals, and they were more active than Ching Kong. Inuyasukage's task is to improve his strength. As for Hinata, she just wanted to help Ching Kong, so much so that she even used Byakugan. These two guys. Ching Kong shook his head slightly and smiled, but did not refuse the two people's kindness either. Anyway, just go along the way, so while walking, use the mosquito army to clean up. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the front left, and smoke and dust also spread. Damn, what kind of ninjutsu makes such a big movement? Inuyasukage shouted, covering his head. Hinata, it depends on the situation. Ching Kong said. Hi, Byakugan. Hinata forms a seal, and meridians also appear on his face. After taking a look, she said, it was the 7th squad who encountered an ambush and was fighting with 3. Look at the forehead protector. It should be from Kushinen village. They are fighting. Oh? Kushinen village. Ching Kong squinted his eyes and said with a smile, let's go quietly and take a closer look at the situation. Hi. Good. Swipe. Following King Kong's footsteps, the 3 of them moved towards the left front together. 10 minutes later, when they came to a dense forest, Ching Kong stopped first, standing on a thick tree trunk and looking forward. Sure enough, it was the 7th class. And the one who fought with them was Orochimaru dressed as Kusakura ninja. The long tongue belongs to the summoning giant snake again. Other ninjas may not be able to see it, but Ching Kong recognizes it at a glance. The battle was quite fierce. In addition to Haruno Sakura's daily soy sauce, Sasuke and Naruto worked together to fight Orochimaru back and forth. Of course, this is Orochimaru playing, not at all serious. Otherwise, just with Sasuke and Naruto's current strength, it is impossible to go through 2 rounds in Orochimaru's hands. If they can hold on for a while, they are considered to be burning incense. Ching Kong, shall we not help? Inuyasukage and Hinata also came to Ching Kong, and Inuyasukage asked. Because of the appearance of Ching Kong, Hinata and Naruto have nothing to do with each other, so she is not too nervous about Naruto's safety. Look again, don't worry. Ching Kong smiled and replied. Originally, there was nothing to do with him and the 7th class, let alone guilty, because they went head-to-head with Orochimaru. Isn't that enough to support it? Inuyasukage nodded and said nothing, stood on the tree trunk and watched the play together. Ah! In anger, Naruto used Nine Tails chakra and went away a bit. But shortly afterwards, he was captured by Orochimaru's long tongue and resealed with the 5 elements seal. Sasuke is the only one left, and that's even worse. Even if he plucked up the courage to use the Sharingan, and a series of fire-style ninjutsu. But it only made Orochimaru use the soil devils twice. When Orochimaru was a little serious and used that long-range flying ninjutsu, Sasuke was still inevitably planted with strawberries. Oh no, it was a curse seal. Ah! With Sasuke's scream, the battle also came to an end. Orochimaru licked his lips and smiled, gradually sinking into the tree trunk and leaving. Chapter 41. Ching Kong, who is this person? Inuzuka Toa was also frightened by Orochimaru's appearance, and asked tremblingly. Didn't you hear him declare his home, Orochimaru? Then what shall we do now? Do we want to go over and take a look? Wait, he's already here. Who? Following King Kong's gaze, Inuzuka stood still on the spot, speechless. Because the person who came was not someone else, it was Orochimaru who had just left. He emerged from the tree trunk, licked his lower lip with his long tongue and said, "Funny little devil, are you guys really not afraid of death?" "Yay, Hinata, you leave first." Ching Kong waved his hand. Ching Kong. Be obedient, don't let me say it a second time. Yay, you take Hinata and go first. Good. Knowing that he was dragging his legs behind, Inuzuka's teeth gritted his teeth, then he grabbed Hinata and retreated first. Ching Kong-kun. Hinata's voice echoed in the air. But Orochimaru didn't stop them either, just looked at Ching Kong with interest and didn't move. Hehe, kid, do you think one person can stop me? Orochimaru, it seems that after so many years, you still haven't made much progress. Ching Kong shook his head, and then followed him with a wave. The black dragon formed by the Mosquito army also wrapped around his head. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru also widened his eyes, and instantly remembered some memories. 5 years ago. Water country, outside Kirigakure. He fought with a cold young man, and after more than 10 rounds, he didn't even take advantage of it. In other words, he was repelled by the young man, and even the boy Kaguya he was optimistic about could not be taken away. This is Orochimaru's shame, and one of the few defeats he has suffered. How could he forget? Therefore, seeing the black dragon next to Ching Kong again, Orochimaru not only remembered everything, but even his complexion became ugly. I really didn't expect you to hide so deeply, no wonder I searched several big countries, but I didn't find any trace of you. Kamaya Ching Kong, what a Konoha genin, really a good method. Orochimaru's eyes shone brightly, and the murderous aura of horror spread. Hehe, are you ready to do it with me? Then you have to think carefully. After all, it's not too far from Konoha, and it won't take much time for those Anbus to come over. Ching Kong smiled and said, not affected by Orochimaru's murderous aura at all. In a trance, Orochimaru put away his murderous aura again, and said calmly, what you said is right, there is no hatred between us, and there is no need to do things too terribly. But I have a question that I'm very curious about, I don't know if it is inconvenient for you to answer it. What? How old are you? I'm talking about age. Graduated this year, just turned 12 years old. So, you were in the water country 5 years ago, when you were just 7 years old. Orochimaru was speechless. Because this was something he had never thought about, and he didn't even dare to believe it. A child who is only 7 years old can suppress himself to that point. Although Orochimaru didn't use his real strength at all in the country of water, it would be nice to have 1/10. But 7 years old, this is incredible. But Orochimaru also understood that Ching Kong had no need to lie to him. Hehe, it's really interesting. Licking his lower lip again, Orochimaru smiled and said. Ching Kong-kun, I am more interested in you now, how about coming to join my union village? Do you want to make your experiment material? No, no, although I really want to study it, I will definitely get your permission before doing anything. Then what if I disagree? Ching Kong-kun is biased against science. That's not true. Ching Kong shook his head and said, it's just being studied by others. I definitely won't agree. I would advise you to die too. To be honest, Ching Kong does not reject any experimentation. But the premise is that he does it himself, not the weird Orochimaru. Because he is too dangerous, maybe sometime, a large number of small Ching Kong will be cloned. How can it be tolerated by people? Really no discussion. When the negotiation broke, Orochimaru frowned. Not negotiable. It directly blocked the other's mind. Ching Kong said again, it's not good to be researched by you, but we can work together in another way. Oh? How do you want to cooperate? Orochimaru was also a little interested in Lu Anhua Minjayuyakan. It's very simple. I can train you a group of good subordinates in a short time, and even give them the ability of blood inheritance. In exchange, you must teach me your experimental techniques. Give others blood succession boundaries. Can you even do this kind of thing, Ching Kong-kun? Yes. Then I really have to think about it. Without disturbing Orochimaru's thinking, Ching Kong stood in place to enjoy the scenery. To be honest, granting others the blood inheritance boundary, this was also just discovered by Ching Kong just before. The power awakens for the second time. Ching Kong can control the mosquitoes to become bigger and smaller. The largest, tens of meters, hundreds of meters is nothing to say. At the very least, Ching Kong can even shrink mosquitoes to the nanometer level, and then manipulate them into the cells of the human body to modify the DNA gene chain. Before, when sending energy to Inuzuka and Hinata, Ching Kong had quietly experimented, and he could indeed do this. Of course, modifying the gene chain is not a small project. If you want to give others blood to inherit the boundaries, Ching Kong must also settle down and spend a lot of time. But it is always possible to do it, not to write a bad check to Orochimaru, as long as he can see the effect, then everything is easy to say. Chapter 42. After a while, Orochimaru finally thought about it. King Kong-kun, I have to admit that this proposal of yours is indeed very tempting. Well, I promise you, as long as you can do what you said, all my experimental techniques will be given to you. So, happy cooperation. Certainly. After the deal was concluded, a few more details were discussed, and Orochimaru left first. Ching Kong glanced in the distance. Sasuke is currently in a coma. Haruno Sakura has no choice but to keep shouting the names of Sasuke and Naruto next to him. Several crows quacked and flew over the forest. Ching Kong narrowed his eyes, but didn't participate in the matter anymore. He jumped off the tree trunk, and then went to find the Tooth and Hinata to meet. Have to say, although Sasuke and Naruto are weak now, they are not easy to kill. One is carrying Kurama, and the other has an elder brother behind him. Whoever dares to really kill them is the one who hangs himself and wants to die by himself. Orochimaru won't work either. Ha, I can finally eat something warm. Night. The 8th class was resting in a mountain col. They lighted a fire, and there was a whole tiger roasting on it. Well, it's the tiger, the king of beasts. The dead forest is indeed very strange. Not only there are many poisons, but also upgraded species, even huge tigers are in groups. Inuzuka Tooth tore off a large piece of meat, and while shouting that it was hot, he took a bite. He gobbled it up and said vaguely, Ching Kong, what is the origin of Orochimaru? It looks too scary. When Hinata heard the words, he couldn't help raising his head and looking towards Ching Kong. After smiling, Ching Kong said, one of the 3rd-generation disciples, Konoha Sunin, but now he is an S-rank rebel, and his strength is cage level. Well, see him later. You can hide as far as you can. If you can't avoid it, then tell me my name. Maybe it will save your lives. Third generation disciple? Cage level. Inyazuka's face changed, but he didn't expect the opponent's strength to be so high, with such a big backing. Then what did he come to Konoha for? Don't we need to report it? Konoha already knows, we don't need to do anything. Oh, this is best. Inyazuka nodded, reached out his hand to turn over the barbecue, and stopped thinking about it. The key is that it is too troublesome, far beyond the scope of his ability. Nothing happened overnight. Turning the sky around, the Ching Kong trio put out the fire pit and set off again. And in the camp where they left, there were 6 dead bodies of ninjas that had been so cold. These are all the prey that was attracted after seeing the fire of the bonfire last night. The 8th class of art masters is bold, let alone Ching Kong, which cannot be calculated by common sense. They don't care about survival in the wild, and they can't ignite their own rules. Anyway, whoever dares to come over, kill them all. Well, the scrolls are all gathered, shall we rush to the most central tower? Throwing down the scroll in his hand, Inyazuka turned his head and asked. Go normally, suck some blood by the way, and then improve your strength. Ching Kong waved his hand. Good. Hi. Ya and Hinata have nothing to do, and both agreed. Slowly walking all the way, the 8th class is relaxed and comfortable, as if it was a vacation. As for what happened to the 7th class, or might be attacked by the Toss trio, Ching Kong didn't care about it, let alone participate. It was the 5th day in a blink of an eye. Sandstorm funeral. When approaching the tower, the Ching Kong trio ran into the Gaara team. He was slaughtering several ninjas from Rain Shinobi village. A sandstorm was buried, and several Rain Shinobi were directly squeezed into a rain of blood. Kamaya Ching Kong, I remember you. After killing all the people, Gaara turned her head to face the 8th class as if she was okay. Of course, this is also why Ching Kong didn't hide their figure, they just walked out straight out. Ah, so what? Ching Kong yawned and responded boringly. So handsome. Temari's complexion was slightly red, and he turned his head in embarrassment. Under the influence of Ching Kong, the little heart that had just been scared by Gaara felt a lot of relief. Kill the so-called genius ninja, this is the meaning of my existence, do it, otherwise you will have no chance. Gaara said blankly, obviously not joking. This serious mental illness. Ching Kong curled his lips and said, I am also very interested in killing a pretender like you, so let's not talk more nonsense, just take it with you. Speaking of doing it, Ching Kong raised his right hand, and millions of mosquitoes changed combinations, and a storm vortex was formed soon. Then he waved his hand. The storm vortex collapsed completely, directly covering the area of tens of meters in which Gaara was located. Boom! With a loud noise, the sky collapsed. Standing outside the circle, Temari and Kankuro were dumbfounded. This horse is Konoha Genin? Dear, with this destructive power, you are afraid that you will go to heaven. Click, click. A little voice came from the smoke and dust. Gaara is not dead yet, because he has an automatic body protecting sand that turns into an egg at a critical moment and protects him. However, Gaara was not entirely without King Kong's blow. His right arm was drooping, as if there were no bones, and the blood was slowly flowing down on it, completely unable to move. My blood? GG. With an unhuman laughter, Gaara slowly raised her head and looked directly at Ching Kong in front of her with murderous eyes. It hurt me, I'm going to kill you, kill you. Chapter 43. Yo, you are not dead yet. Ignoring Gaara's nonsense, Ching Kong seemed surprised, raising his eyelids and said, then go ahead and see which of us will die first. Kill. Wait a moment. Temari ran over and stopped quickly. Enough Gaara, don't forget what we are here for, do you want the whole village to be buried for you? Dare you order me? Gaara showed beast-like eyes and had a murderous intent on Temari. This is not an order, but I beg you, Gaara, if you still care about the village, stop now. Gaara fell silent. After all, he still cares a little bit in his heart. Seeing this scene, Temari also breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Ching Kong and said, "This game is not over yet, we don't need to waste too much energy here, what do you think? Is it a waste of energy to kill you?" "I don't think it." Ching Kong smiled. Forward. Temari didn't expect that the guy in front of him was more stubborn and arrogant than Gaara, which made her gritted her teeth. "Kamaya-kun, there is no hatred between us, why don't we stop here and take a step back?" Such words, why don't you tell the 3 dead rain shinobi, after all, they all surrendered just now. Temari was speechless, but it wasn't that she didn't want to say it, but Gaara's murderous intention was too heavy and the shot was too fast to give him this opportunity. Just when Temari was desperate, thinking that this battle was inevitable, Ching Kong waved his hand again and said, "Forget it, it's meaningless to bully you kids, yay, Hinata, let's go." Seeing the 3 of Ching Kong turned and left, Temari was also on the spot in a daze, shouting MMP in his heart. The key is not to play with people like this. Don't know if people are scary, they will scare people to death, really. Fortunately, the end of the fierce battle, Temari was also greatly relieved. To be honest, she had never seen Gaara ever so embarrassed. She was beaten by someone as soon as she came up. This is incredible. Kankuro is the same, with the same psychology as Temari. So just now, he was trembling with fright, and he didn't dare to say a word. As for Gaara himself, it's not that he doesn't want to do anything to Ching Kong, he is afraid of something, but the problem is that the one-tail shower he in his body has something wrong. "I don't know what's going on." As if afraid of King Kong's mosquitoes, no matter how angry Gaara was, she yelled in her heart, keeping the crane shrouded in the seal. Did not lend chakra to Gaara. Under this circumstance, how did Gaara fight? He could only watch Ching Kong leave, he also gritted his teeth without saying a word. Center Tower. It was the 5th day, and after the Ching Kong 3 came over, they found that they were the first to arrive. This shows how fierce the fighting in the forest is. After a while, the Gaara team also entered the tower. Seeing Ching Kong, Gaara didn't say anything, just a cold face, as if someone owed him 8 million, and walked past. Temari smiled apologetically, and followed Gaara's pace with Kankuro. Boring. For the problem boy Gaara, Ching Kong also felt sorry for him, and didn't really kill him before. Of course, this is the effect of watching anime in the previous life, if Gaara doesn't know what it is, and dares to jump around in front of her. Ching Kong didn't mind letting his mosquitoes taste what Jinkriki was. After another short period of time, the other teams came one after another. Naruto's 7th class, Xiaoli's 3rd class, Ino's 10th class. In addition to this, there are some dragon set teams that cannot be named. When everyone arrives, the exam time will end. Afterwards, Sarutobi Hiruzen entered the venue with a large group of ninjas. "Excuse me." Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat, and stepped forward and said, "Next, there will be a 3rd test. Before that, I must first explain one thing to you. The real purpose of this exam is for friendly coexistence among allies and to improve the level of ninja." Nonsense. Ching Kong drew his ears and turned his head to look at Ino next to him. Rather than listening to the old man talking about so many and nothing, it's better to pick up the lingering little girl in front of him. Don't think this is just a simple test. In order to evaluate the strength of various countries and maintain balance, this is the place where you fight to the death. Why are we fighting desperately? Inuyasukaya shouted, but he didn't understand. Isn't this just the Chunin test? Why are there so many important things involved? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and continued to explain to everyone. Because of the prestige of the country. In this 3rd exam, there will be many princes and dignitaries from various countries who have entrusted us with tasks. They will watch your battles and analyze the power gaps between countries. At that time, the strong countries will naturally receive more commissions, while the weak countries will receive fewer commissions. It is to show strength. But this kind of thing fell on a group of genins, who had to fight desperately. How should I say, I am not ashamed of it, uncle. Ching Kong curled his lips, he was rather disgusted with it anyway. It's like a previous life when a group of parents went to the kindergarten for a meeting and sat together to compare their children. Your family can dance, and my family can sing. Parents are not convinced by anyone, but no one cares about the child's feelings. This is no longer a question of cultivating the next generation, it is simply unscrupulous for the benefit. By the way, Sarutobi Hiruzen also said that he was impassioned, very passionate, and most of the genins around Ching Kong believed it. It's hilarious. Chapter 44. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen's nonsense is over, and the tuberculosis man Moonlight Hayate is also on stage. Hello everyone, ahem. Before the third exam, ahem. There is still something to be done, everyone to complete. A crowd of genin. It's totally ignorant. Brother, if you feel sick, go home and rest. It's windy and rainy outside, and it's grilled in the sun. In case you can't stand it anymore, hang it here. Who will be responsible for the horse riding? Many genin complained, but this did not affect Moonlight Hayate's persistence. Even if they were about to cough and bleed, he was still talking about the rules of the game. Really dedicated to home. To put it briefly, after nearly 100 coughs, Moonlight Hayate finally finished speaking. In fact, it is the qualifiers, because there are too many people, it will be eliminated by half. Although the genins were very unwilling, under the general trend, the weak had no choice. Soon, after several dragon players, including Yakushi Kabuto, all voluntarily abstained, the qualifiers officially began. The screen on the wall scrolled up and finally showed two names. Kamaya King Kong vs Red Bronze Armor. Ching Kong didn't expect that he would replace Sasuke's position and appear first. But it doesn't matter. Shaking his neck, Ching Kong walked to the center of the field. Ahem, except for the two opponents, other unrelated personnel, please go to the second floor to watch the game. Under the instructions of the Moonlight Hurricane, everyone, including those genin, also went up to the second floor, standing on the platform and looking down. Then, the first round will begin now. After Moonlight Storm finished speaking, he also coughed and retreated far away. In the center of the field, only Ching Kong and the man with sunglasses, red copper armor remained. Boy, don't give up too quickly, hum. While speaking, the red bronze armor first launched an attack, and while he ran, he threw a shuriken towards Ching Kong. Ding ding ding. Ching Kong took the decapitating knife in his hand, and took the concealed weapon with two random blows. At this time, the red bronze armor also came to King Kong's side, he held kunao in his hand, and suddenly stabbed King Kong's left abdomen. You want my kidney, go away. Ching Kong flipped Byakugan, holding the knife in his left hand, and patted it in an instant. Phew! The strong wind hit, and the red copper armor felt like a boat in the wind and waves. Before he could react, he was immediately recruited. Rumble! Being hit by a train, I'm afraid that's the end of it. The red copper armor rolled all the way, slippery with thorns, until it hit the wall hard, then it was buried under the ruins and stopped. All the people present opened their mouths wide, dumbfounded. Is this over? It's too fast. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and motioned to Moonlight Hayate to check the situation. With great difficulty, the red copper armor was pulled out from the ruins. Moonlight Gale fumbled for a few times, and said, ahem, his body has broken more than a dozen bones, and he is dead. What? This? FK. A group of genins were all horrified and couldn't help trembling. The key is too cruel. If you shoot with this knife, it's okay to kill one directly. It's really just a trick to send it away. Genins all shuddered, and their eyes changed when they looked at Ching Kong. Ching Kong himself also scratched his face, because he didn't expect that this red bronze armor would be so uncontrollable. Can't hold it, don't you know how to use body replacement technique? I went to school in the early years. Spicy chicken. Waste. Pig head. Of course, this is even more because Ching Kong is too strong, too fast, and Genin's red bronze armor can't react at all. Don't be too weird. Suddenly, Ching Kong remembered again, this bronze armor seemed to have another one, and the ability to absorb other people's chakra was useless. In the first round, Kamaya Ching Kong won. Wait until Moonlight Hayate announces the result. Ching Kong sent out a few mosquitoes while walking upstairs. It can't be wasted, no matter how small it is meat. Along the way, those genins also dodge one after another, fearing Ching Kong just like the snake Sasori. This courage. Shaking his head, Ching Kong didn't care about this either. He came to the side of Hinata and Yui, stood still and looked downstairs. As the body of the red bronze armor was moved out, the name on the wall screen scrolled again. Sak vs Aberame Shino. The second round of competition began. But Ching Kong didn't look at it, because the mosquitoes he sent were sucking the blood of the red copper armor and fed back the energy. Ching Kong found that his mosquitoes had another ability. You can directly smoke other people's chakra. This is a great thing, Ching Kong thought about it with joy, and suddenly felt that the bronze armor was not so spicy anymore. It is a good silver. Chong Kongbo. Booming. The battle between Sak and Aberame Shino was fierce, causing smoke and dust to fly. But compared to what Ching Kong had done before, it was still insignificant. After all, not everyone can kill opponents with one move. It took nearly 20 minutes for Sak and Aberame Shino to decide the winner, which was similar to the original, and finally the undefeated battle Shino won. It was just when he was on the second floor and passing by Ching Kong. Shino, the undefeated god of war, suddenly shuddered and froze. Because the worms in his body were afraid and resisting, it affected the master Shino and made him feel the same way. What's the situation? Aberame Shino was trembling with her legs and gasping for breath, and she was shocked. Chapter 45. The point is that he has never encountered such a thing before. Even facing the brutal Gara of Tsunagakuer, he didn't feel the fear of such a stormy sea. Gritting his teeth, Shino took a step forward stiffly. But it was this step that caused the worms in his body to rebel, and they all got out of Shino's back and climbed onto the ground. This. Aberame Shino's eyes widened, never expecting such a thing to happen. Because of fear, the insects actually defied his master, and one after another chose to retreat and stay away from this place. Aberame Shino doesn't understand, is this guy in front of you really so scary? Kamaya Ching Kong. In the ninja school, the chief student who is more talented than Sasuke. But to be honest, because of personality reasons, Aberame Shino and Ching Kong didn't communicate much. In 6 years, they all added up, and the two of them did not say more than 10 sentences. Don't understand. Therefore, Aberame Shino is even less clear about what exactly is in King Kong's body that can have such a big impact on his own bugs. However, Aberame Shino believes more in the judgment of his bugs. In addition, he is not an iron-headed baby, so if you retreat, you should retreat. Shino turned around Ching Kong and changed a direction before returning to his team. This is just an episode, except for Shino himself, no one else noticed anything. The game continued, and soon the third round began. Harano Sakura vs Yamanaka Ino. The two rookies pecked at each other, completely disregarded. In the end, they all fell together and lost both. The fourth round. Tenten vs Temari. Tenten also suffered a miserable defeat when he encountered Xiong's opponent. The fifth round. Hyga Hinata vs Ken Maisumi. This is a competition that differs from the original order because of Ching Kong. Hinata, come on, knock him down fiercely. Inyazuka Tooth clenched his fist and yelled to cheer on Hinata, making him even more excited than the person involved. Hey I. Hinata nodded, then carefully looked at Ching Kong. Ching Kong smiled slightly, and squeezed his fists. Come on, Hinata. Hinata was very happy now, and plucked up the courage to walk downstairs and came to the center of the venue. Ahem, say it again, if you can't hold on, you will immediately admit defeat, and your opponent can't attack anymore, do you understand? The dark circles under the eyes are serious, reminded by the moonlight blast like a zombie face. Understood. Hi. Both Jian-Michan and Hinata nodded. Then the game begins. Following the order of the moonlight and gust of wind, Ken Maisumi first launched an attack on Hinata. He stepped forward and punched Hinata's profile. Hinata reacted quickly, raising his hand to block his opponent, and was about to use Gentle Fist. But in the next second, Jian-Michan's arm suddenly grew longer, as if a mollusk, without bones, was about to wrap Hinata's arms around her. A little girl, it would be too ugly to be entangled by this guy. The people in the stands all exclaimed, and they couldn't help but feel worried for Hinata. But Ching Kong didn't, because through his hand-in-hand training and teaching, Hinata has already been reborn, and it is not what it used to be. What? At this moment, Hinata yelled, and a powerful chakra burst out all over his body, not only bounced Jian-Michan's arm directly, but he also rushed out. And this is not over yet. Gentle Fist. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata puts out his hands, and the 8 trigrams field appears. After that, she leaped and came directly in front of her opponent. She performed the Gentle Fist method in the air, hitting 64 consecutive palms. Bang bang bang. With a crisp sound, Jian-Michan was beaten up and there was no way to resist. On the side of the stand, there was another person who stared at him with wide eyes, and that was Hyaganiji. Impossible. Impossible. How could she? Hyaganiji can't believe that Hinata, who has always been delicate, is able to use 8 trigrams 64 palms so skillfully. Not only that, her chakra is much stronger than before. What is going on with this horse riding? Have aliens invaded the Earth, or is this stupid girl taking drugs? Hyaganiji can't figure out why Hinata has changed so much after only a few days, and even far surpassed him. It's a hell. Both Xiali and Tenten saw Niji's expression in their eyes, but it was a matter for the Hyaga family, and they couldn't say anything and couldn't persuade them. The game continues, but it will soon be over. Combining the energy endowed by Ching Kong, Hinata's strength and chakra have both increased by at least 5 times. Playing a sword Maisumi who only knows software ninjutsu is really the same as playing. Without a chance to resist, Jian-Michan was beaten to the ground. The 5th round of the match, Hyga Hinata won. As the moonlight blast announced the result, several genins in the stands cheered. Inyazuka, Ino, have a good relationship with Ching Kong and Hinata. The 6th round. Kankuro vs Inyazuka Toa. Haha, I didn't expect that I would be on the stage so soon, Hinata, congratulations when I come back. While talking, Inyazuka waved his hands to Hinata and Ching Kong, and went downstairs. Game start. No nonsense, the round between Inyazuka and Kankuro begins. Experts will know if there is any. The people who originally watched the game hadn't considered that much. However, as soon as Inyazuka's teeth were shot, his mighty teeth struck down, so that the walls of the venue weren't collapsing. Seeing this scene, everyone came to their senses and realized that the 8th class was unusual. Chapter 46. It's nothing to be strong alone, after all, there is a genius in this world. But all 3 of them are so strong, which is very problematic. Okay. What's more, as a classmate, who doesn't know who? They all know Sasuke Naruto, don't say too far. When they were on the mission together some time ago, Hinata and Inuzuka were not so good. In just less than a month, is this completely reborn? Please, taking drugs is not as fast, so cowhide. Well, there is a problem here. Even the mindless Naruto was aware of it, not to mention Sasuke. He frowned, and couldn't help saying, there must be a problem, but I don't know why they become stronger so fast. Could it be related to that guy? Who? Naruto turned his head and pointed at King Kong, who was leaning on the railing with his chin. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, and instantly understood everything. Yes. This guy has always been abnormal, and his strength is outrageous. So, on the other hand, King Kong, who has this kind of rapid improvement of strength, will help Inuzuka and Hinata as a matter of course, and it is not a problem. After thinking about this, Sasuke's eyes shone brightly. Because he wanted to improve his strength in his dreams, but unfortunately he couldn't find a way, so he could only follow the steps and train slowly like a snail. When this continues, when can we get revenge? Sasuke didn't want to wait anymore, for a quarter of an hour. But now, with a way to quickly improve his strength, he couldn't stand still. Turning to take a step, Sasuke came directly to King Kong's side. Tell me, how did you improve your strength? Is this baby sick? King Kong turned Byakugan and said, it's not as good as seeing. Is this how you Uchiha begs? Although Sasuke was broken by his brother, he is not a fool. Taking a deep breath, he said again, sorry, please teach me. In no mood. Why? There is no reason, it's just that you don't want to be taught simply because you are not pleasing to the eye. Is stepping on horses so straightforward? Sasuke was almost vomiting blood. He said angrily, I can give you money, as long as you say a number, I will give it as much. Sorry, I am not short of money. King Kong waved his hand, joking, the 80 to 90 million he had obtained from the Uchiha clan's land hadn't spent a fraction of it. It's okay to do so much money for anything. Although, the money should have belonged to Sasuke. But King Kong also dared to say that even if he didn't take it away, the money would not fall into Sasuke's pocket. It could only be cheap Danzo or Sarutobi old man. After all, without the protection of the big family, Sasuke, who was only 7 years old, was a little lamb to be slaughtered. How could it be possible to keep so many properties? Let's go, don't go too far, just think about those who don't, and you can follow your teacher Kakashi to study hard. King Kong waved his hand and said like a fly. Sasuke. He couldn't help asking himself, is he so unwelcome? But let alone, in King Kong's eyes, Sasuke and Naruto, the two sons of destiny, the protagonists of the world, are so useless. Naruto won't say anything. Affected by the old man Sarutobi, Iruka, and Kakashi, the will to fire was corrupted too badly. He just wanted to serve the people and get everyone's approval, so that he would lose himself. As for Sasuke, contrary to Naruto, he was affected by hatred and became blind and arrogant, too ego. In order to complete revenge, I would not consider that much at all. This kind of person, you teach him something, the result is also hard to predict. Just like Orochimaru, let's not say what his purpose is, at least he has tried his best to teach Sasuke for several years. Although there is no name of mentor and apprentice, there is the reality of mentoring and apprenticeship. But Sasuke, when he grew up, he took advantage of Orochimaru's weakness and did not hesitate to kill the opponent. King Kong was not sympathetic to Orochimaru, it was unnecessary, he was just exposing a fact. Sasuke was filled with hatred, and his uncertainty was too high. Since they all knew that they might lose money, how could King Kong teach him? It is certainly not possible at the moment. As for the future, it also depends on the rate of return and the price Sasuke can pay. Sasuke finally left, desperate. But Ching Kong didn't care anymore. The timing was wrong, and White Fang was empty-mouthed. Even if the sky came, he wouldn't teach it. In the 6th round of the game, Inyazukaga wins. The match continued. Inyazuka, whose strength has improved at least 2 or 3 times over the previous one, didn't take long to beat a Kankuro. Immediately afterwards, it was the 7th round. Nara Shikamaru vs Kim. With the help of a clever mind, Shikamaru finally won with difficulty. The 8th round. Uchiha Suzuki vs Toss. This game was very thrilling, because Suzuki was out of state, not only affected by the curse mark, but also almost lost fighting spirit when he was hit by Ching Kong. Fortunately, at the last minute, he thought of his revenge mission, but he broke out. In addition, TOS himself didn't care about the result of the game. After a small loss, he simply gave in. The 9th round. Hyuga Niji vs Matsumoto Tenji. It's just a cowardly man. Even though Niji had been distracted, he still defeated his opponent and won without suspense. The 10th round. Uzumaki Naruto vs Akim Ichichi. The attack power is still stronger than Chichi, who can bomb tanks. But he couldn't hold back his mind. He was deceived by Naruto's shadow clone, and he wasted chakra for nothing, and finally had to surrender. The 11th round is also the last round. Gaara vs Rock Lee. The gear of fate finally turned to the origin, letting the two of them fall in love and kill each other. Chapter 47. Xiao Li, who took off the load and turned on 8 inner gates again, really surprised everyone's eyes. But his opponent is even more unreasonable. Not only is the guardian sand of the old mother as defense, but there is also a fat little monster hidden in his body. Let Xiao Li show his power. He eventually lost to Gaara's hands. If Might Guy hadn't rescued him in time, Xiao Li would have lost more than 1 hand and 1 kick. So far, the qualifiers are all over. Then, the official game will be held in 1 month's time, so everyone should go back and get ready. Sarutobi Hiruzen talked a lot of nonsense, and then announced his disbandment. Back in Konoha, the 8th class also went home separately. Ching Kong was planning to go for something to eat first, but he didn't want someone to find it again. That. Ching Kong, how about teaching me training? Naruto walked over with the back of his head, and said with a little embarrassment, in return, I can buy you a LE ramen. No time. Ching Kong refused without hesitation, turned around and planned to leave. Hey, don't be so stingy, you have promised to teach Suzuki, why can't you teach me? Who told you that I promised to teach Suzuki? Ching Kong stopped and asked strangely. Is not it? Naruto, who realized afterwards, only reacted now. After a daze, he couldn't help asking, then why are you not willing to teach us, are you afraid that we will surpass you in the future? There is no reason, I just don't want to teach. Swinging his hand, Ching Kong walked away directly. Joke. He teaches Hinata because the little girl is kind to him. I teach Inyazuka because he teaches loyalty. He has not been brainwashed and has the potential to be a younger brother. But after teaching Naruto and Suzuki, what can Ching Kong get? Nothing is okay except a lot of trouble. So he is stupid, so he can improve the strength of these two guys. No way. After being rejected, Naruto could only look for Kakashi with his head down. But it's useless to be pitiful. Ching Kong must pay attention to rewards when he does things. He will not do it if there is no benefit, and he will not be able to kill him. Whoever wants to be a good person is not him anyway. Nay, your flavor-enhanced tonkatsu ramen, please enjoy it slowly. Thanks for your treatment. After turning around, he didn't think it was delicious. Ching Kong still came to Il Ramen restaurant. After receiving the ramen from the boss's daughter Changpyu, Ching Kong picked up a chopstick and tasted it. The ramen is still the old flavor, which is indeed quite good. Brother Ching Kong, have you finished the game? The boss of Il asked with a smile while making a note. No, it's just the qualifiers that ended. The official competition will not take place until another month. Well, I wish you a victory in the game. Changpu and I will go to see it. Well, if it were Ching Kong, I think I would definitely win, Dad. Changpu also made a cheering gesture next to him, very cute. Haha, thank you both for your encouragement. Then add another ramen noodles and eat more. Good. Regardless of the darkness of Konoha, just look at the warmth and coldness of the humanity on the surface, it is indeed very warm. After eating the noodles and coming out of it, Ching Kong couldn't help thinking. Perhaps it was just after feeling this and eager to get this warmth, Naruto would desperately protect Konoha. Of course. This has nothing to do with Ching Kong, let alone Naruto. He is just him, it's enough to be yourself. After turning the sky, the 8th class assembled again to receive Xirihong's secret training. But gradually, Xirihong realized that it was really difficult to be a teacher. Because the strength of the 3 people in the 8th class has improved too fast. Ching Kong doesn't say anything, he is a little monster. The strength of Hinata and Ya has also doubled several times, and they are both comparable to the elite Chunin, which also allows her as a teacher to teach. You know, Xirihong's strength is not that powerful. Except for illusion skills, her achievements in ninjutsu and physique are average, and her overall strength is only special J-nin. Elite Chunin, only one step away from special J-nin. This means that if you don't take a 100% serious attitude, Yurihong may lose to Hinata and Yae, especially when the two are teaming up. This stepping on horses also made her, as a teacher, teach others. Isn't it embarrassing for students to be so perverted? Xirihong is very depressed, and the more he teaches, the more depressed he is. Okay, take a break first. Xirihong said helplessly after clapping her hands. Teacher, I'm not tired yet. Ye shouted. You're not tired, I'm tired, get out. Angrily cursed, Xirihong turned her head and said, Ching Kong, you come with me, we two have a chat. Tooth and Hinata shrugged, and Ching Kong stepped to follow. Soon, the two went to a stream one after another, regardless of whether the stone was dirty or not. Xirihong first sat down with her clothes. Sit down, I want to ask you something. What's up? Ching Kong was not hypocritical, and sat down directly beside Xirihong. What is going on with Ya and Hinata? I mean, how did their strength improve so quickly? Xirihong asked embarrassingly, after all, this was already King Kong's secret. But as the leader of the team, she can't just sit idly by, and ask questions even if she is embarrassed. Ching Kong smiled before saying, yes, I helped them improve their strength without any side effects. You can rest assured about this. As for the method I used, I'm sorry, Teacher Hong, I can't tell you yet. Chapter 48. Why? Xirihong didn't understand. It's very simple, because I'm not sure which side you will be on in the future. Ching Kong Tan Tan Xiao said. What does this mean, in the future? Xirihong was confused and felt even more confused. With King Kong's character, he was not willing to suffer. To be honest, he was destined to be on the opposite side of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Dans, and what elder advisors? From King Kong's point of view, these people are all old things abandoned by the times, and they should have retired long ago and left Konoha's power center. But by the way, these people have not yet realized that they are occupying the commanding heights of power and constantly suppressing those newly emerging talents. With them, Konoha will truly never make her head. Of course, Ching Kong didn't worry about Konoha, he had no interest in the position of Hokage. However, as a member of Konoha's background, even if Ching Kong did nothing, as long as he behaved like a strong man, he was outstanding. Those Danzo will notice him and make his mind. This is an endless loop, and you can't avoid it. As for Ching Kong, he is not the kind of passive person, he can only wait for others to act first, and then find a way to fight back. Impossible. Ching Kong is a person who likes to plan ahead and take the initiative. So, no matter what plans they have, as long as they catch the opportunity, Ching Kong will definitely kill Danzo first without hesitation. There is also Sarutobi Hiruzen, 2 consultants, who both call their names one by one. In this way, Xi Rihong's position is very important. If she chose to support Hokage, how could Ching Kong tell her his secret? Hey, don't just talk halfway, but you should make it clear, what does it mean to be on which side in the future? Yuri Hong exclaimed uncomfortably. Then I will ask Teacher Hong a question. You say. Are you dating Sarutobi Asuma now? What? How can it be possible? Xi Rihong's eyes widened and said, that guy has a sloppy beard and smokes again. Would you like him? Anyway, I didn't. Haven't you? Ching Kong also doesn't know when in the original work, the 2 people got a piece. Maybe it was early, but it was also in anime. At least in this world, they just don't have to be together. It's not bad. No, I don't want to fall in love, what does it have to do with your kid? Looking at Ching Kong suspiciously, Xi Rihong suddenly couldn't help but smile again. You kid doesn't like the teacher anymore, tell you, this is not okay. It's less stinky, alright. Ching Kong turned Byakugan and said, you think too much, but if Teacher Hong posts it upside down, I don't mind accepting you as a big wife. Screw you. Unexpectedly, he was molested by a student. Even though Xi Rihong was a little embarrassed, his face flushed slightly. Especially looking at the appearance of Ching Kong, the young man was early, handsome, and tall. Even Xi Rihong had to admit that, compared to the Asuma just mentioned, Ching Kong in front of him was indeed much better than the opponent. It's just a little bit young. What are you thinking about? Xi Rihong patted her forehead and tried her best to straighten her face to teach. You kid, listen to me, don't make this kind of joke anymore, otherwise the teacher will be really angry. It's not that big, so shy. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Xi Rihong gritted his teeth. I mean it's time to go home for dinner, little red sister. Xi Rihong was annoyed, but when she raised her head again, she found that Ching Kong had already run away, and suddenly she stomped her feet on the spot again. Click! The stones are cracked. It is said that a ninja is a ninja, even if Xi Rihong is not a master of physical skills, but under the extreme shame and anger, this step is still quite scary. Soon, a few more days passed. With Ching Kong helping the 2 teammates to improve their strength, Xi Rihong was also happy and relaxed. But this is not a kind of helplessness. After all, as a team teacher, he can't teach students. It's normal to feel that life has failed and become completely decadent. Mitarashi Anko, who was dragged to the meatball shop, accompanied her to drink, was completely confused after listening to Yuri Hunksyu talking about these things. The Ching Kong you said is so powerful. Wrong, it's not terrible, it's perverted, do you understand? Anko opened his mouth and turned Byakugan speechlessly. Yes, I understand what you said, but you don't want to drink anymore, okay? I didn't drink much. Yes, you haven't drunk too much. Could you please put down the wine bottle first, please leave it there for a long time. Xi Rihong finally got drunk. The reason is not all for students, there is another aspect. In the previous chat, Xi Rihong actually didn't explain everything to Ching Kong. Although she did not fall in love with Asuma, Asuma has been entangled and pursued her. If you put aside the average person, you will reject the other party if you refuse it. But what is Asuma, the youngest son of 3rd Hokage? Not to mention Konoha has no privileges, just look at how Hokage's seats are arranged. 2nd generation is the younger brother of a generation. 3rd generation is the apprentice of 2nd generation. Fourth generation is the apprentice of third generation. Fifth generation, sixth generation, and seventh generation. Which one has nothing to do with the Hokage faction? This is the situation. Even if they don't admit it, the privileged class still exists. As for Yuri Hong, Asuma's existence really brought her a lot of pressure, and it was still heavy as a mountain. Chapter 49. First classmates, then colleagues do not say. Asuma's Laozi and Sarutobi Hiruzen are the immediate bosses of Yuri Hong. With his intentional matchmaking, how can Yuri Hong, who is now a lonely person, withstand it? How long will it last? In an extremely distressed mood, that's why Yuri Hong got drunk directly. The kid in front, stop for me. A loud shout in the street also attracted everyone to stop and watch. Anko carried Yuri Hong on his back, trotting all the way to Ching Kong, and accused, "You are Ching Kong, look at the good things you have done, what has your teacher done?" "What is it?" the black line on King Kong's face. The words had been spoken, and Anko also noticed something was wrong. Especially under the strange eyes and pointers of those villagers, her cheeks reddened and said, "I mean, as a student, you have to respect the teacher and you can't treat her like this. What's the difference between this and no explanation? Although I don't care about the villagers' opinions, I don't want to be misunderstood by others." Ching Kong frowned and said, "What on earth do you want to say?" I mean, Hong, she admires you very much, you can't live up to her heart." "No, what am I talking about?" "Don't talk about Anko himself, Ching Kong is getting bigger and bigger." What's more, the surrounding villagers, after hearing this, their eyes looked at the Ching Kong three people more and more wrong. It's really a disaster. There are no scandals from heaven. If something happens, Ching Kong doesn't mind what these villagers think, but the problem is, he hasn't done anything yet, alright. How can it be framed out of thin air? "Hey, you speak clearly, what did I do?" Ching Kong said with a headache while hugging his arms. "Yell." Anko's violent temper also came up, and said, "You dare to say that you haven't done anything? It's really funny. Red became like this because of you." "I don't explain, tell you, since I was young, it was the first time I saw Hong so sad. If it wasn't because you were too young, I would beat you up now, you know what, stinky kid." "Hempai." The yellow mud fell into the crotch, "Not shit but shit." Ching Kong came coldly, turned around and left. It's not that he is afraid of Anko, this stinky lady, the point is not clear to her, there is a lot of confession, what kind of nonsense? "Hey, stop for me." Ching Kong is still walking. "Are you at a loss? Do you think you don't have to be responsible for running away?" King Kong's figure trembled. "Tell you, it's impossible. Today is the Amaterasu god tier. You can't escape justice. You must be responsible for the red matter," Anko righteously said, standing directly on the commanding heights. The surrounding villagers also nodded, feeling that Ching Kong, the kid, is indeed too scumbag, and he obviously made the teacher like this. But still thinking about avoiding and being irresponsible. "Hey, young and young now, I really can't say it." "Who said no? As we grow old, we can't keep up with the times. It's awesome, is it popular among young people nowadays to play like this? Master-disciple love, it's really too bold." The villagers talked a lot, and their eyes were full of attention. "You say what I say, as if you are paying attention to some annual drama." Fortunately, Anko is not deaf either. She waved her hand and explained, "No, everyone has misunderstood, I didn't mean that. But please. With all the bullshit used to pave the way, now there is an egg to explain." In addition, when drinking before, Yuri Hong himself didn't speak too clearly. "Now I have a taste." Suddenly, Anko was a little doubtful as to whether he was hit by a mistake, and he was right. After all, if it was just a matter of educating students, it wouldn't be so serious that Xi Rihong was so distressed that he would go directly to get drunk. So, there is only one explanation now. That's just being trapped by love and falling in love with my student. It must be true. Anko's eyes gleamed, feeling that he finally found the core of the problem, the ultimate secret. Go, I'll cover you. Not knowing which nerve was wrong, Anko handed Yurihong to King Kong's hand, and then urged vigorously. Get sick. Holding Ziriong, who was bigger than himself, King Kong was really convinced. He's a child even riding a horse. Do you want to embarrass me like this? But it's obviously worse to stay here. It's one thing to disdain to explain, but it's another thing to be regarded as a monkey. Therefore, under Anko's push, King Kong simply left before talking. Holding Yurihong, one instant disappeared. A few minutes later, King Kong came to an unmanned grove. Cough cough, it's not that King Kong wants to do something bad, the problem is that Xi Rihong is drunk and doesn't know where the other party lives or where he can give it away. As for going back to my own home, it's even more unclear. It would be completely relied upon. King Kong simply finds a place where no one is, and waits for Ziri Red Wine to wake up. Putting the other party on the grass, King Kong glanced down, not to mention, the cheeks of the drunk woman are really tempting. What's more, it's the Oni-san who wants a face, and a figure like Yurihong. I was framed for nothing, so do you want to get some interest first? Of course. King Kong just thinks about it casually, no matter how beasts are, he still won't attack a woman who is so drunk and has no ability to resist. That's too bad, not by a man. 10 minutes later. King Kong sat on the other side, thinking about life with his chin on. When will Mrs. Kagayaji go down? And when will the Tsutsuki clan appear? After thinking about a lot of things, King Kong felt that life was really boring, not fun at all. Chapter 50. I don't know how long it has been, the hangovers, Yurihong whispered, and finally woke up in a daze. She opened her eyes and looked around, only to realize that she was actually asleep on the grass. She was awakened by all the alcohol, and quickly sat up. Where am I? King Kong? Why are you here? King Kong flipped over Byakugan and said, why am I here? If you sleep for 2 more days, you will find that you have obtained the certificate after you wake up. What? Xi Rihong's eyes widened, her face stunned. Don't understand? Then go and ask your good friend Anko-chan. With her hard work, you now have a husband. Hey? Who? Nice students are not talented, it's just the difference. Yurihong opened her eyes and was completely blinded. What's this all about? I just slept, how can it seem that the whole world has changed? But who can be blamed for this matter? It's the Anko guy who has a big mouth, and he just grumbles in public if he can't figure out what happened. King Kong can guarantee that when he gets up tomorrow morning, he and Xi Rihong will have a lot of trouble and spread to every corner of the village. Hey, what a crime! And the facts also made King Kong guess right. When the sky turned around, Xi Rihong went out in the morning, and she found that the eyes of the villagers didn't look right at her, as if they were snickering. There are still some gossips, saying that she is fooling about teacher-student love, even the children will not let it go. This makes Xi Rihong very embarrassed. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't even bother to explain, and the key couldn't be explained. Go directly to your good friends, Mitarashi Anko theory. The legend is on this day. There were 2 women who were arguing, one said that the other party was fine, and the other said that the other party dared not act. In the end, no one could say anything, and even fought with each other. They fought from the east end of the village to the west end of the village. During the period, they did not know how many things were destroyed, which caused so many villagers to suffer. The boat of friendship will turn over as soon as it is overturned. Maybe this is a woman. However, apart from the 2 parties, Xi Rihong and Anko, after learning the news of teacher-student love, one other person couldn't accept it and went to the tavern to get drunk. This man is the son of third generation, Sarutobi Asuma. To tell the truth, if Ching Kong is an adult man, Asuma wouldn't be so uncomfortable, so I asked the other party to fight. Anyway, he has a backstage, who can be afraid of in Konoha. But by the way, Ching Kong is a child, he is only 12 years old this year, which makes Asuma unable to look down and can't directly go to him to start a war in front of him. After all, even if this matter is won by the horse, it won't sound good to spread out. Bullying children, jealous with children. This is still a man. Even if Asuma is shameless, he has to take into account his Laozi's reputation. So, in the end, I could only get bored in my heart, pretending to know nothing, and went to the tavern alone to drink him dimly. When you get drunk, you won't feel the pain when you are drunk. Poor Asuma-kun can only deceive himself in this way. Ching Kong-kun, are you really in love with Teacher Hong? Little Hinata pinched the corners of his clothes with both hands, and asked in a low voice with a flushed face. Why? Do you want to know? It feels very fun. Ching Kong also had the thought of teasing this girl. Hi, it's... Although embarrassed, Hinata still mustered the courage. Well, it's actually just a misunderstanding, there is no such thing. Seeing Hinata's appearance, Ching Kong didn't bother to lie to her anymore, otherwise after learning that it was true, this girl would probably cry. Is that so? It's great. No, I'm not saying that King Kong-kun and Teacher Hong are not good together, it's just. First of all, I was happy, Hinata explained in a flustered manner. Ching Kong waved his hand and said, okay, I understand Hinata-sasa's intentions, so I don't need to explain so much. Ah, hi. While he was relieved, Hinata laughed again. Not because of anything else, but because Ching Kong clarified what she meant. In the blink of an eye, a few more days passed. When Ching Kong was soaking in the hot spring, he happened to run into Jiraiya and Naruto. But he was not interested in coming up to talk to him, he just finished soaking himself, and then left. Hey, what are you pulling? Naruto hugged his arms, turned his head and hummed. You know him? Jiraiya glanced at Ching Kong who was leaving with interest, and asked at the same time. A classmate in the class, of course we know each other, but it's a pity that he is too dragged, and he is even better than Sasuke's, damn it. Naruto said uncomfortably. Oh, that person also has the ability to pull. Hey pervy sage, what do you mean? Naruto felt worse, and asked, pointing to Jiraiya's nose. Did I said wrong thing? Jiraiya spread his hands and smiled. The average person may not feel it, but he can detect it. The little guy in the distance is not simple. The chakra in his body is surging like a volcano. Even he himself can't hide it completely. To be honest, this is scary. Because it is Naruto who is right in front of him, the vortex blood and nine tails, his chakra is not so tyrannical in Jiraiya's perception. By the way, what is your classmate's name? What do you want to do? Naruto warned. Just ask, don't you need to guard me like this? Hey, who knows what you think? After thinking about it, Naruto still said, Ching Kong, his name is Kamaya Ching Kong. Oh, Ching Kong. Jiraiya smiled slightly. The appearance of a new young genius made him feel that Konoha's fortune had been passed down again. Of course, the actual situation must be far away from Jiraiya's idea, because Ching Kong is not the kind of person appointed by others and poisoned by the will of fire. Want him to return to the Hokage line, that is pure nonsense.